Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2026 Amateur Motocross New York State Championship here at High Voltage Hills MX. Greg, New York, the location for the last couple of years now, and this has become one that has been circled on the calendar. This is one you don't want to miss, and what a weekend we've got in store for you. Zach Herron alongside Josh Stout going to be covering the action all weekend long. We've got our man DC from D3 out and about in the pits, and we are just about ready to get things kicked off. Josh, I've been excited about this all year long. This is one of my favorite events that we're able to cover right here on Racer TV. We're partnering up with Moto. We've got the Prospect app pulled up. We've got some heavy hitters. The parking lot is full. It's just about time to go racing.
Oh, yeah, Zach. You can see on screen here, you can see the parking lot is packed. Tons of riders showed out for this one. We've been amping this one up all year long. They say the voltage is high here, the vibes are high, and I'm going to let you know a little secret here, the speed is going to be high as well. We spun this track around, a track that was faster, got a little bit faster.
Yep.
So it's going to make for some good racing. Hard to spread out, it keeps the pack a little tighter together, the racing better. Now, if you look on screen, we're doing a memorial lap for a couple people that we lost here locally in the last couple years. 2 years ago, we lost Brandon Thrasher, who was a representative for our district racing. He was the plus 40 champion in the point standings. Just a member of the racing community that was really cherished, and we lost him unexpectedly. And then even worse this year is we lost a younger member of our riding community, Vinny Grasso. He perished in a motorcycle accident, unfortunately. So his girlfriend is here, MJ, Mary Jane. We call her MJ for short. His dad, Mark, as well, is here. And I know Deegan and Brandon's other son, Caleb, are out here. I don't know if Misty and Taylor made it, his wife and daughter, but Misty and Taylor, if you guys are watching at home, if you're not here, we're thinking about you. We love you. This is all for Brandon. We're just happy that you guys let us carry his memory on. And as well, if anybody from Vinny's family or any of our friends and family are watching, as you see, that's one of our good friend Troy there. He's riding, actually, that is Vinny's race bike, the 551. That's cool. So, and then you see the 33 back there. That is one of Brandon Thrasher's sons. And then I believe I just saw his other son on his race bike. They kept that thing for a keepsake. I don't think the for sale sign's ever going on that bike.
Absolutely.
So keeping the memory alive here, it's really awesome to see. Just go out, have some fun. It's really good to see everybody. I mean, you see the amount of people coming out here is great. We appreciate everybody. Even if they didn't know them, the motocross community up here is so tight-knit. I'm just going to go out and show some respect, and it's a really nice thing to see.
No doubt about it. We talk about it whether we're out at Loretta Lynn's, whether we're here at High Voltage Hills. It's a family, all right? We're kind of a crazy bunch out here, the dirt bike, the motorcycle, and just power sports community in general. And so anytime something does happen, you know, it's always so cool to see, especially that local community. We've touched on it in the past couple of years covering this event. The Northeast especially, man, you guys show up and show out, all right, whether it's for a race, and then you back your own as well. And so, like you said, obviously both of those riders, cherished members of the community. And like you said, a lot of these riders and these people out on track may have not had the opportunity to know them on a personal level, but nonetheless, they recognize they were a part of the family just like they are. They're out there doing what they love and showing their support right now. So a really cool way to kick off the weekend, this memorial lap. I know it means a ton to you guys as well. I know we've been talking about it leading up to going live here. A huge turnout. Anybody that could grab a bike of any kind, they were out there trying to find a way to be a part of this and show their support and appreciation as well. So that's going to be a really cool way to kick things off. Now, you touched on it just a little bit. High Voltage Hills, been the location for the New York State Championship for quite some time now, and this has been one of those tracks. I talk about that FOMO I be getting a lot, man. I'm telling you, I got to get out here and spin some laps. But this morning, I'm putting pieces together, and I say, wait a second, we got lips on the wrong side of the jumps here. We've spun it around, and you touched on it, already a rather high-speed track, and it might be just a tad quicker as well. But I was talking to you before we went live. We've had a couple of races on this layout, this format. We've got 3 Moto formats this weekend for the state championship. What are some of the big spots on this track where you've noticed maybe it wasn't a passing opportunity when it was going one way, now things are a little bit different here?
So the big one right now, they're actually going over this obstacle right now. There's a big triple along the back tree line as you head back towards the finish line. It's very late in the lap if you're talking first lap.
Yep.
So first lap, last lap, that jump's hard to get over when things get rough and tricky and rutted. If you come up short on that thing and someone gets it clean, it robs a lot of speed. And then as you see, you drag race the rest of the way up the hill. So you're about 1 to 2 turns away from the finish line here, and if you lose your spot there, it's really hard to get it back, and you've just lost all your momentum by coming up short on that jump. And then when they come around after the first turn, it drops down behind the start line. There's a big sand bowl turn down in there. I call it the sand pit.
I love it.
You go down there, and you don't expect it to be deep. you get a little deep in that inside berm, you stuff the front, you're on the ground, and riders are going by you in a hurry. Those are the two I see a lot of passing opportunities in. And just like I touched on it earlier, this speed, if you make a mistake, everybody else is going so much faster. It makes it real easy to close that gap, where some of the other tracks, not as easy to catch up because things are a little bit slower paced. We've had mixed reviews, not necessarily negative reviews. It was hard to top the other way. Everybody loved that way so much. So we've had good reviews about this one. The joke is everybody likes it both ways. They don't really care.
Hey, I love it. I love it. We've actually been able to catch up with a couple of our riders. We'll be talking to them throughout the weekend and throughout the broadcast, their thoughts on the track, on the racing as well. And that's such a big talking point. I'm a Carolina boy myself. I've been out there at the state championships, and very rarely are you seeing full gates, whereas with you guys, very rarely are you not seeing full gates. A fantastic turnout once again here in 2026. Just like we talked about the community, not only the New York locals, but even the surrounding states. People know this track, this location, and the electricity, not just the power lines, but the action on track. This is the spot where you want to be each and every year.
100%. This track seems to brew a little bit of chaos, if you will. With the sand, it's sand on top, a little bit hard packed underneath. So you never totally know what you're going to get. A lot of square edge bumps. You get a little rocks kicking up you're not expecting. And it just makes for a very track that makes you very uneasy as you ride it. You always got to be on your P's and Q's. Stay on your toes, because if you relax for a second, you catch something you're not ready for, you're on the ground.
No doubt about it. As you can see, that Memorial Lap getting wrapped up here. A lot of our riders heading right back into the staging area and going to be getting put on that starting line here in just a matter of moments. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you guys have the grates last year as well, or are these a new addition?
We did have the grates. The
okay.
grates are 2 or 3 years old now. They come down and they hose them things out, sweep them out, get all the sand out of them. So right now the grates are a great place to be, but later in the weekend as those get packed with sand, picking the right grate is going to become a serious thing, and you're going to want to make sure you got the right line coming out of the gate, because if you spin in the sand when you think you're going to hook up on the grate, it's going to make for a long moto for you.
Well, and as we've talked about, you've got the grates, as you can see, our Ted's Body Shop live drone actually zooming in on it. You've got the grates before the starting gate, but then you still got about 1 foot to 2 feet of concrete before you actually hit that sand, and that can be a big difference maker as well. You get such a good drive off of those grates, even in the pro level riders talk about it, but for that 12 to 24 inches right there, you are liable to spin. You see that back end kick out to the left or to the right, and so it's going to be very crucial to get that start. And one of the things I'm really excited to see is the way this new first turn is going to work out. You guys kind of had a right-hand 180 and then a real hairpinned left 180 in the prior layout, whereas this time they're clicking gears, they're wide open, and they're absolutely flying when they come out of that first turn.
Yeah, so when you shoot out of the first turn, you kind of shoot into a sweeper, so you never really have to slow down too much, and then you come around and you drop down into that sand pit. Everybody gets the nerves going, the adrenaline's pumping, you run down into that sand pit a little too fast, and things start to get dicey down there in a hurry. It makes for good racing right off the jump. Yeah.
No doubt about it. So excited to be able to once again bring you the Amateur Motocross New York State Championship live right here on Racer TV. Like we said, partnering up with our friends over at Moto and that Prospect app we're going to be talking about all weekend long. But that's enough from us here in the booth. Let's send things down to the third member of our broadcast team, Dominic DC from D3, standing by down by the start.
What's up, guys? DC from D3. I'm here at High Voltage Hills for this week's New York Championship. It's going to be an amazing weekend here. We got a lot of riders, more than we did last year, and the track is going backwards, meaning it's going to be a lot faster. The track's going to have a lot of different obstacles to do. The corners are going to be different, and they're going to be carrying a lot of different momentum. It's going to be a great day for a lot of good riding. We got the college boy right here on the line getting ready to kick off the New York State Championship. We're going to be doing some rider interviews and also some track conditions throughout the day. So keep here on Racer TV and watch us throughout the weekend. Back up to you guys.
Fantastic stuff. DC from D3 getting the scoop. He's going to be out and about all weekend long. He'll be talking to some of our riders and covering all of the action. But as always, before we get to the first gate drops, we're going to get ready to kick off opening ceremonies and our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, that, folks, is how you get ready to kick off an incredible weekend of racing. Once again, the 2026 New York State AMA Motocross Championship here at High Voltage Hills MX. Greg, New York, if you guys have not had an opportunity to check this track out, I cannot encourage it enough. I don't care where you're from, West Coast, Southeast, you need to make a plan. You need to get up here. One of the coolest tracks that I've seen. Cannot wait to see the way this new layout shapes up. And just like Dominic was talking about, we've got College Boy 18 to 24 race number 1 getting loaded onto the launching pad right now. And this is oftentimes one of those classes that we see where some of the fastest lap times of the weekend, maybe not quite at that pro level yet, but these riders, they got a chip on the shoulder, they got something to prove, and they're ready to prove it right off the bat.
100%. Some of these A riders, they like to jump into this class. A little more track time, a little more seat time. Some guys think it helps to get out there on the track and see it. Some guys think they want to save their energy for the next race, you know. So we'll see how it plays out. You see 577 here, Logan Ford. He's one of our local A riders. I see 225 over here. That's Tijan Ingersoll, another one of our A riders. I talked to Trevor Schmidt this morning. He said he's going to be riding this class. I see 742. Carson Walter, another one of our A riders. The College Boy class is always very A rider heavy here. I don't know if it's because they just like riding the track. They want the track time. They just want to ride their dirt bike. I don't know. They're all young kids still. If it was me, I'm saving energy.
Exactly.
What about you?
You know me, man. It's keep it calm, cool. I was usually a 2-class guy, but if they're going to be lining up in those 250 and 450As coming up, and it may be an advantage. We see this in some of our other events that we cover here on Racer TV, even the J-Day Off-Road Series. We've got some riders, they line up in that sportsman class to get a little bit of an idea, a more recent look at what the track is shaping up like. So all kinds of strategy going into the mix, and, of course, the starting gate prep, that is a big strategy on its own as well. You've got the starting gate stop when it's the dirt, but you got the brooms put out. Now, I did hear them going over some things. You cannot pour water on the start. You can't do certain things to the actual starting area, but one thing's for sure, you get them lined up. They got the starting blocks set up. They are ready to rock here for Moto number 1.
As the riders get ready to take off here on the first moto, I see a lot of good riders that are in the expert class, and they've been riding this track since they were kids. I see Tegan Ingersoll, number 225, and a bunch of other riders. It's going to be a great race here. A lot of talent is on this line. So for the first race of the day, kicking it off, let's get your attention and watch these guys battle.
So there you have it, Dominic down on the start, watching our riders line up. Now, our top riders, especially in those A classes, we've always pumped off how important the start is. If we're lining up, we're going inside, we're going outside. What do you think's working out? Like we said, kind of a brand new opening start corner. You can carry a lot of speed around the outsides. What are you seeing? You said you guys have had a couple of races in this layout. What seems to be the hot setup as far as picking a gate?
So personally, I've always thought closest to the doghouse here produced the best start. It just allows you to sweep so much from the outside. But I've also seen the inside work where you're just able to run everybody wide. At some point, the guys on the outside got to let off or they're going to be in the hay bales. It all depends on the jump, really. That's the most important part. If you don't have the jump and you're on the inside, you might as well just shut it down. If you have the jump and you're on the outside, you're sitting real pretty. So you'll see a lot of guys coming from the inside getting a good start, a lot of guys from the outside who you don't think have a good jump, but they're able to carry so much momentum that it's going to allow them to come out of the first turn in a relatively good situation.
Yeah, like you said, I think not only is that opening corner going to, well, even honestly, the opening 10 to 15 feet really decides a lot. Just like you said, that jump, as we like to call it, that really determines so much. But I think headed back down the hill, just on the backside of the gravel road on your screen right now, that's headed down into that snake pit. And like you said, everybody's fired up. Everybody wants to get up front early, and it's real easy to go a little too far into the snake pit, and you just might wind up getting bit.
So the preferred line down in there is the inside line. As we know in racing, the preferred line is the inside line. Yep. So everybody's dodging to that inside. You get guys coming in from a little farther to the right. They're trying to chop the guys off on the left side to get to the inside. The guys on the left side don't want to let off. Before you know it, we got people locking bars. Yep. We're going over the berms. It's always a lot of action down there behind the start line. One of my favorite places to watch. I get to watch from the announcer's tower here, which is right next door the whole time. So it's great viewing for me.
No doubt about it. Certainly the best seat in the house, and you guys are getting a share of it live on Racer TV. We want to welcome you all right back here to High Voltage Hills MX, where we get ready to kick off the 2026 New York State Championship. We've had so many riders come out. They test some things out, and they say, wait a second. This race was epic. It's now permanently on the calendar. Whether they're from New York or not, they know they want to come do battle right here at High Voltage Hills, as we are just about ready to get rocking and a-rolling here with Moto #1. All kinds of exciting stuff going on this weekend. We got a whip contest coming up a little bit later tonight. We had practice all day yesterday. We've had all kinds of great concessions. Was that a DJ, or was that just somebody jamming out in the pits yesterday?
So we got one of our local food vendors here, the Humble Palace. He brings his own DJ setup. He's
humble about it.
Yeah. Oh, he is not humble about it. He turns that thing up. He brings the vibes all day.
I love it.
Tonight we will have a DJ. Last night he ran his own DJ show.
I love it.
He said, if you're not going to have a party, I'm going to have a party. So after the race tonight, we're going to have a pit bike race, and then we're going to have a whip contest, and then the DJ will start playing. The lights will be flashing, the drinks will be flowing, everybody will be having a good time here.
That's what it's all about. It's not just a race, but a true event out here at High Voltage Hills. He looks back, are you ready? Yeah, we're ready. Are you ready? The folks at home are ready. How about it? 2-minute card is up, and we are just about ready to drop the gate here for Moto #1. College boy, 18 to 24. Like we were saying, some heavy hitters, some of our top A riders lining up in this one as well. The mechanics, the friends, the family step away, and it is now time to go to battle. Here to kick off the 2026 New York State Championship. He's going to spin that board around. Trying to see if we've got a hold on the gate. Thought I saw a hand up in the air. There you see those final preparations. Riders get fired up. They're getting locked in. He's going to go down the line one more time. If you don't have it together now, it might be too little too late, as it is just about time to go racing. Here we go. Cart is sideways. And the gate is down. College boy off and rolling. The 2026 New York State Championship officially underway, and it's a Kawasaki leading him into turn #1.
That'll be the 577 of Logan Ford. Looks like he's got the 225 of Ingersoll behind him and the 422 of Callum Schrader, your top three. Looks like they put a little bit of water down in between practice and the first motos here. It hasn't rained here significantly in months, so this is going to be something to watch all day. The sand really soaks up the water, so it might look a little bit muddy now, but that's going to dry out in the next 5 to 10 minutes pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched on that, because the crew here at High Voltage is doing a great job of staying ahead of the weather, right? You wait till the dust starts
I don't mean to cut you off, Zach. We just had a problem with our leader. The 577 of Logan Ford just pulled over.
Wait a second.
Possibly a bike problem.
Oh, no, not the way you want to kick off the weekend, as now we've got the entire top 5 flip-flopping back and forth. We're still only a couple of corners into this opening lap.
So that should, I believe, allow Ingersoll to get up into the top spot. We'll check it here as things will start to happen fast here. That first lap, people will go around you quick if you got a bike problem. So we'll see what happens to Ford. The big problem for him is he's going to be in that A moto coming up here in about an hour and a half. So they're going to be scrambling back at the pit to get that thing going.
Well, like you said, got to think, not that this race isn't a priority for him, but if you want something to go wrong, it's in this one, not in one of those pro motos. So hopefully, like you said, the Kawasaki is going to be able to get things figured out. Meanwhile, slicing and dicing at the front of the field right now, launching over that big triple. Here's the drag race up the hillside. This is what we talk about. The intensity, the electricity here at High Voltage Hills on the opening lap as they jump up to the top side of the track. Nice little bit of natural elevation here at High Voltage Hills as well. Really able to flow through some of these hillsides. Got to just be a ton of fun out there on the bike.
It's really a good time out here. You just ride the natural terrain plus the jumps that they've added in, and it just flows so nicely. Even the way they spun the track around, they didn't really have to re-angle any of the turns. Everything flowed pretty well still. There's a couple turns now that are a bit of stop and go. But other than that, it's pretty good as we see the 621 of Ozog going around the 422 of Schrader. That should be Walters in front of him. I believe Walters, your second place rider. We'll wait for live and timing to wrap up here.
Yep.
So Walters up in third. So Narana got around those guys on the first lap. We kind of lost that when Forward ran into his problems. So Narana and Ingersoll, your top two. We'll see if Narana can run out Ingersoll. Ingersoll's a local here. He spun a lot of laps on this track. He actually told me he had to work yesterday. He said, I'm not worried about missing practice yesterday. I got enough laps here. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Yeah, you talk about that local knowledge. There is something to be said about it. Southwick, obviously, a location known for the locals kind of having some of these hotlines figured out. But we've reversed the track. Are those hotlines still going to work out? Certainly seem to be doing so right now as the Ted's Body Shop live drone picks them up here on lap number 2. The battle is on. Ingersoll, Narana, and Walter, 1, 2, and 3.
The hotlines are still there. You just got to find them.
There it is.
They're different, but they're there.
That's what they always told me. I could never find them, but they swore they were there.
And the problem for these guys is Ingersoll knows where the hotlines are, and he's already out front. As you can see, the gap he's got on these guys already. Looks like we're looking at Walters and Ozog. Ozog got around Walters. Walters going to try and get around him now. This is where you can carry that momentum. A long drag all the way to the top of the hill. So we'll see. It doesn't look like it's going to work out for him, but you see how quickly he's able to close back up to the back wheel just by having a little bit more speed as they came up to that jump, and it carries along the whole straightaway.
Absolutely. Taking a look on the left side of your screen, starting to get a rundown here for College Boy 18 to 24. Now you notice at the top of your screen, Stoke Media bringing us that gold, silver, and bronze standing. That's going to flip-flop throughout the weekend as well. That's going to help you kind of take a look at the overall picture. Like we said, 3 moto format here for the New York State Championship. So a lot of opportunities for things to get turned on their head at any given moment. Sometimes you're seeing a silver medal in the 6th place spot. You're seeing bronze outside the top 10. So really cool stuff Stoke Media is providing to help us keep track of what not only the moto picture is looking like, but that overall picture as well.
Yeah, I was talking to Adam yesterday about it. He was kind of giving me a little rundown. I think it's a great thing for people watching at home that are just maybe tuning in to watch a family member or something that your normal moto fan doesn't see all the time. It's going to help them because, as we know, the 3 moto format, I like to say it rewards consistency, but it breeds chaos.
No doubt about it.
For someone that's not following as closely, that gold, silver, and bronze is going to help them out a lot. So keep an eye on that as you're watching on Racer TV all weekend. You'll see that flip-flopping as people make passes. It updates live.
Yep.
So if people are making passes, those gold, silver, and bronze will change.
All kinds of great stuff going on. Like we said, this is also kicking off the partnership between Stoke Media and the Verb Moto crew. The Verb guys always doing a great job, but here recently, that Verb Moto Prospect app has been an absolute game changer. We've got all kinds of great features working in through that Prospect app that we'll have on our broadcast throughout the weekend. But for those of you watching at home, whether you're on Racer TV, Verb Moto, wherever you're choosing to watch right now, you can download that app for free as well, and you can have access to all of the information, more stats than you'd ever believe from all of our riders. And I tell people all the time, if you're a rider or racer yourself, maybe even you used to be, go ahead and pop your name in there as well. You'd be surprised. You're in the ranks. Believe it or not, I think I'm ranked just over the 500,000. I'm going to take that. I'm in the top 1 million. That was my goal. So make sure you guys are checking that out. Verb Moto doing a great job and putting in a ton of work, and excited to see that partnership with Stoke Media continue to grow and continue to help us elevate the way we're able to break these riders down. Is there we see the white flag waving already down to the final lap here on Moto number 1.
I am very excited for that Verb Prospect app to be brought into the broadcast. It's going to allow us to see things a little deeper, make things a little easier for us and the people at home. Get some stats you wouldn't normally look into. As we got the white flag is out, like you said, Ingersoll still leading them around here. He was able to take advantage of Forward.
As watching right now, the sand is flying. That was Ozog in the number 3 spot. Walter right behind. And man, the KTM doing a great job here. Like we said, best seat in the house here. Just got some breakfast pizza delivered. Big shout out to all of the incredible concessions that we have here on site. It takes a village. And you can see those infamous power lines, kind of the staple trademark, if you will, of High Voltage Hills MX. But like we said, I think the most electricity is not in the lines, but on the track. As we're watching the 225 of Ingersoll close in on a checkered flag. And already seeing some personality in this track develop. Like you said, Josh, a sandy top, but a hard-packed bottom, and a first moto win. Ingersoll gets the job done and gets the party started here in College Boy.
Looks like Narana going to come across second. We're looking for Ozog to come across third as that pylon Oh, I was waiting for it to update, and they took it right away from me.
How about
But
it?
that's right. We got the live timing here. It was Narana, Ozog, Walter, and Callum Schrader rounding out your top 5.
Going to see a little post-race breakdown there. Going to clear the sand out of the teeth. Give some props. That is what it's all about. Love the camaraderie, the sportsmanship that we see across the board. And, man, it's as deep as ever right here at the New York State Championship. We take a look at your Utica Rome Speedway top 10. It is TJ Ingersoll getting the win. Narana, Ozog, Walter, and Schrader, your top 5. Stevens, Barry. Oh, how about it? Caballero jumps up to the 5th place spot. Schrader, Stevens, Barry, Souter, and Smith going to round out your top 10 in Moto 1 of college. 18 to 24, officially kicking off the party and doing it in style as well. As once again, like we said, blink, and we're right back to a full packed gate. Who do we got sitting on the line for race number 2?
Looking like we got plus 40A, plus 40C, and plus 40BC. So in the plus 48 class, you're going to have the 22 of Robert Canary, the 55 of Sean Nutt, the 85 of Mark Erickson, the 223 of Jeremy Tiffany, the 331 of Andrew Triple, 804 is Michael Wilcox, the 820 is Scott Lindholm. Plus 40C, you got the 24 of Edwin Reich, the 314 of Adam Mott, and then plus 40 BC, the 10 of Jason Owens, the 13 of Matthew Bailey, the 74 of Jerry Suits, the 107 of Jesse Kavanaugh, the 108 of Stephen Perry, the 143 Robert Pello, the 177 Chad Geisler, 417 John Ionized Jr., 575 Marty McDonald, 737 Robert Okanowski, 747 is Brandon Renner, and the 913 of Derek Miller. What do we got on track, Zach?
Ooh, I'm telling you what, I saw the 55 of Sean Nutt going nuts into that first turn. He was slideways, and it looks like he secured that number 2 spot. Stagger start here in our plus 40s.
I see the Suzuki fender up there. There's only one Suzuki on the track in this class. You know it's the 74 of Jerry Suits.
There we go. Well, it's suiting well right now as he got a good start with it, headed down into that sand pit. There you see turn number 2, and he's out front leading the way.
No stranger to this place. As I say that, he blows over the turn there, the berm in the turn.
That was
he
by
should
design.
know that line. Yeah, he's making one of them local lines for himself. So Jerry, we see him here every weekend. He's always out front in these plus 40 classes, the BCs. So this is a little bit of a weird setup here. We run multiple districts at this track. There's actually a series within a series for this race. So we do get a little bit of these classes that are mixed together. Like we have Empire running a plus 40C, and our District 3 runs a plus 40 BC. So you will see as the day goes along some of these kind of weird classes, if you will, where you think, well, why does he ride plus 40C if he can just ride BC?
Right.
He's racing in a different district for points in a different series. So something unique. It also helps us add riders to the field here. It makes things great. One rider I do want to point out in this class, this is not going to be the first time we see him up front, I don't believe, is Sean Nutt. He's one of our locals out here, West Chazy, New York. I don't even know where that is on the map, but if there's a race at high voltage, Sean's going to be here. And then we want to shout out Robert Canary, an ex-pro rider. We expect him to get up front and mix it up. I talked to him this morning. He says he's going to ride 5 classes. So you said you're running a half Ironman. This man's running an Ironman today.
This guy is an Ironman, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt about it. He knows how to get the job done. And, again, one of those I don't want to say freaks, but one of those guys that really loves pushing himself to the physical limit. He wants to get the most out of his weekend, and he's certainly going to have an opportunity to do just that here this weekend. Canary, one of those names, if you've been around the sport, if you followed the sport over the past couple of decades, you know exactly who we're talking about. This guy is a warrior, and he's one of those ones, you see that white flag come out. If he's not out front, be on the lookout, because he is on the hunt. He is not shutting down until he's past that checkered flag.
Stamina is not where Canary is going to be lacking by any means. Even not racing professional anymore, I think he might train harder now than he did when he did race. Yeah, like you said, a freak is a great word.
I love it. You know him better than I do. I can't quite say it. I say it in the most respectful way possible, absolutely. But going to work right now, as it is still Sean Nutt out front leading the way. Canary in that number 2 spot. Erickson, Tiffany, and Wilcox rounding out your top 5 with Triple just behind in the number 6 position. As our riders all kind of starting to jock into position. That's all out of that plus 40A. It's Jerry Suits, still out front in the plus 40 BC class. And then Adam Mott is currently leading the way on the Kawasaki out of that plus 40C. So a lot of storylines to follow here in race number 2, and a whole lot to race for. Like you said, not only a potential state championship, but points for a New York Series as well, kind of combined with this event. Double trouble twice as much to race for, twice as much fun.
That's right. They're giving out a lot of hardware this weekend, and everybody's trying to go home with some.
Absolutely.
As you see, Wilcox on the 804, he's trying to sink his teeth into the 233 at Tiffany. Tiffany, another guy you don't want to meet in the pits later on in the day if he's not in a good mood. Maybe get a boxing match set up tonight. Put Tiffany in there with Canary.
Oh, man.
As you see, Wilcox, he's been around this game for a long time. When I was on 50s, Mike Wilcox was actually a local A rider. That's how old he is. He might be still riding the same bike he was 20 years ago. You can look at that thing and see the style, the body style. That's not a new Honda.
Hey, elbows up and throttle pinned. It is working out for him right now. Got to give a shout out. Yeah, like you said, Wilcox looking left, looking right, doing a great job of not following. You said it. They touched up some little bit of water. You see just a bit. Going to soak in relatively quickly over these next motos or two, but when you're right behind, getting sandblasted, sand sprayed, it does not feel good. Not quite the same kind of pain as a group of clay or a rock or something like that, but at the same time, there's a reason you see cars getting sandblasted and all the paint goes flying. That's basically what your skin's feeling like behind one of these.
This is the definition of getting sandblasted here, especially when they put the water down like we had to. It just becomes a sticky sand. It's like getting spit in the face with sticky rocks almost. You know, you go to the beach and you come out of the ocean and you got that sand stuck to you. That's exactly what this is like. As you see, they're going to go around all the way to the backside of the track. Tiffany's been here a few times. He knows how to guard the inside. He's been around the game for a long time. All these guys in that plus 40 class. I mean, you see Wilcox is 52. He might have been racing for 52 years. Since I've been alive, I've never not seen him race. You see he struggles to get over that jump. As things unfold here, this track's going to get beat up, and these jumps are going to be a lot harder to make. Keeping your momentum around the outside, the insides are going to start to go away, and the passing opportunities will come from the outside. So when you're a rider that's riding defensively, if you will, and you're on the inside, because you want to protect the inside, that's what we're taught as a kid in motocross, guard the inside. And then you see guys going around the outside of you because they're able to carry the momentum around. It starts to get a little frustrating because you don't want to leave the inside open, but you start to see maybe the outside is where we need to go.
Yeah, it's such a good point. I was literally just about to say that. We're seeing the insides being worked right now, but that sacrifice on the next jump. And a lot of times coming out of these big 180s, there is some kind of double, some kind of tabletop where they're able to get on top of it, but just not quite able to power down the backside of it. And you said it, that can sometimes cost you over a second depending on what part of the track you're at. So it's second nature. Protect the inside, and then all of a sudden, whoop, what was that? Oh, that was the rider that went around the outside and he just launched past you.
Yeah, you come up short on one of those jumps. You're rebounding, you're up in the air, and the other guy's landing with his momentum going, and he's going to go by you in a hurry. As it looks like the white flag, is it out? He's got it in his hand. Yeah, white flag is out. So Nutt and Canary are already through. It looks like Canary made the pass. I kind of expected that. Sean is just coming back. So I talked to him yesterday. He said he's got about 2 hard laps in him. Unfortunately for him, this is a 4-lap moto. 2 laps isn't going to get you to 4. So Canary, as we said, he's a bulldog. He's in the best shape of probably anybody on the facility here, so he was able to get his way around him somewhere out there. We didn't have it on camera, but Canary able to get around him. Check the gap here. It looks like probably just passed him. The gap's under a second, so.
I got to give credit. He said he had 2 good laps, and he kept those 2 laps out front.
He had 2 good laps. It looks like we just popped in on him. I actually talked to Bobby this morning. He bought this bike, I believe, Thursday of last week. It was last week. This is a bone stock bike. The only thing he put on it was handlebars, and obviously he got some stick-on numbers from probably one of the vendors down here and just slapped the numbers on. So Canary going to take the Moto win here in plus 40A. Like you said, 5 classes rather. He's going to be running 13 motos this weekend. Probably feels good to get a win in the first one. Yeah, get the monkey off the back. We haven't seen Bobby race in a long time, let alone ride. So it's cool to have him come back, especially for this race. If you know anything about New York Moto, I mean, it's Nicoletti. Obviously, Barsha is a household name as a New Yorker, but you go back a generation, Nicoletti and Canary were the 2 that really put New York on the map in the pro ranks.
Yeah, I'm calling him out. Filthy Phil, you're retired now, dude. Come on. You just did Loretta's. Why are you not out here at High Voltage Hills? We need some style. We need some personality. Maybe telling us we're still number 1 in your heart, if you know what I'm saying. Filthy Phil style, but no doubt about it. And I think you start seeing names like Canary, like some of these names that have come from outside of the New York area that realize how cool and how special this event is. Wouldn't be surprised to continue to see more and more big names show up, especially with the amount of competition that they have out here as well. As the checker flag continues to wave, we'll take a look. Looks like Jerry Suits might have been able to hang on here. He had a decent gap built up as we are now getting ready to rock and roll with the first of our 50 classes, 50 senior 7 to 8, and our e-bike classes as well. Run Rider making it just a couple of feet off the gate, and then unfortunately going down. The sand is flying, and the 50s are off and rolling here for race number 3.
We're going to go from some of our oldest riders to some of our youngest riders here. This is the 7 to 8 division, so not quite the youngest. We have a 4 to 6 class, but 7 to 8, still these young kids just getting their feet wet in the sport. As we'll start to check at some numbers here when they come on screen. One thing I hate about these little bikes is it's so hard to read these numbers.
And like you said, a lot of these kids, very young, but the racecraft that they're showing at such a young age, the Stasic generation, as I like to call them, it's absolutely incredible. They're scrubbing, they're setting things up well in advance. It is so impressive to watch how good they are at maneuvering. And, I mean, we talked about it. Sandy conditions out here at High Voltage Hills, it's very easy for the bike to get off balance, get pitched to the left, to the right. These riders, they're already hugging with the knees. They've got the legs out in the corner. The style, and technique, as a couple of riders get collided on the inside of the corner. Now, this is where, Stasic or not, it is tough to get these bikes up for the little guys, especially in the sand.
See this guy out here with a boot on. Coming out to help out the little kids, probably one of the dads.
Adrenaline's dumping. Foot's
Is he
going
to kick this thing over with a cast on? That looks like the 47 of Wes Rogie. So a tough break for Rogie. I didn't catch the number of the other. Oh, a couple more riders down now. We got the 718. Look at Mom and Dad putting in overtime here.
I love it.
I'll tell you who's not down. The 77, Aiden Smith. He's on screen here. I believe he was in second. I saw the 98 of Mason Wager out front at the beginning here. We want to talk about the Verb Prospect app. Watch how easy this is, Zach. I know Wager was at Loretta's, but I don't know how he did. I'm going to go on the Verb Prospect app. I'm going to type his name in. Mason Wager. He rode Micro 3, 7 to 8 limited. 23, 22, 21 moto scores for 22nd overall. How fast is that?
That is top 25 in the country, arguably in the world, and that is not something to shake your head at, no doubt about it. So, and probably learned a ton as well. We often see this growth from riders shortly after their trip to Loretta Lynn's, where they've picked up on some new skills. The things that you learn, not just how to win or how to lose even out at Loretta's, but how to maneuver deep ruts. Braking bumps probably bigger than you've ever seen anywhere else. These riders come back to a local stage, and even something like High Voltage Hills, this track gets rough and tough, no doubt about it, but you go spend a couple laps around the ranch, you come here, you learn how to develop, how to approach these things. You think about the 20 miles of bad road out at Loretta Lynn's, and then you take a look at some of these straightaways right here at High Voltage Hills. The bike is dancing around just the same. The riders maybe now just a little more prepared on how to deal with it, and this young man out front making the most of the experience right now, leading the way as they make their way through the sand pit.
A little bit of mistake there from Smith. As we saw, Kaika, your third-place rider, was starting to catch up to him anyways, so we'll see. That's one of those spots where he made a mistake at the bottom of the hill. Now he's got to try to get to the top of the hill
now this is
before Kaika can get by. As here we are, as Kaika's pulled up alongside of him as they go out into the back turn up at the top of the hill.
Taking a look, we talked about the different features from the Verb Prospect app. Several of our riders, or all of our riders, are ranked on that app whether they realize it or not, and we've got a cool feature where we're able to show one rider versus another, how many times they've matched up throughout the year, and how that matchup has worked out for them. As you can see right now, Mason Wager and Alden Smith, they've actually met up multiple times this year, 10 different times, and Wager's gotten the best of them 10 out of 10. So this could be the one for Smith, the 77, now going to try to charge in and try to change that, as he is the one out front. Wager on the charge right now, the 98, trying to make it 11-0 here as far as meetings this season. And again, so cool to be able to see how often these riders are racing each other, how they're ranking up not only against one another, but against the rest of the world, essentially, ranked there on that Verb Prospect app, and a really cool feature that we're able to bring here, courtesy of Stoke Media. Adam and everybody doing a great job of helping integrate that information in a way that is easy for us to talk about and easy for the fans at home to understand. It's just like that. Things get turned on their head. Wager able to make a pass back.
So that's actually Kaika. That's second and third. Wager's a little farther out front. His gap's about 7 seconds, so he's not on screen.
How about that?
That is Kaika. So maybe we get the verses, the head-to-head here between Smith and Kaika. Maybe Kaika levels the score here. I was pumped when Adam was showing me just kind of the widgets that you're able to put up from this Prospect app. And maybe Wager wants to see this thing right now, but I don't think Alden Smith wants this on screen anymore. Looking at 10-0, just got passed by Kaika. So we'll see if he can regroup here as he lands. And you see that water still standing there. That'll soak in as the day goes along.
Yep, still just
as the
a little
white
slick
flag
right there.
is coming out. Wager still out front, still with a 7-second lead as we see live timing and scoring updates, moves Nick Kaika up to second place. So Kaika on the 231. This is one of the things we were talking about. As this event grows, we start to see riders trickle in from different parts of the country, mainly the Northeast still. But Kaika, a good example here, coming from Norwich, Connecticut.
Yep.
A lot of Connecticut riders, Massachusetts riders, Pennsylvania riders. We begin to see more and more riders come down from across the border, the Canadian riders, trying to steal some of this New York hardware and take it out of state. As we got Alden Smith on screen. I don't believe our pylon has updated yet. It still shows him in second. Live timing shows Kaika in second, and I believe we saw the pass on screen.
So we'll wait for timing and scoring to update there, but no doubt about it. Like you said, Wager on a charge right now.
Let's give a shout out to Wes Rogie. That was the rider we saw down earlier.
Yeah.
Tangled up with another rider. He's all the way back up to sixth. So you're looking at a 3-moto format. A 6 is a big salvage job here. If he's able to get up in the front and mix it up with the leaders, as we see Kaika make a little mistake coming out of the turn, that's going to allow Alden Smith to pull up a little bit. Maybe close enough to make him feel that pressure a little bit.
Yeah,
you got to let him know you're there.
Well, and to your point, you talk about that sixth place. These 50 classes, not always the most consistent. Things can not only happen, but you see when they go down, oftentimes it's kind of how close is a mom or dad. It's not always theirs. The parents do a great job of helping all of our riders out there at one time. But wait a second. Look at this. Smith is not done yet. He is fired up and wants the position back.
So here we go. They're going to drag race all the way down the long straightaway. This is probably what's going to make or break this race for Smith. He's going to need to get close enough where he's at the top of the hill. He's either able to stick it in there a little bit or at least let Naika know he's there, and maybe he makes a mistake, as Naika was able to get a good run there down the long straightaway in the back. He's got 180 turn to go. He's going to go to the inside. Smart move right now. But we'll see how that inside line unfolds later in the day as he begins to chop out.
And this is one of those sections we talk about, kind of the sandy top layer, but then a harder base underneath, and those square edge bumps really
Here
start
we
to come
go.
to life.
What do we got here? He's going to go to the inside.
Drag race to the finish. Not quite enough. What a drive there. Wager going to grab the win. Kaika going to hang on for the number 2 spot, and Smith going to round out your top 3 in 50 senior 7 to 8. And again, that's Moto 1 of 3. These kids going to be going to battle multiple times throughout the weekend, and probably going to be matching up in another class as well. We know how these kids are. They are very rarely just one and done as far as the classes go. The checker flag flies, though, and the first of our 50 classes getting wrapped up here for race number 3. We take a look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10. Wager, Kaika, Smith, Arline, Sykes, Rogie, Years, Shortsliff, Merritt, and Mott, your top 10 here in 50 senior 7 to 8, and e-bike Moto number 1, here from High Voltage Hills MX. As now we get ready to take a look on the line for race number 4, 250C division number 1. And how about that? Shortsliff jumped into the top 10 there right at the last second. So 250C, if I saw correctly, I believe it was over 50 riders in this class. So going to have 2 divisions of the 250C class. And there you have it. You want to talk about a full gate, a full lineup, and you want to talk about needing to get the start. The C class, we say it all the time, you're never quite sure what the C stands for. Sometimes it's chaotic. Sometimes it's actually consistent. But one thing's for sure, it is certainly a ton of fun to watch. You see a lot of our riders. Oh, the A28's fired up, getting ahead in the game.
That was my racing number. I used to do that too, and then as soon as the gate dropped, I just let everybody go.
It's because you had name Bramage from smacking yourself in the head
that
too
might
hard.
Be it. I was scared. I was scared. We got 62 entries total in this 250C class, so a good turnout. Like you said, you don't know what the C stands for. 62 riders, probably going to be chaos.
Well, I'll be watching that sandpit in this one for sure. This is where we like to see some guys, they're just not quite ready to shut it off when they should, and so it's going to be an all-out battle.
I was watching practice yesterday in this C class, and there was a couple riders out there. I was a little questionable if you were in the right practice or not. As we know now with the new rules, they changed it a while ago. You're able to run the C class all the way through Mini-O's. You don't have to move up after Loretta's. So we'll check the names as they come through here. Good time to check that Verb Prospect app. Possibly some of these riders were at Loretta's, and they're coming up here going to try and grab a plate here.
Yeah, you go and do it on a national stage. Now we bring it down to the state level and see if you can back it up once again.
So we're going to go 31 riders per division. Top 16 go to the main motos, Moto 2 and 3. The rest of them go to an LCQ at the end of the first set. You come back, you run it again. Top 4 out of that going to go to Moto 2. The rest of us go over to the concession stand, grab a pizza and a burger and a soda, maybe a beer, because you're done for the weekend.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need something.
Oh, one rider stalls it on the gate. I believe that was a 264, a Chase Carmen. Into the first turn, you see one rider trying to slide up the inside. Oh, one rider goes down hard back.
He got hitched right there. Back in, stepped out. And here we go, headed down into that sand pit. They actually space out a decent amount, headed down into it. Let's see if they can keep it on 2 wheels. Everybody funneling into that inside line.
That's the 54, a Tyler Huber out front, the Manchester, New York rider, sponsored by M&S Tree Service, Moto Mechanica, All Clean Power Wash, Mimi, Papa, Uncle Matt, and One Industry. This guy got more sponsors than some of the pros.
I love it. I love it when they got the family lined up, too, because it is, especially at this level, it takes the whole family, mom, dad, brother, sister. They got the cousin, the girlfriend. They got whoever they can find. And I tell you what we can find right now is a side-by-side battle. Look at this, around the outside. I don't know if that was contact or just scrubbing it off, but, man, the Husqvarna is at the 422.
That's Callum Schrader. We saw him battling up front with some of those A-riders in the college boy class. So someone definitely showing early that they're riding a little bit above their skill level, probably someone you see in the B class next year. But by rule, AMA allows him to ride the C class, and he can come here and get a title if he wants to. He almost threw the whole thing away there.
Yeah, he was risking it for the biscuit, no doubt about it. And you talk about it, the C class, one of those ones where I always say there should be a C plus and a C minus. You got the national C level, and on a local level, oftentimes that is leaps and bounds above the rest of the C class. But you go out to the ranch, you go to somewhere like the Minios, Ponca City, and you realize how many fast national level C riders there truly are. And he may have worked his way out front, but he is certainly far from running away with it. He's got a 3-pack headed up right behind him. And there's a green flag.
Especially with New York, we get the winners up here. You don't, if you're a C-class rider, you're not riding year-round like some of those other guys are in Florida. And then once they qualify for riders, a lot of those top guys go to training facilities, and that really just puts them yards ahead of everybody else. As we see the 125 of Josin Gabaki slide out there, that's going to let this rider climb up the inside. I believe that's Castiglio on the 277. We'll check the number. These guys start roosting each other hard to see.
Yeah, Castiglio, if I'm not mistaken, I saw him making some moves quick. He was outside the top 10, and how about that? Add another one to the tally.
He just said, get out of the way.
Move or be moved here.
The 54 of Tyler Huber, things starting to happen a little fast now with the 125 of Gabaki going to go around him as well. So Huber, you get out front early in these big races, you start riding a little tight. You wonder if maybe that's what happened to him, but now you see the 71, I believe, of Braden Sturry's going to go around him as well. So Huber, something going on here, not clicking the way he was on the first lap as he goes from second to fifth in a short amount of time here.
Well, I tell you what,
getting bucked around from you get out of that main line, you start finding some of those rough edges. You start getting bucked around a little more than you'd like to.
Certainly a lot easier to start up front and work your way back than vice versa, and that's exactly what he was doing. We talk about taking the notes out, right? Moto number 1, you get up, you get in the mix with these top-level riders, start figuring out what they're doing, what lines they're taking, where they're going. Who knows, by the end of the weekend, you could be jumping up and actually able to maintain, especially if you're confident on the starts like that. But I tell you what, things are tightening up here as Castiglia has now caught up to your leader, Schrader. We've got a battle at the top of this 250C division number 1.
I think we just found another C confidence.
Yes.
And that's what Castiglia is feeling right now, as he's able to reel in Schrader pretty quickly as they drop back down into view for our spectators off the top of the hill. Should be 2 down, 2 to go here. They're going to wrap around the announcer's tower and drop back down into the sand pit. Schrader should funnel to the inside. You see Castiglia, there it is. I wanted to mention that earlier. That line gets real sketchy real fast. So they carry their momentum. They hop over the top of the hill. They start landing in the braking bumps down there. Things can get sketchy real quick. Obviously, Castiglia doesn't care about that. He wants that moto win, as he's going to try and go around the outside now.
Woo, how about it? Yeah, for right now at least, he is not scared. Jet Lawrence style, just launching down the hillside. And give it another hour or two, it'll be like landing in a whoop section. Meanwhile, look at this. Once again, the long way around, carries the momentum, and takes the number 1 spot away. Castiglia now out front.
Around the outside, I think that was 3 or 4 outsides in a row, able to make it pay off as they landed off the old finish line for anybody that's been here before.
Let's send things down to DC from D3 with an update.
was maybe about this tall throughout about 4 or 5 motos now. This is becoming the best part of the track. Guys are coming into here, 3rd gear, 4th gear wide open, railing in this corner and heading down to what Josh calls the sand pit.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I was saying. That it's able to let them carry their momentum and they hop over the top of that hill. You'll see it a lot in our A class, some of our top B riders. Obviously, some of our top C riders able to pick up that line as well.
Yeah, for the moment at least, the C is for Castiglia. And man, how about it?
Fact.
I'd be curious to see how many passes have been made in this race as well, because I swear I saw him outside the top 10, I thought, on lap number 1. And has worked his way to the number 1 spot and is now just 1 lap away from a first moto win. As Schrader right now going to try to reset, pick up on some things, and you can see that Yamaha just dancing underneath him. Very technically sound, though. Watch, this is the spot we were talking about. Up, launches down. Saw some of our top riders out there at Budds Creek doing that yesterday, up and over the Henry Hill. Didn't quite have the Oppo style of Deegan there, but still looks good out front.
Give him some time. Show him a couple more videos.
Wait till he's in the B class.
He's young. He'll try it.
How about it? So now headed back down and up to what was the finish line jump on the prior layout. Now it's just the layout jump. A wave to the fans there. Hey, Mom.
Yeah, hey, Mom. Hey, Dad.
Knows he's got folks watching at home on Racer TV here.
Well, with the list of sponsors he's got, he's probably waving to Fat Harv Racing, Dave Schroeder Construction, Maxima Oils, Canvas, Twisted Treats. That sounds good. Tamer, Scott, One Industries, 396 Graphics. He's waving to his sponsor saying, hey, thanks for getting me here.
Twisted Treats and the throttle right now is, man, I like how late he's standing up into these corners as well. Really doing a good job of absorbing those last couple of braking bumps headed into the corner, keeps the power alive, and making the most of those outsides as well. As soon as he realized he was clear of Schrader, he knew he had the best lines way on the outside, and man, the best lap time right now, a 1:45.2 for Castiglia. He is absolutely flying.
Yeah, you're looking on the screen. He's got Schrader covered by almost 3 seconds, a little over 2.5 seconds. So now we know why he caught him so fast there in lap number 2 once he got into second place.
And I tell you what else is great about our Verb Moto Prospect app. We've got all kinds of stats as well. Got to give a shout out to Harvey. He's back there in the 15th place spot, but he's running lap times comparable with the top 5. Meanwhile, Huber is back now into the number 11 spot. He dropped 9 positions there on the final lap. Castiglia, though, don't need the app, don't need anything. He's out front. He takes the checker flag, and he takes the win here in 250C Division number 1.
So a good thing to keep an eye on if you got that live timing and scoring up is that 16th place spot is very important right now. If you're not in the top 16, you're going to be going to that LCQ. So as we go over to DC.
To the tower, come down into these rough bumps. Bikes are starting to go left and right into this corner, but about an hour from now, when that is all dried up, there's going to be more lines for the guys to come on the outside and rail this corner here, which is called the sand pit.
Yeah,
Checker flag waving here for Division number 1. Like we said, Division 2 now sitting on the line for 250C. But here's your top 10. From Moto number 1, Castiglia gets the job done. Schrader, Glabaki, Steries, and Kavanaugh, your top 5. Lindsay, Hofflich, Marshall, Lindeker, and Huber round out your top 10. How about it, Huber? Able to hang on to that top 10. Tough last for him. But like we said, this is still just qualifying here. Like now this does count towards a moto score for your first moto, but these riders just trying to make it to the final 2 motos of 250C. And the next 31 riders sitting on the line.
Yeah, we're going to go into 250C Division 2 now. Another rack of 31 out there. Looks like we got the 002 wild number. Jackson Spizzano, the 19X Carson Lindeker, the 30 of Nixon Bianchi, the 31 Caleb Millick, 37 of Carson Durkop, 39 of Jack Cohen, 59 Logan Turner, 70 of Finn Smith, the 74 of Preston Waite. As we see the one car go sideways, the gate's going to drop. Who's it going to be, Zach Aaron?
Let's see. Good jump from just outside the doghouse. Looked like it was a Triumph getting a good drive, but it might be a KTM up the inside. The 37, maybe a gas ride. And, man, you can see that chop already. Things are getting rough early here, only in Moto number 5.
I think that's a 30. Look, running the mailbox numbers. I think that's a 30. Nixon Bianchi. riding a Triumph, I believe. That looks like a Triumph. So I'm going to go ahead and say Bianchi, and then we'll catch a number here. No number on the back, of course, for us. As Bianchi starts to lose the front.
Woo! Meanwhile, the other rider stuffing it to the outside, gets into that berm just a little deep. They are still almost side by side up the inside, takes the line away. I don't think he meant to go quite that wide, and I don't think Bianchi really appreciated that. He's going right back to it.
That was the 110 of Cesar Pazmino. As Pazmino, you see him drop the front there. That makes him go wide. Now I think this is going to be Lindecker on the 19 on the Honda as Bianchi goes around the outside of Pazmino now. So good racing here. Moto number 1, Division 2, 250C.
As now another rider gets up into the mix as well, taking the lines away. These kids are not messing around. And you want to talk about using the full width of the track. They have gone from the very furthest inch to the left all the way to the right-hand side of the track multiple times already, and we're still just about 3/4 of the way through the opening lap.
Certainly getting their money worth out of this one. Like I said, at the golf course, I like to check out all parts of the course. These guys are checking out all parts of the track. As Bianchi now has gotten things settled down out front. Pazmino in the second. Maybe they settle down for a half a lap, catch their breath.
Well, and this is a big part of the C-Class, so we keep running that C-Joe. Calm is a big part of it as well. These riders, they get real fired up on the opening lap, sometimes overriding just a bit. Like you said, they can get tight, they can get locked up, they can get out of control. Meanwhile, it looks like the Triumph for the moment, able to settle down, try to start hitting his marks a little bit easier, and smooth is fast on a track like this.
Absolutely. You want to carry your momentum like we've been saying. You want to avoid them big braking bumps. You don't want to stuff it into the sand berm. As those will continue to grow as the day goes on, as it looks like, is that a 998 or an 898? We got a 998 of Caleb Likens.
So potentially Likens up in the mix, and taking a look at that prospect app, it is Bianchi, Pazmino, Durkot, Jensen, and Likens, your top 5. McCaffrey, Smith, Turner, Medic, and Maurer, your top 10 on the opening lap here, division number 2. Look at this, more bar-to-bar action.
Berms are optional for this class. We've seen riders going over berms left and right here. As on screen, I believe that's the 90 of Gavin Jensen, the KTM rider out of New Jersey. We'll try and catch a number on the guy trying to go around him. Was that Likens that was trying to get around him?
Just when you think you know where a pass is coming from, somebody else jumps into the mix.
We got a medic flag out.
Flag.
Rider down here. Everybody doing a good job to check up.
Absolutely.
Looks like we're going to red flag this race. I saw one of our track workers giving the shut it down signal, possibly a red flag coming. We'll check here. Obviously, rider, I just heard over the track communications, a red flag is coming. So rider safety always prominent here. And that's the thing with these big races. Everybody's adrenaline gets pumping. Sometimes you make a mistake you wouldn't normally make. You're pushing a little harder than normal. And unfortunately, these kind of things do tend to happen at these races. So we got one of the best medical staffs here. As you see from this shot, there's actually a trail system that runs through the property. It's part of a huge trail system up here, hundreds of miles of trails, UTVs, ATVs, any kind of off-road vehicle. They ride them around here. So our medical professionals are actually trained to deal with injuries in the field that happen on the trails like that. So it translates very well to what we do here. So we're fortunate to have that at our disposal, and they'll take great care of this young rider here. Unfortunately, probably the end of his weekend, but we'll hope for the best for him. Hopefully he's healthy, and we'll be able to see him out here next year, as this is our last race of the season.
No doubt about it.
As you see the drone shot up at the top of the hill there, that's Vendors Row. If you're hungry, we got a couple food trucks here. The Humble Palace. We know Zach's hungry. He's still eating that breakfast pizza. That came from Jeannie Wood Fried Pizza. They're down there behind the sign-up trailer. They got breakfast pizza. They got regular pizza, walking tacos, loaded fries. So we'll be putting another order with them later today. And then we also had the Humble Palace here. He's a regular here. Takes great care of everybody at the facility. He's always keeping us fed. He's got a couple specials this weekend. He's got the whole shot fries and the garlic parm pierogies. That one caught my attention. Garlic parm pierogies. And if you're looking to wake up, the girls over at Rolling Rebel Cafe are here as well. They got the high voltage latte and the whole shot latte. They're serving all sorts of coffee, chai tea, lemonade, matcha. So if you're looking to wake up a little bit, head on over there. A lot of vendors on site. I know Sanders Motorsports was here, Sick Bros. Valley Moto, MX Boot, Defiance. They do a lot of cool stuff over at Defiance.
yeah,
We
they
see
do.
them at a lot of big races.
Yep.
They do a lot of customization if you want to get a shirt made for your certain rider. And then we had Gibson Tire was here. Now, Gibson's been here before. Connor and Tyler come here for this race pretty commonly. Gibson Tire actually makes their own tire. I was talking to them yesterday. The tire comes out of Germany. They got all the tires you would need to run here. They got the scoop tire.
Wow.
They got what would be, I don't even know what Dunlop's on now. Is it the MX-14 or
MX-14
whatever?
's the
Yeah.
scoop, yep.
They got the comparison to that. So if you're looking for a new tire, go over to talk to Connor and Tyler over at Gibson Tire. They put on a challenge last night. It was a push-up challenge, but they were using a handlebar, like a dirt bike handlebar.
Oh, man.
Didn't look like
strategically
anything I
didn't-
wanted to do.
They didn't mention it to me, when I walked on
Well, I saw the shape you were in. You said you're training for the half Ironman.
That's running, though. I could barely get the trailer door open.
The worst part was they gave away a free tire. You could have got a free tire. That's what the
Das
winner
ist
got.
sehr gut. I even speak a little German here.
jeez.
Come on. So
Whatever
getting our
that
riders,
means. Do we have anybody that can translate for me? He might have just insulted me, and I have no clue. As we see the riders re-racking into the gate here.
And this is a tough spot. We talk about it often, the heart rate spiking, opening couple of laps. Everybody was just kind of starting to settle down. There you see your early race leader, the number 30, just outside of the doghouse. And now got to try to calm down, got to try to reset. Not to mention, who knows, you got a bad start. You might have used all of your tear-offs already. Now you got to get ready for another full restart. So a lot of things going through the heads here of our riders is going to get those whole shot devices set back up. There you see the number 30. He was out front early in the first part of this race. Now let's see if he can back it up again. And I tell you what surprises me is how often we do see the same rider get out front, get out to a good start, even after something like a red flag situation. So we'll see if the Triumph is able to make it happen again. Had to fight just a little bit on those opening lap or two, but who knows, might even get a better start here on the second gate drop.
Looks to me like the 187, see him cleaning that front number plate off. He looks like he's planning on being out front on the restart.
He said, all right, we
Joshua Saracchini out of Hilton, New York. So that's the thing. This moto was only a lap and a half in, so not halfway. It's a full restart. So a tough break for someone like Bianchi. He's got to do it again, but we're going to find out if there was anybody that had a bad start. Maybe they get a good start now, and it was someone that could run up front.
Yeah, what is maybe a tough or a tall ask for riders that were up front early. It could be a second chance here for riders that were buried back in the pack, not able to make the moves that they wanted quick on those opening laps. And so, this could be a whole new start. We could be talking about a whole new set of names when the gate drops here once again, as this is division number 2 of 250C. Had a rider down in a tough spot on the track. The crew doing a great job of making sure, as always, safety the top priority. Made the call to throw the red flag, and we are going to re-rack and restart this second division of 250C.
Yeah, like we said, it's just something, unfortunately, that comes with the territory when you're racing on these high speeds. As you see the 912 giving the send it sign. Might have been the 812. I don't see a 912. That was a gas. That was Joey Brillo out of West Henry out of New York. He's ready to send it again.
No doubt about it. So our riders hanging on the line. Obviously want to make sure the track is safe and clear before we get ready to restart.
Yeah, we'll get the side-by-side out there. The medics will go out there. They got all the proper medical equipment that they need. They'll get him loaded up and get him safely out of here. Hopefully wishing for the best for that young rider. If you look in the background, there's tons of campers. This place is loaded with riders. I don't have a total rider count. Gotta believe we're pushing 1,000 again this year. Last year we had a little over 900. I would expect it to be pretty close to that again this year. We had that $10,000 purse coming up in those A classes. We want to put that out there. Those motos coming up in about 30 minutes.
Yep, so we'll have the first of our pro motos coming up right at 11:30, and then I believe 2 o'clock our second pro moto. Is that correct?
Yeah, 11:30 and 2:30. 250A is going to go at 11:30 today and tomorrow. 2 o'clock today and tomorrow will be that 450A moto. Only running 2 races, not the 3-moto format for them. The races are a little bit longer. I believe we're going 15 plus a lap. And then, we know, they're here for the money, not the trophy. Yeah. So you throw the money in a little thicker per moto, bring out a couple more guys. I saw a lot of fast guys here yesterday, so I can't wait to see how the racing unfolds in that one. Obviously, one of the premier classes. We saw some riders come in from Canada, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and, of course, our local guys here in New York.
All right, well, let's send it down to DC from D3 with an update.
All right, guys, as we wait for the photo here to take place, chance to talk to Bobby Canary. It was good to see him. I've known Bobby since he was a little kid on a 50cc bike, and he is a ripper. I asked him, just like Josh said, he went out, bought a new bike, brought it to the track, and he's racing 5 classes. He's a former factory rider, so he's got a lot of pedigree in him, and he's going to be a one to watch throughout the day. I actually texted Tim Ferry and told him about it, and the news already traveled to another factory rider, and he said, yes, Bobby's a great guy. Looking forward to seeing him in the future. Timmy was going to be coming up here to hang out with us this weekend, but he's down with Evan at Budds Creek for him at the Pro Nationals. But yes, Bob Canary, keep your eye on that number 22 as he rides throughout the day. Fast guy. Great to see him right off the couch on a bike, and he's already winning races.
Well, how about it? Just like we said, and you even said it, he's retired and might be training more now that he's not a full-time racer as well. So fitness was never going to be a part of the question. But it also goes to show this addiction doesn't ever go away, all right? Whether you're doing it at a factory level, and those guys a lot of times at the end of the career say, man, I need to step away from a dirt bike for a little bit, but it never seems to fail. Sure enough, they start coming back, and then all of a sudden, when they get on one, well, I'm just enjoying riding. And then you give it a little bit more time, all of a sudden they got to get back behind the gate. So nothing quite like getting a brand new bike and getting right to it. So excited to have Canary. And like we said, a lot of big names, not just on the pro level, but a lot of great vet riders, a lot of the top youth riders that we've seen out at Loretta Lynn's as well, going to be lining up here throughout the weekend. So the heavy hitters all here in New York, ready to do battle as we continue to wait on the all clear from the track. Want to make sure everything is good to go before we drop the gate once again on Division 2 of 250C.
It's kind of cool how Bobby ended up here. He told me he went on vacation, and he knows the team manager from Triumph, Scuba, at the time. I believe they moved on from Scuba, but he knew him at the time, and he went down a winter or two ago, just said, hey, I want to ride just for the heck of it, They gave him a bike. Turns out he's still pretty fast. He went out there and rode with some of the guys on the team. Found out he hadn't lost it, and I think that was what did it. He scratched that itch one time, and now it's become a full-time addiction for him again. As we see him, now he's got his own bike. Now he's showing up at the races. It didn't take long, about a week or two, before he's back at the races. He told me he wants to just focus on some local stuff, but we saw what Nicoletti did going to Loretta's and doing some of that stuff. It wouldn't surprise me if we see Canary start to branch out a little bit farther and scratch that itch a little bit more, if you will.
No doubt about it. Well, certainly a great sight to see. Am getting word here from Race Control. We are taking our time to make sure that rider is properly taken care of before they clear off the track. So we're going to sign off here from the announcer's booth for just a little bit, and we'll continue to kind of give you guys some static shots here of all of the action going on here at High Voltage Hills, and we'll jump back on right as we are getting ready to drop the gate here once again for race number 5, 250C Division number 2. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Looks like we're going to get bikes fired back up here. Medical got that young rider taken care of. Wishing the best for him as the gate is about to go down. We're going to re-rack this whole moto only on lap 2, so a full restart. And we'll check it out. We'll see if Bianchi can do what he did in the first time. I believe he got the whole shot again, Zach. No, he did not. He is up there, though.
Well, and he wasn't, I don't believe, technically got the whole shot on that first moto either. So he's pretty much right where he needs to be. Going to try to make a quick move, set himself up for the inside, headed down into the sand pit. Not quite able to secure the number 1 ride yet, but still up inside that top 3 as we're back off and racing for 250C Division number 2.
This is where a restart is no fun for us. We cannot see the numbers on these bikes.
Right.
Don't even have a guess on this one.
Maybe the
it's a gas.
Yeah.
We know it's a gas. We can see colors. As it looks like we had a rider go down up in the top turn there, so a tough break for someone in the front.
And the Triumph going to try just a little bit wider of a line this time around. But we talked about a second chance at a second gate drop. This rider, you can tell by the completely covered front number plate, wasn't where he wanted to be there that first time around. Now a problem for Bianchi. He looks over now, going to maybe hand over the number 2 spot to a KTM ride.
I believe it's the 19 of Lindecker out front, just based off the riding style and the bike itself. Lindecker's a local out here. He's been riding here for a while now. I want to go at 19X Carson Lindecker. We'll obviously wait for the live timing to catch up to us as we see the KTM rider got around Bianchi up and over that big triple. Crazy to see these C-Class riders. If you see that thing in person, it is big airtime. You're hanging up there for a long time. And these C riders, they're hitting it no problem.
So back to the top side of the track we go, as going to be looking for a green flag opening lap here for the second gate drop. 250C Division number 2 off and rolling.
So we got a 74. That's Preston Waite on the KTM. Here we go. Verb Prospect, help me out. I believe Waite was at Loretta's in one of the C classes. If anybody's got that Verb Prospect app up, help me out.
I love it. And like we said, the viewers at home, you can download that Verb Moto Prospect app as well, completely free. And when I say it's got all the information you could ever want for pretty much any amateur rider, I'm not joking. If you're a rider yourself, type your name in, claim your profile. And not only can it help you learn stats and learn your competition, but it can also help you get set up with some sponsors as well. We'll talk more about that throughout the weekend. The Verb guys doing a great job of helping the app help you as well, as we're side by side. The 74 going to take over the number 1 spot. Wait, ain't waiting for long.
And I was wrong on that first place rider. That is Durkot on the 37, Carson Durkot out of Binghamton. So he'll drop back to the 2 spot. Waite goes to the front.
So it is now the 74 of Waite out front leading the way. Durkot going to drop back to the number 2 position. Bianchi still there in the number 3 ride.
We're going to play rock, paper, scissors. Who's going to say that number 4 spot?
I was really hoping you knew who it was. I'm going to go with Wadowetz.
I'm going the same. Wadowetz.
222 in that number 4 spot. Campos in the number 5 position.
I love this sponsor from Wadowetz. My dad. That's all it says for a sponsor. Sometimes that's all you need out here.
Hey,
he's always the biggest support.
And taking a look, Carson Durkot, just like you said, that Verb Moto Prospect app showing us he got a 13th in 125C at the 2026 Loretta Lynn's regional qualifier. So this guy was out there in the mix, battling it out on the regional level, and now trying to battle for a state championship.
So what that does right there, Zach, is Adam showed me yesterday, that is his top finish from any race this year. His best finish at the best race.
Yep.
Obviously a regional, second best to a Loretta Lynn's finish. Unfortunately, the 13th doesn't get him there, but that was the biggest race he's been to. As we see some other things here, showing the prospect points. So it's really cool. It's got the leaderboard. So you can, it's almost like a video game in real life,
literally,
where you could check that leaderboard. I remember back in the day, I used to play. What was that bike game? The dirt bike game there, Mad Skills MX.
Yeah.
You ever play that one?
Yeah.
Play with your buddies, try and get them on the leaderboard. And now we got a real life leaderboard with the Verb Prospect app.
You think I'm bad on a dirt bike? You got to see me on a video game dirt bike. It's
Larry
even worse.
Loop out.
I'm terrible. Wasn't allowed to have him as a kid.
So Waite still leaving him around here on the 74. He started to open it up pretty good. The last time they came across the finish line, it was under a second. I believe it's a little bit more than that now. As Durkot there in second, Bianchi in third. So not so bad from Bianchi, not the moto lead, but he's at least in contention here. As we look at the lap times from the last lap, you see Waite about a second and a half faster, and that's what allowed him to open that gap over Durkot. Then Bianchi. Wadowitz, and Campos. So our top 5 looking like they should be in the top 5 based on those lap times.
Yep.
The gap makes sense.
Yeah, Waite, that 146.9, that's going to open things up enough to where you can see them starting to move to those outsides as well. Like you said, these riders, even if it's not the full inside, they're still going to protect some of those middle lines as well until they know they've got the room. Then you can really open things up around those outsides, sky out the big triples, sky out all those jumps, and really drop the hammer, as the riders like to say.
Yeah, it's almost that muscle memory when you subconsciously don't hear that bike behind you anymore, and you know you can start to open things up, kind of take your own lines. You don't have to ride so defensive. As you see Waite coming through, white flag is out as he's going to jump over the top of the hill down into view. Durkot keeping him honest there, though. One mistake, and Durkot's right back in this thing.
And I tell you what, I saw the KTM kind of dancing all around, just like you saw right there down that front straightaway. The track really starting to take shape here, and riders going to have to be super strategic in some of these faster sections, what lines they're going to take. Not just the deep rut, but those braking and acceleration bumps can sneak up and grab you, especially as the day wears on.
Yeah, absolutely. Things happen fast when you're going this fast, and you find one of those holes that you weren't expecting, or one of those braking bumps. Even the rocks that we see pop up here from time to time, they seem to grow here as we got the Prospect app giving us some more information. Like I said, I believe I saw Waite at Loretta's, and he was there 17th in 125C. So he's probably going to be going to Mini O's after this as well, and then next year he'll be bumped up to the B class. So Durkot's starting to close in on him, though.
Yeah, 24 overall wins for Waite this year, as well as 48 podiums across multiple different events this season as well. So Waite not only been on the gas, but been busy as well. You can see a lot of these riders. There's a lot of debate about how many riders race throughout the year. Waite certainly not one of those ones that's only putting time in a facility. He's lining up and getting the work in on the track. Meanwhile, look at this. Durkot is not done yet. Coming down to the final quarter of a lap or so. He's had 16 overall wins this season, trying to make it 17 and trying to bring the fight back to Waite here in the final few corners of the final lap. Is he going to be able to do it? Waite likes to protect these insides. It's going to be hard. Durkot's going to have to take the position away.
Little mistake from Durkot there when he came out of the turn. He kind of blew that berm. He was just hustling, trying to hustle a little too much.
Made it all out.
Yeah, probably put it to the finish. Did he give him the finger gun? Did he give him the Cooper Webb finger? No, just a look back to see who it was.
Making sure that was the right flag. Didn't need to get wicket back up.
Oh, we had a little flare in there. Moto win.
Nah, he gave him a thumbs up there.
Waite with the Moto
Kept
win.
that thing in the holster.
Save that for Championship Sunday.
Exactly. So checker flag flies on Division 2 of 250C. Some style headed down that finish line as we get ready for Senior Mini. 12 to 15 going to be coming up next. Some of our fastest small bike riders, and plenty of them as well. You see them there on the launching pad, but your Utica Rome Speedway top 10 looks like this. Preston Waite, Carson Durkot, and Nixon Bianchi, 1, 2, and 3. Wadowicz, Campos, McCaffrey, Lindeker, Medic, Forrester, and Smith going to round out your top 10 in Division 2 of 250C. Like we said, that class going to have a last chance qualifier coming up following our first motos, as now we get ready to set the stage for Senior Mini 12 to 15.
Tough break for Pazmino. We saw him up there in the top 5. They ran that restart. I saw him in the top 10. It looks like he fell all the way down to 28, so possibly a bike problem, or maybe he just fell himself. So it looked like a promising start to the weekend. Comes unraveled a little bit for him as the gate about to go down on Senior Mini 12 to 15, one of our bigger classes here, 27 entries. One of those classes that's loaded with talent, but it's kind of wide open as you see two guys tangle up there. We'll check a number here as they come out of the first turn.
Man, they were rubbing Dunlops there. A little bit of contact headed into turn number 1, but they keep it on 2 wheels and head into the sand pit for lap number 1. Already start to see some of those square edge bumps come to life as well.
It happens faster as these motos go by, especially with the more riders that we bring into this race. Things start to get rough quick. So you're going to have to slow down to go fast, as they say, at the next level when you're riding here. I see the 553 of Widrick up there. You see those rocks start to come up.
Yep.
The track crew will pick those out as the day goes, but if they don't get to it before you do, that'll sweep the front tire out from under you in a hurry.
And I feel like that top section of the track especially is where they really start to almost float to the top as the weekend wears on. Like I said, the crew does a great job of trying to throw them off as much as they can, but it just seems like those things grow in the dirt sometimes.
They do. It's like corn here. We've been picking them for 12 years now, and We haven't run out of rocks
Haven't run out yet.
Yeah, we've been digging them up every weekend as we see our lead pack into the split lane. Middle of the track, still waiting to catch a number. This is one of those classes, Zach, like I said, it's kind of wide open. I didn't see any names that really jumped out at me. One name I do see is Kelsey Harris. I was told, now we're going back to the Verb Prospect app because I'm going to need some help here. I was told Harris podiumed in the girls or women's class at Loretta's. I don't know. You were down there. Is it a name that you found familiar?
Certainly familiar. No doubt about it. Yep.
So Harris going to throw her name in the mix with the boys here, and then obviously we'll see her in the girls class later on. Looking at 14. Is that
so
old
74
enough?
out front. So it could potentially be
Harris
or potentially Billy Cassidy. Harris
70.
actually running the 74 slash. I'm not
looking for hair hanging out the back or something. Boy, wouldn't that be
Cassidy
a statement?
out
Okay,
front as
wow.
The Prospect app updates.
So Billy Cassidy out of Manila, New York on the KTM. Now we start to see some other riders, the 325 up there. You see the guys hanging off the side of the stand up there, waving that, get after her, son.
Remember the breath.
Breathe. Is this a pass for the lead? That's Widrick. I believe that might have been for second. Cassidy's really starting to open it up. I believe that was Widrick followed by Walters.
That was Cassidy right there.
Okay, so we got to change. Oh, Cassidy
and
down.
things go from bad to
no.
worse. Your early race leader down. Widrick going to take over the number 1 ride. Walters, Mansfield, and Held the rest of your top 5. Kelsey Harris in the number 6 position, getting up into the mix now. Going to find herself inside the top 5.
So Harris, one to keep an eye on. We'll see if maybe she had a bad start. Props to her mixing it up with the boys here. A tough break for Cassidy. You lead that first lap. Just got his weight a little far to the outside. He got in that loose sand and sucked him right in. And here we go. We're going to get a replay of it. You see.
So watch just a little deep. You see that front end start to push, and as soon as that leg kicked up, he was along for the ride. Kept the hand on the clutch, though. Did a great job. Going to pick that machine back up as quick as he can. Let's go of the clutch there, doing the reverse pickup. There's some controversy over that. Kevin Windham, not a fan of it.
I heard that. I was going to bring it up myself.
Yep.
So we go out back to the front. That should be Widrick there leading on screen. He looks back at him. He knows he got into that deep stuff and lost some momentum. So we'll look at who is going to be our second place rider now. I believe that's going to be Walters on the 325 because we lost Cassidy.
I think it's actually Mansfield. I
Is
saw
Mansfield
the 75 on the back
Okay.
jersey, and he's made some quick passes if it is.
So
Mansfield
I don't know.
looking like a grown man on that machine, too. Look at how tall.
I believe I saw Mansfield with the A+, the Loretta's school sticker, that A+ that they give them when you go down to Loretta's when you're good in school, on the number plate, so possibly Mansfield. Maybe we can get the Verb Prospect app to show us what he did at Loretta's if he was there. I know what he's doing right now. He's going to the front, Zach.
Mansfield making grown man moves right now up the inside and snatches the race lead away. Meanwhile, around the outside. Now, this is going to set Widrick up on the inside, but Mansfield slams the door. Going to take over the lead, and in quite dominant fashion, as it still is Walters in that number 3 spot. Jackson Wright up in the mix as well will continue.
Yeah, if you're watching at home, that live timing on the left side hasn't quite updated yet. We know Cassidy, we lost him. Where do we see him on live timing, Zach? He seemed like he got up fairly quickly, 11th. Yep. Not horrible when you're looking at almost 30 kids on the track. Possibly able to move himself up into the top 5, maybe the top 10 in this one. We saw he had the speed, just a slight mistake, and it happened so early in the moto. Things can go awry.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sounds like we got DC from D3 with an update.
Here at the bottom part of the sand pit, and I tell you something, there's a lot of big braking bumps forming in the middle line, which seems to be the fastest line right now, but it's going to cause riders to start taking different choices. Some of the riders are going on the inside smooth, but they're losing time. Outside, it's a pretty mud pit area, but they got their paddle tires on there right now, so eventually when it gets really rough in that middle section, they're going to have to get that paddle tire going and start finding different ways around this track to make that move.
Absolutely. Great job there, Dom. Down. Actually had a rider go down just behind him. But, yeah, just talking about those braking bumps, the way the riders are having to set those corners up, really going to be crucial. And that's the racecraft that we talk about. It's not just about being able to go fast, but being able to diagnose and assess this track at those high speeds, able to switch those lines up when you need it. It's now, looks like that might have been the 94,
I believe 49 of Wright. Jackson Wright, we had him up there early. White flag is coming out. Widrick has been passed, so we know Mansfield is out front. Widrick there in second, and then it was Wright, Jackson Wright, out of Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, took the long drive up Is that right?
I think it is. I think
What
it's
do we got
49
on
on the
live
jersey,
timing?
or on the bike, 94 on the jersey. And look at this now.
Oh.
Makes another move up the inside. That's exactly what Dom was just talking about. You get a little too deep into that sand berm, and it takes all of your momentum away. Great job from the 49. Cuts just a little bit further inside, and now puts himself in the number 2 spot.
So Widrick drops back to third. Front row seat for the whole thing is Walters. He had some popcorn. He just tossed the box. Let's see if he can go after Widrick now. He's seen where the passing opportunities are. Let's see if he learned.
No
we
question.
see one rider on the inside there, the 38 of Carson Green. Looked like he had a bike problem, so tough break for Carson. Good to see he's okay. They'll get that bike out of there. Hopefully Dad can get that thing back running for him. As the battle rages on here, now Walters trying to go around the outside of Widrick.
Look at this, the number 2 and 3 positions on that Ver Prospect app. Not the first time these two have tangled up, and it's pretty even, 9 and 8. 17 meetings this season. These riders are pretty split as far as who gets the best of who, and there's nothing quite like coming up on a rider that you know is going to be, you've been in a battle before, you're going to be in a battle again, and you're coming down to the final few moments of racetrack to be able to get the job done.
So Wright trying to even the score there. This will be number 18, their matchup. Wright going to try and even the score. He's got him covered in this one, but you got to do it 2 more times. And we know in Moto anything can happen. So should be Mansfield coming around to the checkered flag. Then Jackson Wright will be behind him. Here is Mansfield on screen. He's going to go around that 180. I'll tell you what, Jackson Wright keeping him honest. We'll have to take a look at those lap times. I feel like that should have been one of the bigger gaps that was closed in the Moto. Maybe Mansfield just riding consistent. Nobody knew he had a gap there.
Yeah, Mansfield potentially checking up just a bit, but he is able to hang on for the Moto 1 win. Jackson Wright in that number 2 spot. And got to be fired up about that one. Just a little bit better start for the 49, and he definitely is going to be able to be in the mix for this one. So that's going to be a fun second and third motos to watch. As you can see, the finish line, one of the favorite viewing spots for all of the spectators that we have here on site. Like we said, not just a race, but a true event. All kinds of festivities going on in the pits. Tons of great sponsors and vendors set up as well. And we'll have some evening festivities kicking off a little bit later tonight as well after that final checkered flag. But right now, wrapping things up for Mini Senior. And it is Grady Mansfield. Gets the job done.
I believe we're going to go to a 250A moto now, possibly run one more. That moto is going off at 11:30. We'll see what the track crew decides to do here. You got a 50cc moto and a 250A moto is at 11:30. So we'll see once we get a live shot of that gate, just based on the amount of time we're taking here to drop the gate on the next one, possibly going to that 250A moto. We'll see. We also run the short track on these young 50s, and the live timing loop is down at the bottom of the hill.
Did you see that rider right there? That was a little more of a whip than I think he was hoping for.
Well, he paid his dues. He
hung-
paid to be out here. He can do whatever he wants.
Hung on to it.
And guess what? It was on TV. So
Absolutely.
he's got that for life.
Here's
As
your
we see
top
here,
10.
Go ahead.
Let's take a look. It's Grady Mansfield leading the way. Jackson Wright and Cale Widrick, 1, 2, and 3. Walters and Held, your top 5. Kelsey Harris does finish up in that number 6 spot. Burke, McGraw, Cassidy, and Jensen going to round out your Utica Rome Speedway top 10 here from Senior Mini 12 to 15, Moto number 1. All
Good
right.
recovery from Cassidy. Threw
Absolutely,
away the win.
Yeah.
Threw away the lead, but he was able to salvage a 9th. As it looks like, yep, we're going to go into that 111 there. That's Larry Fortin. He is one of our A riders. So we're going to go into that 250A moto. The gate's going to drop on that in 6 minutes. So they're loading the gate. We timed this one pretty well. Zach, we got a couple riders jumping up from the B class, making their debut in the A class. I know Caden West was one of our B riders. You see him there on the number 20, still running the yellow backgrounds. He just jumped up after Loretta's. He's going to ride A. Lincoln Bartholomew, number 30. He's been a rider that we've seen here a bunch of times. He's going to jump up as well. And then we got some of the veterans in the class as well. Obviously, Schmidt's out here. I see the 23 of Clark. He's one of our older riders riding this class as well.
So no doubt about it, the heavy hitters are here. We'll get ready to set the stage here for Moto 1 of 250A.
The 2026 Amateur Motocross New York State Championships return to High Voltage Hills MX, where the top riders in the Northeast are ready to go to battle and show that they are the best here in the Empire State.
Well, there you have it, folks. The stage is set, and some of the fastest here in the Northeast. I'm not even just gonna hold it down to just New York, but they're here to do battle for that New York State Championship as riders picking their gates here for Moto 1 of 250A. Now, in the past couple of years, it's been the Trevor Schmidt show, all right? At the end of the day, when it comes down to it, money's on the line and things get down to business. He has found a way to get the job done, but it could be a brand new situation here in 2026. Let's send things down to DC from D3 with an update before 250A.
Guys, I'm down here on the line right now. We've been talking about Bobby Canary all morning long. I have the choice right here to talk to Bobby to get some insight on what he is seeing today. He's already went out there for the 40 class, pulled that second place shot, and got the overall win in that first moto. Bobby, you were out there earlier. You bought the new bike. You just jumped on it. And you're out here riding. How do you feel, and what do you think about this next moto coming up here?
I'm having a riot just being at the races again, seeing familiar faces, and just getting out here and spending some laps with competition, man. I miss everything about racing, the camaraderie and just the competition itself, and it's just a riot to be back around the sport.
Yeah, it's a great time here. You have the pedigree. It's in your blood. A lot of riders here on the line are fearing you right now, even though you haven't been on a bike. You're a little older. You're with the younger guys here. You got Trevor Schmidt, local fast rider as well, with his pro card. You're no stranger to the pro industry. You had the pro card for a while, Team Husqvarna. Tell us about how you did in that rankings there.
Yeah, it was fun throughout my career. I had a great go. Got a couple of Supercross podiums, top 10s every week it seemed. And it was just a great career, and it's fun to dip back into it and be able to try to get out on the same track even as these young bucks.
Well, we're glad to see you here, man. Have fun, and we're looking forward to seeing you ride.
All right, great stuff down there on the start. Dom is Bobby's like, hey, man, I love talking about it. I got to set this whole shot device. I'm trying to go win this moto here. As how about it? This is going to be a fun one. Some of the fastest riders that we're going to see here on the property. A lot of these riders lining up later in the afternoon as well in our 450A class. But this is our first taste as they're going to go out for a sight lap.
Yeah, you see Bobby looks like he pulled in one of our former pro riders, the privateer Ryan Blizzard, someone that also still trains like he rides.
Yep.
I know Ryan trains some of our local riders. So looking like they're going to form a team this weekend and see what kind of damage they can do. I don't know if the mechanic gets a cut of the person, the pros. You think Bobby's paying him out for this one?
I don't know. Some handshake deals, maybe a slice of breakfast pizza in the contract for him. We'll see how it works out. But
they both still work out. Maybe an arm wrestling deal.
There
if
you
can
go.
Beat me.
There you go.
You get 10%. I beat you. You get 5.
They're going back over to that push-up competition.
Oh, I saw that last night. I don't want anything to do with that. As we see the riders out on track, it's going to take a sight lap. Some of these guys take it a little bit faster than the others. It looks like we got the 23 of Josh Clark. He's an alien. He signed up from nowhere. He's 35 on a Yamaha, but he signed up from nowhere. He's an alien. He was on screen there. We got Larry Fortin out of Connecticut, Taylor Beckwith out of Massachusetts. I believe I see in Ontario. Nico Holmes, we remember Nico last year. He was able to snag a championship from Hudson Vagel in the B class. He's moving up now. So we got a little bit of flavor here. You got Connecticut, Massachusetts, Ontario, Pennsylvania. This is what we're talking about. They're starting to migrate here. You start putting that big money up. You put it on TV. Obviously, they see the track looks like it is in great condition now, which is great to see. Yesterday, things were a little bit dry. I know they can do good work here, but I was even starting to get a little bit worried. And then they did what they did. They put in an all-nighter, and they looked like they turned this thing around real well for everybody. So for anybody that hung out, they're going to be happy that they hung out to ride.
Like
I
you
know
touched
there
on,
was
hasn't been
people that were
significant
a little
rain in quite some time. So it is certainly a tough challenge for those that have never actually had to water a track and get it to soak in the amount of time and, quite frankly, the amount of gallons that are needed to be able to properly soak what is a rather large track in total. It is certainly a tall task for sure, but the crew, as always, doing a great job up to the challenge and gets things in tip-top shape as we get ready to set the gate. Sight lap wrapping up here for Moto 1 of 250A.
There he is, Pistol Pete. Yesterday was his birthday. He can't hear us, but Petey had his birthday yesterday. He's also retiring from flagging. He's no longer the finish flagger. This is his last hurrah.
What a way to go out.
Yeah, he's going to go get rotator cuff surgery, and he's going to call it a career. Giving a fist bump to the
been
local.
waving that
that was
hard.
Canary.
Yep.
He's giving a fist bump to Canary. Looks like we got a fan favorite.
Got to love it. So the riders slot back into their gate, and then it'll be time to go to work. Here you can see Clark, definitely going to be one to watch. A lot of these riders, we talk about the Northeast racing community kind of bouncing from one race to another. I know oftentimes a lot of these riders head right here from New York over to MX 207. You got the main event coming up next weekend. I know a lot of these faces going to be doing battle out over there.
Yeah, I know Larry Fortin especially. He's been putting the miles in. You'll catch him at a national on a Saturday, and he's up in Canada for a Canadian national on a Sunday. I'm sure he'll be down at the main event now that nationals are starting to wrap up. I know last weekend he went straight from Dilla to Canada. I believe he did the same thing after Southwick.
Absolute
so we'll see.
warriors.
We'll see. You know, you learn a thing or two everywhere you go. We'll send it down to Dom, see what he's got down there.
Guys, I'm over here at the tower getting ready to watch this 450 or 250 class on the line right now. Fans are everywhere. I'm always down at Mini O's every year. There's a lot of fans down here, and this New York State Championship is starting to become a Mini O's. I'm telling you, we got fans here lined up waiting to watch the race here. Here's one of our local guys, Scott. Scott, who do you have on the line that you want to see ride fast and win?
I'd like to see Bobby Canary.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's a local guy, was in the Pro Nationals for a long time and just made his debut back, and he's planning on, going to Loretta's this year in the 40 class. So I'd like to see him take it to the young guys.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch here, so stay tuned here. Watch it on Razor TV. Check out the race here. It's coming up right now. They're starting the bikes up here, so let's send it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, DC from D3 getting fired up there with the fans and keeping the electricity high as the bikes are lined up. The gate's swept, and now it's just time to go to work.
Yep, we got all the guys on the gate. Sight lap is over. Now it's time to start racing for some money. The boys at High Voltage really dug deep in the pockets this year. They put up 10 grand, 4 grand into this class, 6 into the 450 class.
Here
we had a good turnout. Looks like the gate's about to drop.
2-1, one goes sideways, and we are 250A off and rolling.
You see Schmidt spun there when he hit the concrete, and he's still able to get the start. A couple riders run wide. That's going to let Fortin sneak up the inside. Lucio on the 580. Almost called him Lacurcio. Got confused with the pro rider there. So they're going to drop down in the sand pit. It is Schmidt, Fortin, and now it looks like Vagel, the older brother to Hudson, up in the third.
And not the start that Nairi was hoping for. There you see the 22 back to the mid-pack or so. West going to be one to watch after a solid performance out at Loretta's in the B class, but this has been the story of these A races. Schmidt gets the start, and it's just so hard to track him down.
Yesterday we had a chance to catch up with him, and he had to ask me how many times he's won this race.
Wow.
So that is not a good sign for everybody else. If he's out front, he knows this track well. He's got the confidence.
He's got the company right now,
Fortin's
too.
running
Yeah.
right with him. This was something I wanted to see. Fortin's known in the sand. He qualified 3rd or 4th at Southwick, so he's a sand rider, and if you can ride the sand, this is a good place to be. So we'll see what he can do here. Is this going to be, I believe, a 15+1? So let everybody settle in as they already start to space out a little bit. You see Canary there. He's trying to make some passes here while everybody's bunched up.
Ooh, how about that? Some contact being made. Couldn't quite tell the number on that bike, but was already trying to set up a pass and now trying to go after Canary. Better show the vet some respect here.
That looks like the 363 of Beckwith. I recognize those red backgrounds.
Beckwith more than likely going to be hanging out with us at Unadilla next weekend. He's been doing some J-Day off-road racing, so he's been smacking into trees. He ain't scared to smack into another rider.
No. You don't want to smack into Canary, though.
No.
That might be worse
that
than
feels
a tree.
like a tree,
yes.
yeah. That tree hits back.
So the green flag is out. We saw Fortin latched onto the back of Schmidt.
There you see Canary slamming the door.
Did we have Vagel still there in 3rd, I believe?
Yep, Howard Vagel still in that number 3 spot when they came across the line.
Who is that? Rider down, that's Vagel, I believe. It possibly Fortin. It's Fortin.
Oh,
I saw the blue
man.
gear, so just like that, Schmidt off the hook early. Things just seem to fall his way at this event, and it's going to happen here in Moto 1 of 250A.
Now, let's see. You see the style. And at this point, this is where he's so lethal as well. He's going to settle into a pace. And it may not be the fastest rider on track, but you already see the gap that he's got built up as it looks like West has now moved into that number 2 spot.
And here we go. Here's the 22 of Canary. So
Watch
it's
out.
a long moto. We know he's not going to get tired. Schmidt just welcomed a baby not that long ago. Maybe he's not riding as much as he used to. I know he's not doing nationals
Can't
anymore.
quite get to sleep.
Maybe,
No.
but he needs to pay for diapers,
That's
so there's
true.
some motivation there.
Lots to race for.
As we see the 650 of Hazlitt, looks like he got around Lucio as well. So a good start for Lucio, but he's starting to get shuffled back. Another rider goes by. That was Fortin, I believe. Possibly in the blue gear there. I think that was Fortin's gear we saw. That
Yes,
was
it is.
Fortin. So Fortin not in a horrible position. He can work with it, but we don't believe he's going to run down Schmidt from where he is. As Beckwith only able to double that. Lucio comes up a little bit short, so that's not going to help him much either. And we'll wait for timing and scoring to update. We know we're going to lose Fortin up there.
There you see Schmidt, another
comes
lap
across.
in the books. Bagel had dropped back to the 8th place spot, actually, the last time across the stripe, according to timing and scoring on your screen. There is West, and there is Canary.
Have to get some lap times out here to see what West is running. West and Canary. Here we go. We got a head-to-head. Well, we know Robert Canary. He hasn't raced in 10 years, so I don't think there's a head-to-head.
Not a whole lot of matchups between them.
But we got a matchup now, so let's see who takes the first matches. Fortin starting to work his way back up front. He's going to try and get around the 650 of Hazlitt. As live timing and scoring has updated to a certain extent, I guess. Because Hazlitt, I believe Hazlitt's gotten around Lucio, as is Fortin. Now Fortin going to go around Hazlitt.
Fortin's fired up.
Yep, the adrenaline probably really pumped after he went down, and now he's going to get back to work. So we're not running for overalls here. There is an overall title up for grabs, but these guys are here for the money. It's paid out by Moto. So the higher up Larry can get here, the more he's going to put in his pocket, and that's going to be motivation for the whole Moto.
Schmidt trying to keep the math simple. All ones across the board would be the way you'd like to do it.
It looks like we got some lap times here. Schmidt running a 140.3, West on a 142.6. So about a 2-second gap between everybody. Obviously, Fortin with the tip over there, he lost quite a bit of time, 13 seconds, and a whole bunch of positions. He laid it down early in the moto. That lets everybody by in a hurry. They're up and over the big triple. See already, even the A-Riders, you get so chopped out before that. If you lose your momentum out of the turn, you're not going to clear that thing. And Schmidt all the way up at the top of the hill already. Wow. And West, a good ride from West.
Well,
Just moving up into the A-class, getting his feet wet.
He was in several of the top B-class battles that we had out at Loretta Lynn's, 20 minutes plus 2 laps. Those riders certainly been pushing the pace, and the intensity level is often where you see something like that local level can't quite hold on to it for the full duration. So be curious to see whether West can bring that intensity to your leader, but Schmidt making it hard right now, hitting those consistent lap times with KTM 1-2 and that Honda of Bobby Canary sitting in that number 3 spot.
I wouldn't be too worried about the stamina of West. He trains down south now. I think he's at MTF, somewhere down there. So it's cool he comes home for this race. I know he comes home after Loretta's, spends a little time with the family for a couple weeks before he goes and gets back to work. But racing never stops when you're these guys. So he's going to come up here. He's going to go down south with a little bit of money this time if he rolls like this for the rest of the weekend. As we saw on the Verb Prospect app, he got 12th at Loretta's in the schoolboy class, one of the most stacked fields at Loretta's. There it is, comes back up in the schoolboy 2 division. He also did well in 250B as well. I was looking at the app this morning. I believe I wrote the
And that 12th, I don't think clearly shows the efforts that he had in. I believe maybe even a crash at one point throughout the week as well. But the pace was up well inside the top 10. So West putting in work, and we'll continue to watch the lap times as well as on the Prospect app last time around a 140.3 for Schmidt, a 141.1 for West. So he is continuing to push that pace and is going to try to start to reel in your leader. But meanwhile, out front, the white gear just as white and shiny as ever. Front number plate, I don't even think a speck of dirt on it yet.
Now Donnie, his dad's not even going to have to wash the bike after this one. Just line it up for the next moto. Looking at the Verb Prospect app, so West went 15:29 in Schoolboy 2 and 10:11:15 in 250B. It sounds like we've got an interview with Trevor. He's going to talk about the event as he is leading them around here. Here's the interview with Trevor. We caught up with him yesterday.
I'm running 250A and 450A, and the past 2-3 years I've went 1-1 in both classes, so looking to keep that rolling for this year. It's not too big of a change for me going from bike to bike. I kind of just ride the 450 in a higher gear and kind of lug it around more than the 250. It's kind of, you're on the gas 24/7, especially here in the sand. So I like riding the 450 a lot more, and it suits my riding style.
So how about it? Trevor Schmidt breaking things down between the 250 and the 450 class. Meanwhile, breaking it down on the track, Fortin and Canary going at it. Looked like the KTM had the pass made, and then the old wily vet said, let me learn you something here, son. Moved over and actually got into some of that wet sand still available. Sprayed the 111, but he pulled a tear off, and he's back to work trying to find his way around. I think it's clear that Larry Fortin's got a bit more pace right now, but riding that wide bike is Canary, and sometimes that can make all the difference.
Canary's a veteran. He's not going to make it that easy for you. Even though he hasn't ridden in a while, that sixth sense, if you will, in the back of your brain never goes away. He knows how to guard the lines. He knows where he's going to try and go. He can hear him left side, right side. And Bobby's been around a long time. He's not going to make this easy. Fortin has the pace, but right now you see Bobby's just trying to hold him at bay and hopefully break him, if you will, before he maybe just gives up at some point where he just says, I ain't got no fight left. As we get deeper into this moto, maybe Bobby's just trying to outlast him. We know the stamina is one of his strong points. But the pressure is on. We'll see if he can go through without making a mistake. You see the back end of that thing dancing around. He told me just put handlebars on it, no suspension.
He is pushing
Probably
it right
just
now.
set the sag and send it.
So on one of those brand new Hondas, looking fantastic and holding the KTM at bay for the moment. Fortin going to try to run up the inside this time. Not quite close enough. This is where the pass almost happened a lap ago.
And this isn't necessarily a bad thing for Fortin. You see him dancing around. He's trying out some different lines. He might find something that's going to work for him either later in this moto or just later in the day in general. Sometimes when you're forced to take the line that's not the preferred line, you find something that might work a little better. I saw him here. We'll see if he runs it again. After this long straightaway, he really swept wide, far left of the track, and he's cut down to the far inside of this next bowl turn.
Yeah, and I've seen him do that in a couple of corners
We'll see if he's
as well.
going to do it again here. He might have done it on accident. No, see, he's going to square up to that inside line. You see it starting to form now. And that's a line Canary doesn't know is there yet, but he might find out here in a few laps. And when Fortin needs to press the issue.
And watch this. Canary protects this inside. We'll see if he's able to swing. Oh, they both.
Mistake.
Oh, man, and that's going to give it to him. And that's what we talk about. Sometimes it's just the exit drive out of the corners can make the difference. And now going to hand that position over to Fortin. Let's see what Canary's got in the tank. Back up the inside. Wait
hold on a second.
Not enough quite yet, but Canary not handing things over by any means. He wants that podium spot back.
See him slide out there. Things starting to get real slick up on the top track. It'll start to dry out. That hard base starts to come up. But Canary not letting him go. Wow, off the track.
That was on track. I didn't see any markers.
Send.
How about it?
That would not be a penalty for Deegan. He was not that far off.
No, he was on track. It was just a little dust. That's all that was.
So we're 6 laps in here. About 2 laps a moto. Or I'm sorry, 2 minutes a lap. Got to figure we're starting to wind this moto down a little over 10 minutes in.
Following this battle for the third place spot, meanwhile, Schmidt and West both continuing to turn 141s to 142s lap after lap, and 143.2 for West on that last lap. Canary, little wipe of the goggles there. Got to wonder how many tear-offs were on the posts as him and Fortin have been sharing some sand spray here. The Honda now going to give a couple of bike lanes to the 111 of Fortin.
And with the wipe of the goggles, you see Bobby, he's a veteran. As he makes some mistakes there, lose a little bit more time. But he was just staying out of the roof zone. He's going to wait, build another attack. Obviously, if he doesn't have any tear-offs, he can't be riding right on the back tire. That's not going to work well. As now a couple more mistakes starting to let Fortin off the hook a little bit. Fortin really loving that inside line. Now Canary able to follow him. You see that veteran poise. He'll start seeing the lines if Fortin was running where he was catching him. And he'll start following those lines and try and stay as close as he can.
Yeah, it looked like Canary had already picked up on that way outside, cutting back to the inside line. And like we said, Fortin doing fantastic. He's been a name we've talked about for years. As you can see, that Verb Prospect Abbey got a third and 250A at the 2024 Area 51 race. And
oh, yeah, there's no limit on how far this app can go back.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
If you've ever raced, you're probably on the app. I might be on the app.
It's got my results from 2015 on there. So, yeah, it's got plenty of data.
Do we want to put that on screen?
Yeah, that one was actually pretty good. That's when I was racing.
Can we cue that up? We want to see the C-Class Zach Herron, Loretta's results.
C-Class hero, baby. That's what it's all about.
Canary not letting him off the hook here. He's close enough if Fortin makes a mistake. Just staying out of that roost zone. Maybe going to try and depend on the fitness here as we get late into this moto. Fortin, you got to believe he's not going to get tired. He's been running back-to-back nationals on the weekends. I don't think fitness is going to be an issue for Larry. He makes a little mistake there. That's going to let Canary roll back up to the back wheel. And you just never know. You got to be in the fight till the end.
Well, and as you touched on, I mean, somebody like a Fortin, that got to think not only is he dialed, but the bike's probably pretty dialed in as well. Meanwhile, a stock bike essentially with a set of handlebars on it, probably not handling quite the way Canary's hoping for, especially pushing as hard as he is right now. So got to wonder whether it's putting anything new on or just adjusting the clickers a little bit, setting things up a bit more like he wants. Could see a whole different number 22 by the next time the gate drops.
I tell you what, he's starting to catch him as the moto goes on, so he's making adjustments mid-moto, obviously not to the bike, but to his line choice as they go up and out of view. I don't know if this is West or if this is a lapper. I think it's a lapper.
Yeah.
It looks like a Yamaha. I think that's the 726 of Walter. Probably had some trouble earlier in the moto, and they're just coming around to lap him. Looking back down the order, though, I mean, some familiar names. Hazlitt's up there. Bysham is up there. Bysham coming back from an injury. So a good run from him. Is now we're on screen. Canary not let him off the hook. The stubborn old man, and he's got the pass made.
How about
up
that?
The inside.
Slingshot engaged. What a move from the 22.
All gas, no brakes. That's got to be disheartening for the 111 of Fortin. He did all that work to get him, pass him, and now Canary, like we said, you got to be there. And he was there. We don't know what happened to Fortin. Maybe made a mistake up top. Maybe that adrenaline dump from the crash earlier, and he just doesn't have the energy, but we'll see here.
Well, Canary used that far right-hand side coming down the front stretch, and, man, what a move. I don't even know if Fortin was expecting him. He went by him so quick.
Yeah, he hugged that inside and found some smooth real estate. Now Canary going to try and put in a sprint lap or two and see if he can get away from him. He's got to know in the back of his head that mental clock. He knows the moto's starting to wind down. So I'm sure he's thinking if I can just get away for a lap or two. But I'm not sure Fortin has any interest in that. Now Fortin's starting to switch up his line. He's able to tighten up that turn. We'll see if that helps him at all.
Well, and just like you said, Fortin knows how hard it was to try to make that pass the first time around. Really not excited to have to try to do it once again as we pick your leader back up once again. Trevor Schmidt headed towards the finish line, and there it is, the white flag waving.
Wow, West
not
him
far behind. I love to see it.
Do we have any lap times? I would love to see what happened here. A 5-second gap. Last lap, Schmidt was a little bit quicker. Best lap, almost identical within a couple tenths. So maybe just picking up a couple tenths here and there, and we didn't see it. But a good run from Caden West.
So West going to go to work. There is your leader, Trevor Schmidt, just now out of sight.
West is still pushing late in the moto here, so this is good to see.
All right, let's send things down to DC.
I was actually in the right frame when I seen Canary make that pass. He made that pass in the section I was talking about earlier where the guys are going in third or fourth gear. Bobby took the outside, railed it, probably in third gear, and just went right around Fortner. And I tell you something, he was probably surprised to see that number 22 go around so fast. Keep an eye on the rest. The end of this race here, white flag is out. Let's see if Canary can keep it on two wheels.
No doubt about it. Bobby Canary trying to hang on to at least a podium finish here in Moto number 1. And yeah, just like DC was saying, he went by him so fast, there wasn't even an opportunity to think about trying to defend it. He was there, he was past him, he was gone, just like that. So winding down on the final half a lap or so, Trevor Schmidt, what can you say that hasn't already been said? Just go back and watch the race, the broadcast from the last couple of years. He was out front, he's keeping the gear clean, he's keeping front number plate clean, and not even going to have to wipe the face off after this one. One more corner to go. How about it? What a way to kick things off for the 746 ride. Here it is, checker flag waving, and it will be Trevor Schmidt grabbing the first moto win here in 250A. Gets the start, gets the finish. That's his equation right there. Yeah,
it's copy and paste every moto, and until someone finds a way to derail that start, it's going to be a hard weekend for everybody involved. That gear looks like he just put it on. He looks like he's coming back from the sight lap. So we'll be interested to see what happened here when we check the results. We know West was there, probably in a comfortable second. We see West roll into the shot. I believe these guys possibly going over to the podium for an interview. Nope, we're going back to the truck. So West second, we'll see as we check out the replay here on Racer TV. A couple riders sliding off the start, including Schmidt, but he was able to regain it into the first turn. Lucio runs wide. There you see Fortin sneak up the inside.
Man, and look at how bad of a start both West and Canary got. They were probably just outside the top 10 at least, heading in those first couple of corners. So once again, just goes to show how many quick moves were being made. The battle was on. It was Fortin who was on the move early on. We thought he was going to be the one to bring the fight to Trevor Schmidt, and an unfortunate mistake early on in the race would shut that down, but he wasn't finished yet. He came back, and him and Bobby Canary had an absolute war back and forth. Watch this. Clicks sixth gear, if that's even a thing on those new Hondas. I don't know. Blew right by him, slammed to that berm. DC approved, makes the pass happen, and makes it stick. Oh,
that was a bulldog.
Yeah,
move.
that was
You saw the head shake coming
yes.
into the turn. He didn't know if he was going to stop.
No fear at all. The 22 was wide open. Meanwhile, not having to worry about it, Trevor Schmidt out front keeps that 110 gear super clean. That's a bold statement. You're rocking all white. You know you're feeling confident. Caden West did a great job. You saw him just flashing across the screen there in the number 2 spot. Worked his way up into that silver medal position and was able to keep your leader honest, but at the end of the day, get the start, get the finish. It's a copy and paste equation for your first Moto winner, Trevor Schmidt, who gets the job done. Caden West and Robert Canary at 1, 2, and 3. Larry Fortin and Trevor Hazlitt, your top 5. Taylor Beckwith, Trey Beisham, Josh Clark, Howard Vagel, and Nico Holmes going to round out your Utica Rome Speedway top 10 for 250A Moto number 1.
All white was a business decision.
Woo-hoo.
Keeping that 110 racing gear clean. Interesting to see how West got to the front rather quickly.
Yep.
Canary had to work for it, but they still ended up with a second and a third. So something to build off of going forward for them as we see some of our little guys getting on the line. They just had a front row seat to that one. Let me tell you about that. Look at that, running the electrical tape numbers, my favorite.
I love it. Kids
The
are fired up.
231.
Yep.
Nick Kaika, we saw him out there earlier in one of our other motos.
He's ready to go to work. You see the 975. He's still like a statue. He's locked in. Meanwhile, little man back there doing some jumping jacks. The 182, saying hi to the fans at home on Racer TV.
Getting the blood flowing, the 320 of Schufelt.
He said, Dad, move. I'm on camera.
I'm
here,
on
all
TV,
right?
bro.
People are watching.
I believe that's Schufelt. I don't have a 320 on the entry list. I believe that's the name, though. It's a familiar bike color and number. If it wasn't you, buddy, I apologize.
There's the 925 giving a thumbs up for the fans at home. Look, 524 like, you better move,
ready.
dude. I will jump this gate right now.
All smiles. The 77. Everybody just having a good time here. It's what it's all about.
Yep.
The vibes are high at high voltage all the time. We're going to let those A riders finish up their moto. So these guys run the abbreviated track, and they run on a different timing loop. They don't go up on the hill, so we want to make sure the live timing is accurate for these young guys, as they'll run the abbreviated track on these smaller bikes. Some e-bikes, hopefully they charge the batteries. If not, just plug into one of these high voltage towers.
Yep.
Plenty of voltage to go around.
Break out the jumper cables, get a turbocharge real quick. Everybody locked in. Just like you said, it's a family sport, especially at this level. It's almost always the moms or the dads that are behind, and really cool to see. But it's also cool to see how much these little rippers are starting to make a name for themselves already, even by this age. As you can see, that QR code on your screen. Those of you watching on Racer TV, if you're watching on Verve Moto, Kaplan America, wherever you're watching, scan that QR code and download the Verve Moto Prospect app. Like I said, completely free to download. All kinds of great goodies going on there as well. But if you guys download that, not only can you set yourself up and claim your own profile, your results are going to continue to get processed through the app, and it can actually help you set up opportunities to get sponsorships with some of the biggest names in the industry, whether we're talking about Dunlop, talking about Yamaha, talking about Oakley, Moose Racing, so many incredible companies involved with that Prospect app, and they're paying attention to it now as well. This is some brand new technology in the world of amateur racing. You see it often in some of the stick and ball sports. They've got rankings. They've got power rankings from different events and stuff like that. That's the exact kind of technology and data that they've been able to bring to the world of amateur motocross racing. Big shout out to Chris and everybody involved there at Verb Moto for that Prospect app. Is never a good sign. Dumping the bikes up, trying to get that thing fired up.
There we go.
That's
You
all it
got
took.
it.
That
All
had
you
the
need is
magic
that.
touch.
The one cool thing about that Verb app, the first time I got on there, you think Verb, you think big time, Loretta's,
Oh, yeah.
Mineo's, Honka. It's grassroots in that, all the
Absolutely.
way down to some of our local tracks here, like a Jack's Racing, a Frozen Ocean, a Royal Mountain, obviously High Voltage. All of our local tracks are in there, and I'm sure it's like that all around the country.
Everywhere.
So it's awesome to see Wes and them going grassroots with it, bringing it all the way down to the local level. So I know that was my first thought. When I downloaded Verb, cool for the regionals, cool for Loretta's. And then you see you can follow your local races as well. As the gate goes down here, 50cc open, 4 to 8, and e-bike into the first turn. That's wager. Front end came up. He had the whole shot. Front end came up, took a leg off, swung left, allowed one rider to get by. We'll check a number. Almost had a Larry Loop-out situation.
Hangs on to it, though, and you can see those braking bumps giving the 50s for a ride. Second gate drop off and rolling. Hand swapping down the inside. Feet come off the pegs.
So that's our oil-injected class. That is the smallest bike you could possibly race.
Yep.
Oil-injected. You see one guy getting a little stuck in the sand there. So we run a split gate here. 50cc oil-injected and 51cc open 4 to 8. Again, these guys run the short track. With those smaller bikes, they can't make it up the hills. So we'll check back in with the lead group. We had Wager out front off the start until he lifted the front and lost his balance. See if he was able to get back into the lead. I believe that's him kind of swapping in and out of that turn. Having trouble keeping the front end down on that thing.
Just too powerful.
Those e-bikes, they got a little torque. Tell Dad, change the setting, tune it down one. We'll check a number here on the leader. Wondering if it's the 77.
Looks
Trying to look
yeah,
at
I believe so.
just numbers we've seen from earlier that were out front. I think it's Alden Smith.
Yeah.
They're about to hit a timing loop, so we'll get an update here. As the green flag is out, lap one is complete for these little guys.
And it is Alden Smith out front leading the way. Mason Wager in the number 2 spot.
So Smith already on track earlier with Wager. Wager got the best of them the first time. Not sure if we're on the same bike. Possibly a different bike setup, giving Wager problems.
Arline, Sykes, and Rogie all crossed the line as well.
Merritt and Kaika. So Kaika back there in 7th. We saw him earlier running in the top 3 in that moto. So we'll see. Keep an eye on him. See if he can make some passes here and get into championship contention. As just something to keep in mind if you're watching on Racer TV at home, that gold, silver, and bronze. That'll give you an idea of who the competitors are, who's in the championship fight as the weekend unfolds here. You never know in a 3-moto format. My favorite all-time overall, a New York native, TJ Albright. Loretta Lynn's one of the B class. He went 6.96 for second.
Wow.
Second. You think you're getting a 5th, maybe? Maybe a 6th? Here's a silver medal, son.
How about it? To Smith right now, making his way around some lap traffic.
Yep,
You
one
see the
rider
P-Dub's having some trouble.
Take the throttle limiter off, Dad. Put the QT gear in it. As now you see everything starting to update on the pylon. If you're watching at home, the Ted's Body Shop running order is Alden Smith still leading Wager and Arline. Things start to jumble around here. This is one of those motos where it starts to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, pretty quickly.
Mom and Dad probably happy, no stress.
In theory, I don't know. I've certainly seen some pretty stressed out 50 parents, that's for sure.
I think the stress is always high.
Yeah, it's got to be.
If you're winning, you're stressed happy. If you're losing, you're stressed mad.
Exactly.
Dad's throwing the starting blocks. Oh, one rider sliding out, almost going into a hay bale. I heard the story of Canary doing that up in Canada. Never lifted. Right into it.
How'd that work out?
I'm not sure. The hay bale might have got the worst of it.
Yeah, especially if it was Canary.
I believe if I recall right, he broke his collarbone, but the hay bale probably wasn't feeling well either. As we see the 23 making a pass on the 718.
Keika going for it.
Oh, that's a 231. You're right. I see 23 on the jersey. So Keika, one of the riders we said to watch for, he's getting around Flint. On the 941, I don't see Flint. Oh, here he is. He's in the oil injected class. I think that might be a mistake. He's up running with those guys. Unless he's a lapper. Hard to say when you get these split gates, things get jumbled up in a hurry.
Yeah, split gate and the abbreviated track as well. So I believe you might be right. Might have been a lap rider. There as the 231 continues to charge forward.
And that's why we got the joys of live timing. It does our job for us. I believe the white flag should be coming out here, possibly the checkers. I didn't see when they came back around. They're working their way over towards the finish line now. White flag, I see the white flag in hand. We'll see what happens when Smith comes by, what flag is out. I don't believe we're following our lead pack here. Here's our leader here. Checkered flag should be coming out for him. The Cobra rider. Nope, white flag.
White flag.
Did he wrong? Did he get confused? Oh boy. Good thing it's his last weekend. He might be getting a write-up in his file. As we got on screen the 718, that should be Merritt, I believe, if my memory serves me right. Yep, the Merritt, Cohen Merritt sitting there in 6th. They worked their way around through that abbreviated portion of the track. Still sending it here.
I like it. The boots are out kicking up dust.
Yeah, the skis are out.
Strategy.
It's not winter yet, but the skis are out. And that's one of the things that you got to take into effect if you're one of these little guys. The A riders were just out there forming their lines. Now the 50 riders got to ride those lines. Things get a lot rougher, a lot faster when those big bikes are out there. Those braking bumps really seem to form the way those guys ride. All right, let's try it again. Is the checker flag coming out? Ding, 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 ding. No. Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm colorblind. That is white and black. So the checker flag does come out for Arline Smith, or pardon me, was it Aiden Smith? Alden Smith.
Yep.
We'll get it right
Third
one of these
time's the
days.
charm.
That's all right. We got 6 more motos to go for him. Eldon Smith out of Macedon, New York. Mom and Dad, Papa Darrell, Grandma Dacia, Team Toys Racing, Quigley's Concrete, Cook's Disposal, Finger Lakes Dental Care, Duval Sourdough, Moto Option, and Fast House. Man, where were all these sponsors when I was a kid?
No kidding, right? We take a look at your Utica Rome Speedway top 10. It's Alden Smith, Kason Arline, and Mason Wager, 1, 2, and 3. Shellick, Arline, Corin, Sykes, Flint, Keika, and Walsman round out your top 10 in 51 Open 4-8 and e-bike Moto number 1.
For those of you listening on site, that was race number 7. Race 8 450B on the line. That is going to be 15 entries. Race 9 Junior Mini, you guys are coming up. Moto 9, race 10, 51 CC 4-6 coming up. Then we go back into some heat races for the 450C division. Motos 11 and 12.
So the checker flag waves here for our 50 class, and we'll get ready to open things back up full track. And 450B going to be coming up next.
So we got the superstar on site here, Zach. First time we're going to see him today. Hudson Vagel, obviously everybody knows he put his name on the map at Loretta's last week. Something I actually had a few people hit me up, ask me if he was coming because they just wanted to come see him ride. So it goes to show you what a good ride will do, and just his style in general is fun to watch. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people out here on the fence to watch Hudson in this one. Just looking down the list here. it's tough to compete with someone that's coming off a national championship. A lot of these guys are going to have their work cut out for them. You don't want to put the cart before the horse, but you start to wonder if they're going to be racing for second here.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Not only is Hudson had a great performance out of Loretta Lynn's, but guys, quite the social media influencer with his riding, the Insta bangers as they like to call it, and certainly going to be a ton of fun to watch. He's going to be another one of those riders we know competing this weekend, headed to the main event next weekend as well. Going to do some 125 battling, I believe, with Jimmy D, the Ripper. And so
I'm sure that could be a good race.
Oh, that's going to be a ton of fun.
That could be a good race.
And so, but no doubt about it, the kid has not only got the speed, but he's got the style to go along with it as well. And so, going to be a ton of fun to watch as we get ready to kick off 450B Moto number 1. We'll spin the camera and get ready to get things set here. It's electric here at High Voltage Hills. Our drone pilot Gabe Schultz showing off for us. He's showing.
Don't get too close. Those are live wires,
I'm
Gabe.
telling you what.
I've been out there. I hear the buzz.
Yep, no doubt about it. That's not a bee. That is straight electricity. As there you see.
The 186, he knows something we don't know.
He's making a bolt. It's
like
either going to work or it's not. But he's
maybe
going
he just
for it.
wanted to be on TV.
Fair enough.
It worked for him.
Objective complete.
As you see the 92 of Ven, he was another rider that just came back from Loretta's. The 61 at Ingersoll, she's one of our women's riders. Reed Murray on the 204, and of course we're going to zoom right in on the man to watch here. Someone you're going to want to watch for the next few years, Zach. It's cool. It's been a long time since anybody's put New York on the map on the national stage. I know I was excited to watch those. You guys did a great job down there on Racer TV covering that whole week. Got to wake up Saturday morning, have some coffee and breakfast, and watch Hudson win a championship. And he's not going to get the whole shot here as Murray runs him wide. Oh, he fooled me. I thought Murray was going to put him in the hay bales.
Yep, how about it? So Vagel going to get out front early and lead them down into the sand pit for Moto number 1.
And that just goes to show that is a Hudson Vagel move. Everybody else would have let off there and let them go. No, the throttle only turns one way for Hudson. And here we go. He's out front, and we'll see how far, or how long, I should say, it takes him to get away as he's already a few seconds out in front. Probably throw a little whip. We can't hear it. The thing was probably bouncing off the rev limiter.
Yeah, he has definitely got some Barsha-esque style to him. As he is not a big fan on letting off in the air, in the corners, ever. He is pretty much wide open if he's on the track. And out front right now, a little look back, trying to figure out how big of a whip he can throw over that finish line here on lap number 1.
I wonder, his older brother's his mechanic. Now he's on a 4-stroke. You think he just keeps a valve kit in his pocket?
1 or 2 at least, I'd say.
At least got to have the gauge.
Yeah.
Pull over, check him real quick, mid-moto. As we watch now, and like we expected, the battle was kind of going to be on for second. Not a bad thing. I mean, a second place at a New York State Championship isn't a bad result when you're looking at a national champion out front.
Well, just like you said, this is not only a rider that has got some local notoriety behind him as well, but has done it on the national stage, walking away with a championship out at Loretta Lynn's, and looking to add a state championship to the mix as well. We'll see the style that he throws here. Oh, just tossing it like it's nothing.
Deep into the bottom of the cup, way down. Oh, little buck there. That might be the bike. I know he just bought a bike 2 days ago. I think 250. Might not have suspension on it. We were over there talking to him yesterday. He was looking for engine mounts, so all the spare parts he could put on it, whatever he had aftermarket, he was putting it together. So,
it just goes to show it's not always the bike. You know what I mean? Everybody likes to say, oh, well, if I had a bike like that, I could do it too. And so often these riders are able to do it on something like a stock bike. Now, we talked about Vagel getting the job done out at Loretta Lynn's. We were able to catch up with him a bit earlier this weekend and talk to him a little bit about getting that title.
Well, it was good. It was hot, stressful, but wasn't bad, really. Not bad. I won one class, and then I got 4th overall in the other one, multiple podiums and stuff.
So Vagel, he's to the point. All right?
Yeah,
You're not
lets
gonna
his
get a
ride
whole
do the
lot. Yeah, he's
talking.
not gonna do a whole lot of dilly-dallying on the microphone, but like I said, lets his riding do the talking, and certainly did plenty of it out at Loretta Lynn's. Was in the mix, and those 125 classes, especially, which was what he was racing out at Loretta's. Those were kind of the classes to watch, if you will, in 2026. All kinds of drama and festivities and TikTok trash talk going on. It's just great. And meanwhile, he's shutting down the haters right now, jumping up, like you said, to the 250F. And the sound might be a little bit deeper on the four-stroke, but at the end of the day, it's still wide open, and it's still usually towards the front of the pack.
Guys, I had a chance to talk to a friend of mine, Conrad, the owner of one of the factory teams, the Gizmo Mods. I was telling him about this rider out in front right now, Vagel. He asked me if I knew anybody that I can recommend to go to the World Minis in Europe. I said, you got to watch this kid, Hudson Vagel. He watched tape on him, seen him ride, invited him, but he couldn't make it there. Some other reasons why, but now everybody knows who this kid up here in front is on that Yamaha number 100, Hudson Vagel. He's one to watch for.
No doubt about it, DC. Like you said, he's kind of been the little secret weapon up here in this area for quite some time. We've seen him do battle throughout the years here, even at the New York State Championship race, but has continued to elevate his game. And like we said, he did it on the big stage now, no question about it. He's got the fans, got the followers, and is continuing to put in the work as well. And that's another thing, people talk about the social media presence, the TikToks, the Instagrams, the Insta bangers, but you don't get to put videos like that. Stuff's not in fast forward. He's actually that fast, and he's able to do it whether it's at the local practice track or whether it's right here at the state championship.
Indeed, I had a chance to watch him on 80s, and I'm telling you, he caught my attention. I made some videos of him, posted them, and was trying to let the world know who this rider is. And I knew that come forward in the future, he would shine, and everybody's going to know who this kid is as he grows as a motocross rider.
And that Vagel family, we do a lot of talking about Hudson, and has certainly stepped up in a big way, but there's plenty of Vagels that we'll be talking about throughout this weekend, and a lot of them really quick, and got to think there's something to be said about that. We're seeing so many of the siblings. Yeah, I don't know if they're all doing that, but at the end of the day. And so Vagel out front leading the way. Meanwhile, Murray and Vinny in that 2 and 3 spot. Powers, Meyer, and Augustine round out your top 6 here at the top of 450B.
Murray already put his name in the hat for the whip contest tomorrow night. So Murray, your second place rider right now, riding good, but he's going to throw a little style tomorrow night. He was in the whip contest last year. I don't recall what place he got, but he was tossing it out there. As we look at Ven here, Murray up there in the red gear, Ven in the blue gear. Murray needs those bar risers. He needs the Harley risers. Murray, a tall rider.
Yeah, I was about to say, definitely one of the taller riders in stature, and you can see by the way. And it's a very different riding style for somebody of that size compared to some of the shorter riders. And so, and it's not always to the benefit. That's one thing for sure. There is something to be said about there's kind of that perfect fitting size, if you will, certain height that works best for these machines. And often with the height comes maybe a little bit more weight naturally as well, no matter how good a shape you're in. And as you can see, sometimes that doesn't always work out for you as well. He's going to go way wide this time. Not sure if that line's going to work out for him.
Well, you see on the Verb Prospect rankings here, 12-0, Ven's got him. So history would lead you to believe that Ven's going to find his way around here. Ven comes here anytime there's a race or a ride day. Ven is here. He knows every inch of this track. Murray usually comes around a couple times a year, and we will see how where he can find a way around here. But Murray's not making it easy on him. Murray's been here enough times. He knows all the secret lines that Ven knows. You see him guarding the inside there. We questioned the outside line earlier. Maybe that bigger statue, he needs to keep that momentum up. We know he's not short on powers. You see him move over. You heard him on the outside. You hear him on the outside, you move over. So,
whoa.
What are we doing?
Maybe that was the checkers.
Was that race over? I believe we might have spent so much time talking about
Vagel.
We did not realize the white flag had come out. So, yeah, Murray's got him on that
There it
one.
is. All right.
Surprise, surprise.
I thought Murray was headed to the house. All right. He had enough. Look at that, side by side.
That was a photo finish.
Wow, what a battle there.
Don't want to be a hand scorer on that one. Good thing they got the live timing there. That was for about 6, 7.
Easy now. Maybe Barry and
Bagel.
Augustine, Canning potentially as well.
Bagel's already got his woman on the back. He's already going to pop a juice box. Maybe 16. He's got to be doing juice box stuff.
Yeah, it's
still.
a little Mountain Dew, all right. Utica Rome Speedway top 10 breaks down like this. It's Hudson Bagel grabbing the win. Reed Murray and Corbin Vinn, your top 3. Powers, Meyer, Barry, Augustine, Canning, Gagno, and Hawk round out your top 10 for 450B Moto number 1. And it looks like we're already off and rolling here. Race number 9, Junior Mini, 9 to 11.
Yep, that is race number 9, Junior Mini 9 to 11, 22 entries here. As there you are right away, we see a Bagel, number 14 on the entry list. He is now up front off the start, it doesn't look like. We're going to check. I see Bruckman there in second on the 122. Take a look here. Possibly Sargent. I get so used to these riders, I don't even know their numbers anymore. The 293 of Sargent is your leader. Bruckman on the 122 in second. And then we start to find our third and fourth place riders. Looks like a gas maybe. We'll check some numbers here. Definitely Sargent and Bruckman 1 and 2. As Sargent tries to open it up early. Run away and hide, as they say. In Moto number 1, a Junior Mini 9 to 11. Ooh, long ways
Dancing around the outside there.
The outside of the outside. Is that a 444?
344,
344 of Jackson Lappin. That was a number and a name I saw on the entry list coming out of Massachusetts. We hound on this Verb prospect thing. I actually looked him up on there, and he did fairly well at the regional. Didn't go to Loretta's. Not sure what happened there, but he did fairly well at the regional. And now he's going to try and do well here at high voltage as he's up into third. And he's going to try and go around Bruckman now while Sargent on the 293 tries to get away. Lappin coming out of Massachusetts.
And outside to in and inside to out for the 2 riders, switching lines. As you can see, that top section of track starting to dry out and harden up just a little bit. Side by side as they take the green flag. Lappin going for it. Going to try to take the Canary line.
Yeah, not far enough to the right.
Hey, but he made the pass happen nonetheless.
Maybe he was watching down in staging. Dad had the phone out. Watch this, son.
Let me show you how it's done.
Up into second, Lappin. That bright orange gear and white bike gets around Bruckman, so Bruckman shuffles back to third on the 122. As you see, the track really starting to get chopped out here. Running a 3-moto format, there is not going to be an intermission today. This thing is going to get beat down all day. As we see on the live timing, Harrison Bagel, Hudson's younger brother, back in 16th. Not somewhere we expect to see him, so not sure what happened to him on the start there. Possibly ran into some issues. But out front, it is still Sargent on the 293. He's followed by Bruckman, Lappin, Etches, and Williams on the 00. You want to talk about somebody that doesn't care? I helped Williams push his bike up yesterday. I said, you all right? He goes, yeah, my motor blew up. It's all right, I got another bike.
I love it.
No care.
Tell me you didn't buy it without telling me you didn't buy it.
Sorry about that, Dad. Dad was probably up all night rebuilding that motor. He was out riding the pit bike somewhere without a care in the world.
Dang kids.
So Williams routing out your top 5. Etches on the 327 in fourth. The pylon has not updated yet. Lappin got around Bruckman on that last lap. So still Sargent, Lappin, and Bruckman 1, 2, 3. As we look at Bruckman on screen.
I like them using those far inside. It seemed like throughout the day they've moved further and further outside. Now starting to work their way right back again to the far insides as well. So
just looking for smooth real estate. That's really all we're doing at this point.
Smoother. I don't think smooth's there anymore.
Not there. Maybe out on the roadway. As now we see Lappin close up on the back of Sargent.
Woo-hoo. Sargent had the legs off, but the throttle was pinned nonetheless. Going for it.
You see Sargent on the Verb prospect at 14 overall wins, 16 podiums. No stranger to running out front, but I don't believe he's run into Jackson Lappin yet this year.
Lappin decided to hang a left there, tried to close off the inside. Lappin says, fine, I'll just go around the outside. Look at this, wide open. Getting ready to come up and over. still almost totally side by side. You can see how rough that run-up has gotten, is now they're not even able to make it all the way across, but one thing's for sure, Lappin has gotten the job done and taken the number 1 spot away.
Yeah, you could tell earlier in the moto he had a little bit more pace than the guys out front. It was kind of only a matter of time once he got there. Now we're going to see if he can put in a sprint lap, something you see in the pros. It's amazing how fast these young kids learn just by watching on Saturday.
Yeah, so great to be able to bring things like the live racing coverage here on Racer TV and the information like what you've got available on the Prospect app to be able to help diagnose and dissect what other riders are doing to help you improve as well. Lappin doing a great job out front, leading the way.
There he is.
He was out last year, 65 class at Loretta's last year. Yep, so jumping up to this junior mini class, and certainly seems to be fitting not only size but speed-wise as well, as he's now got a couple of bike lengths between himself and Sargent.
Interesting to see Vago's up to 11 now, so he's starting to work his way up. We'll have to keep an eye on and see how far up he gets through the pack, someone we would expect to run up front. As you look at the lap times, Lappin over a second faster, so that would go to explain how he got the job done as the white flag comes out for Jackson Lappin. He's got a lap traffic in front of him. Looks like they're going to get out of the way. We see Tubbs on the 45. He was able to get up front. Danger to myself up here in the booth.
Chairs are doing okay so far, though, folks, if you're wondering.
I did not just slap myself in the face.
Buzzing by us in the tower, though, Lappin. I mean, that bike's been dancing around underneath him the whole time, and he seems completely comfortable to it. And there's something to be said about that as well. You see that a lot in the sands, the ability to let the bike move around and kind of handle what it needs to do. And this time he's able to get the drive all the way over, whereas other riders, you can tell they're fighting. They're fighting the sand the whole time. They're fighting the bike, and oftentimes it doesn't wind up working out for them.
Coming from Massachusetts, I don't know where Orange, Massachusetts is, but we know there's a lot of sand in Massachusetts. Probably a rider that's familiar with some sand riding, so that's definitely helping him out here. As you see, he's a little bit more comfortable in the sand than some of the other riders that we see on screen. Last lap, almost 3 seconds a lap. He was 3 seconds a lap faster than Sargent. So that was a true sprint lap and just put a stamp on it. As we see Williams, the 00, he had one of the faster laps there on the pylon for lap times. He's up to 4th. Not sure how far off Bruckman he is. We'll have to check the live timing. Might be something that we can check on as we watch Lappin working his way through the last lap here. A 3rd is kind of where you need to be in a 3-moto format. A 3-1-1 will get you there.
Yep.
But you start that in 4th, and you got your work cut out for him. You're going to need some help from some other riders if you do find a way to win those 2 motos at the end of the weekend.
Meanwhile, back to the top side of the track they go. You can see the rocks kind of speckling across this section of the track, but no problems there for Lappin. Gets the job done, works his way to that number 1 spot, and takes the win in Junior Mini Moto 1.
That was Sargent coming across there in 2nd. We'll look for that 3rd place ride. I believe that was a lapper.
I think that was 3rd.
Yeah, that looked like 3rd. That should have been Bruckman. I believe that was the same chest protector we saw him riding with earlier. At that live timing update.
But the checker flag waving here at Junior Mini 9-11, race number 9. Race number 10 getting ready to take off from the gate. Top 10, Jackson Lappin, Carson Sargent, and Tanner Bruckman, 1, 2, and 3. Williams and Etches round out the top 5. Earl, Morse, Attigliato, Vagel, and Tubbs going to round out the top 10 here in Moto number 1 for Junior Mini 9-11. All right, we keep the party rolling. What do we got coming up next?
We got 50cc 4-6. Looks like they're going to touch up a couple things. That is, wow, where are we on the track? I've been here about 750 times. And where is he? He is
just by us in the
right behind us. Yeah, right behind us. So he is going to try and touch up a couple things. Touching up a couple things as they go up the hill off the start after the sand pit. So what he's doing right now is these younger riders run the shortened track, so they try and time efficiency here, if you will. They'll work on the top portions of the track while the younger riders are out on the abbreviated track. it's a process here trying to get all these motos in, keeping the track safe, keeping the riders safe all at the same time. Something that they do here at High Voltage very well. It's a delicate dance with the track.
Yeah, it is truly a balancing act, and like you said, not only got to handle what's happening now, but got to predict what it's going to be like here in an hour or two as well. As you can see, little man down there says, hey, look at me.
410, case in our line.
I'm ready to rock.
Waving, mom, dad. Looks probably a brother there or a friend with him, giving him some water. We got another one waving. Hey, 251.
See, the kids get pumped up when they see the drone. Some of the vets are like, what is that thing flying? I don't like that.
Get that thing out of my lawn.
Get away from me.
He's loving it.
Yep.
I love it. That's actually the 23 of Cooper Jones. Couldn't read that number from a ways away. The 63, he's got no interest. He's all business.
Yeah, I'm locked in. Elbows are up. Drop the gate. Let's go.
There you see the 925 of Bond. He'll give us a wave.
Oh,
Dad's giving us a wave.
925 is running the number one. He's ready.
He's one of our local riders. Does a lot of traveling. He logs the miles. He goes to all the regionals and whatnot. The number 20 of Matthew Schufelt. That looks like a Loretta's bike to me.
Believe so. See the top of that front number plate looking good.
He's pointing up to the, I don't know what he's pointing at. He's pointing at the announcer's
I'm going to be
tower.
standing up there, okay? Let me know when you're done.
Waving this hat. The 975 there at Jace Jackson. This is where mom and dad's not yelling at you. A couple more years.
Not yet, yeah.
We paid a lot of money to be here. Uh-oh, we got problems for Bond.
I was waving a number one.
Yeah.
Get this thing started.
Hang on a minute. Dad's going to get that thing fired up. Hit the tip over switch. You ever see that yet?
Oh, it's like our third time on the broadcast already. Little tip and rip.
First time someone told me I had to flip it upside down to start it, I said, that don't make no sense.
You do it. This is your bike. I'm not touching it.
Then he told me I was an idiot, like I'm supposed to know.
Come on now.
Do I look like the kind of guy that would ride a 50?
You got a face for radio. We'll
That's
put it like
what
that.
I like to hear. That's what they keep telling me.
All right, so hanging out here, not even officially a 2-minute hole quite yet. 2-minute card not up. So the rider still got a moment to try to get that bike fired up. Hopefully going to be dropping the gate here any second now.
Ronnie Mack, 69 in the house.
Making Uncle Ronnie proud here.
Let's see. That was Bond that couldn't get the bike running. I think his dad's still kicking back there. I think they're checking something out. Yeah, this is one of those ones you see it at Loretta's. All the dads chip in, try and help. It's cool to see, even at the highest level. They just want everybody to have fun. That's actually...
Yeah, now a different rider having problems.
Yeah, now we're looking at the 975 with a problem. You hate to see this. As the two card's going to go up. The timer will officially start. Unfortunately, we can't hold the gate all day for these little guys. He's going to get 2 minutes. We see him frantically hitting the tip over switch. Some of the other dads over here trying to help him out. And unfortunately, Jace Jackson just sitting there helpless. Just hoping. It looks like we're going to the one. Seconds feel like minutes right now for these dads trying to get these bikes started. Just frantically kicking. You hate to see it. But we're going to go racing here, 50cc 4 to 6. Gate is down all the way from the outside. If he's going to turn, he's there.
Wow, how about it? So the furthest outside and the furthest inside.
The 20 of Schufelt going to take him around. We'll check that number on the second place rider. Unfortunately, Jace Jackson was not able to get the bike fired up. There's Mom yelling at him. You're not getting SpaghettiOs tonight if you lose this race.
No sweet treats for you. Oh, hang on to it, Ronnie.
Big crash up there ahead. Oh, bike's upside down and everything. Little guy getting back. He's looking up at the drone like, hey, did you see that?
Dude.
Good for him. Get it back flipped over.
I don't think
Hopefully
I've
he's
seen a
able
bike
to get
stop
going.
upside down like that before.
Well, you haven't watched enough 50 motos.
I guess not. It should help him get it started at least, though.
Yeah, no tip over switch needed. It's already tipped over. The 20 of Schufelt is already stretched this thing out.
You can see the lines just snaking. It's so hard to keep them straight in this sand.
So we'll get some help from the Verb Prospect app at some point. I'm sure we think it's a Loretta's bike.
Yeah, I believe this is the 20 machine out front, and
definitely
the technical skills alone. We talked about that C+ and C- class. The same can be said, I think, in the 50s as well. We had some of the closest races all week long out at Loretta's right here in these 50 classes, and again, up on the pegs, elbows up. Look at that, legs out, outside elbows up. This is so technically sound and some better form than you're even seeing in some of the C and B classes.
And he's smart enough at a young age to find the smooth lines. He stays out of that deep sand, keeps his momentum going. So Schufelt obviously in another class of his own as we drop back into a different battle here. Now that is an old Cobra. I haven't seen a front fender on a Cobra look like that in a long time. He's making it work. No tip over switch in that one. Got the skis out here. The 22, Eli Carley, got the skis out as he goes over the tabletop, middle of the track. Smooth, finding all those edges. Very, very smart riding from the 20 of Schufelt.
Well, and especially in some of these 50 classes, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. You can see cutting the corner just a little extra tight, going just another tire whip or so to the left, to the right, and he's able to avoid a lot of those big braking bumps. Sometimes, as you can see, nothing you can do. You just got to take the line, but
yeah, it's not even a drastic change. He's just moving over a foot or two here, a foot or two there, and it turns into a couple seconds a lap, and before you know it, our second place rider of our line, he can't even see him. So Schufelt, our line, Shelik, the 925 of Bond. Dad was able to get that bike fired up and going. He got out here. The 23 of Cooper Jones out here in 5th. Rogie on the 101 comes across 6th. The 22 of Carley 7th. As we look at the live drone view, the Stoke battle cam. Need to get a warrior cry for that. It's Carson Arline and Jamison Shelik, 2nd and 3rd. As they're working their way around the middle of the track into the split lane.
Trying to look right now, and you see Arline pops up in Micro 2 4-6 Limited at that Birch Creek Northeast Regional this year. Got 24th in that class. We're waiting for him. Did he have some problems exiting that corner? He may have.
Yeah,
backing it up.
Gabe put her in reverse.
There you go.
But there he is. He got passed by Uncle Ronnie there.
Oh, hang on to it. Put the skis in, put them back out.
He doesn't even have graphics on that thing. As long as the throttle twist, he does not care. So we'll see. Obviously, he lost one position. We'll check the number. Obviously, that's not Ronnie Mack. It might be Ronnie Mack Jr., but not Ronnie Mack, even though he's running the jersey. We'll have to check. I think it was going to be Levi Bond, possibly Shelik.
There might be a few Ronnie Mack Jr.'s out
there.
Ronnie might
not
not even know about them.
They're out there. Ronnie Mack's never seen a DNA test he didn't want to take. So Shelik, we'll wait for this live timing update. We believe he's going to be up in the 2nd. As the white flag comes out.
No doubt about it, though. As I was about to say, Schufelt certainly the cream of the crop when it comes to this class. As you can see, oh, hang on to it. Tried the different line. It was working pretty good, but then got caught up in some of that thick stuff. And you can see these young riders using every inch of the track that they can, trying to find some smooth real estate. As your leader going to be closing in on a checkered flag. Continuing to watch this battle. On screen, though, again gets just a little off balance. Now going to go to the edge of the track. And now has company from behind as well. So things continuing to get more and more intense with this battle. All the while, that might have been your leader going across the finish line. And it does. It looks like the checkered flag is out. Schufelt has gotten the job done and gotten the win here in Moto 1 of 51 4-6 junior. We drop back a bit further in the pack, and things are still yet to be settled. Lil Ronnie's got some company. Oh, a little look over. They're side by side coming up over that jump.
Don't look back. You're not going to like what you see.
Rear view mirror full of a couple of Cobras.
He's going to get the benefit of these two starting to battle with each other, though.
He put the leg out for the corner and just never decided to put it back in. Now he makes the pass happen. Can he get the twofer?
Bogo.
Coming down into the final corner. Ronnie slams the door. Not quite close enough. What a finish for those three, taking it all the way down to the wire. Now he wants to race him to the pits. We're going to back it down. Everybody, some thumbs up, some high fives. I love to see it. 410, you had both hands out.
Yeah, that's
knuckle
right.
taps to everybody.
You ain't getting by. Show him who's boss.
I love it. Love to see it. The kids are all right here at the New York State Championship, no doubt about it. As it breaks down like this, Jerome Speedway top 10, Matthew Schufelt, Case and Arline, and Levi Bond, 1, 2, and 3. Rogie, Shellick, Jones, Carly, and Burkle round out the field in 50 Junior 4 to 6, Moto number 1. We get ready to reset the stage here and jump up to the 450C class. So 450C is sitting on the line. What do we got? Who's sticking out to you here on this one?
I don't even know who to choose. We got 47 entries. Anything up for grabs here. We know that in the C class. We got the 1 of William Hazelton, the 2 of Joey Smuts, the 002 of Jackson Bizzano, as we see on screen, starting to clean up the takeoff of that old finish line. I believe that's the jump they're going to do the whip contest on tonight. So you'll want to be out there for that. The 3 of Kai Shear also in this one. The 8 of Caden Lindsay. 19X Carson Lindecker. 24 Craig Lindecker. 30 of Nixon Bianchi. 36 Deegan. Oh boy. Capobianco. The 37 of Carson Durkott. 57 Drew Berger. 59 Logan Turner. 66 Cameron Cavanaugh. 82 Ryan Galligan. The 90 of Gavin Jensen. The 92 of Joe Freddo. The 95 Carter Erickson. 104 of Austin Hulko. 124 of Cody Ernest, the 125 of Joseph Glabaki, 171 Joseph DeNegro, 175 Evan Reese, the 178 of Jeffrey Scruggs Jr., 204 is Austin Gabriel, 216 Colton Zoyak, 222 of Cody Wojciech, the 223 of Reed Caffel, and the 228 of Josh Medic, 224 of Tyler Stusinski, the 277 of Louis Castiglia Jr., the 315 Nathan Bailey, 411 Caden McCaffrey, 422 Callum Schrader, 426 of Trenton Hoflish, the 434 of Carson Smith, the 533 of Jacob Suter, 606 Carter Campos, 727 Chase Lindecker, 821 of Seth Zorno, 828 Jackson Bruner, 889 of Joe Altieri, 998 of Caleb Likens. They just made me do all that for absolutely nothing. It looks like we had a couple late entries, and this got split into divisions. So we're just practicing. Here, Josh, say 42 names as fast as you can. Try and pronounce them all correctly. As the 2 card is going up. Waiting to see who's going to get that important hole shot here in what should be Division 1 of 450C. Revs are up. Gate is down. A couple riders stumbling out of the gate. They're going to dip to the right and go to the inside. Even starting to see some braking bumps going into the first turn. And we got a KTM rider out front. Who is it going to be as they jump down into the sand trap through the braking bumps? A whole gaggle of riders, everybody fighting for that pristine inside line. And now we get up to the top of the track. You can see where they've worked on it while those 50s were out there. Everything nice and smooth. I see the 90 up there in second. That's Gavin Jensen. He's doing battle with another rider. I believe that's a Honda. I cannot get a number on the leader yet. I think I saw a 998. That was Caleb Likens. I believe your lead rider here is they're about halfway through the first lap. As we let this 450C Division I unfold here. This is race number 11 in the race order. Keep an eye on the clock. We're about an hour and 20 minutes from that 450A moto. As these riders work their way through the back section of the track, some of these riders, wow, came up way short. Casey Higgins comes up short there. It is the 998 of Likens out front. We finally get an angle where I can read a number. The 90 of Jensen there in second. And then I see a 533 on the back of the jersey. That's Jacob Suter. So your top three, while we wait for the live timing and scoring to hit. They're down off the top of the hill for the first time. There is Jensen Soder. Oh, risky business here. Pulling a tear off through the acceleration bumps. That was the 125 of Joseph Glabaki. Almost got a little bar swap there. Maybe do that in the air next time, Joe. They're up behind the start line and past the TV trailers. Is now Glabaki gonna go after Suter. Likens has opened it up, no trouble for him. And it looks like, here we go now. Suter has pushed, or pardon me, Glabaki has pushed Suter up to the back of Jensen and possibly around him on the outside here. Side by side. Good battle here as we look at the Stoke battle cam. The 90 of Jensen, the 533 of Suter. Oh, Jensen shuts the door.
Suter was not taking it up the inside, and Jensen said, I don't think so, but he slams the door in his face.
Lock the deadbolt, not getting by.
Let's see, now going to cut underneath. Hang on to it. Oh, how about it?
A little payback there. He didn't like that slam of the door. He just kicked it off the hinges.
You like apples?
I do not like apples.
Well, how you like them apples? 'Cause how about that?
Set me right up for it.
How do you not like apples? Wait a second.
More of a banana guy.
What? Oh, figures. Anyway, Likens, Jensen, Suter, and Glabaki putting on a show for us here at the top of the 450C class.
So now we re-rack. Look at the Glabaki's already around Jensen. Ahead. Now he's going to try and go around Suter for that second place ride. So good battling here. We'll see if Jensen can regroup and go with him. As we dip back. Someone that just moved up late last year or something. Making it work though now. Glabaki trying to take those long outside lines. Suter really likes looking back. Very conscious of where Glabaki is. Glabaki with a fifth. Did that say Daytona Amateur Supercross?
Yep, this year. So Glabaki,
these boys are traveling.
Been on a roll this 2026 season.
Putting in the miles.
Yeah, Suter, better be careful. You have seen looking back not work out more than a few times, and that is definitely one of the biggest pieces of advice. Is a lot of the coaching staff, whether it be a former rider themselves or one of the USMCA coaches, I know that is not super popular in the moto world. Now on the off-road side of things, it's actually less frowned upon. It's something that's done a bit more commonly, but white flag waving, one lap to go. You don't need to look back. He's there. He's still there. You ought to be able to hear him. And if you want to learn more about him, you can download that QR code on your screen, get that Verve Moto Prospect app. And I don't know, who knows? Maybe these guys are going to do that. They're going to go back. They're going to get on Verve Prospect. What is this? Who is this guy that was all over me in this first moto? What's he been up to? Learn all kinds of information.
So our top three on the lap time board here. The pylon showing us they're all running very, very similar lap times, all on the same second.
Yep, 46s, and then Jensen and Campos back to a 49, so they're just off the pace. But your top group, look at this.
Here we go.
Around the outside once again, was trying to set that pass up.
Looks like Suter was able to run him wide and fend him off. Now he's going back to the inside. Glabaki
with the foot off.
There we go.
Wow.
Suter squares him up, though.
Not done yet. Going to try to set back up to the inside.
Now Suter going to go to the outside as they swap lines. Here we go. He's going to get up alongside of him. He'll set him up for the inside.
Suter been listening to you there, man. He used that outside and got the drive up and over. Now up
Whoa!
the inside.
Oh, contact!
How about it?
Wow.
Little bar banging, and of course, got to throw a look back in.
Gotta look back. Did I hit him as hard as I think I did? Yes, I
Is
did.
he up still? That's what I'd be asking.
Wow. And he will stamp it. A battle.
Meanwhile, Likens wants nothing to do with it. You guys can fight over second place all you want. I'm trying to take home some wins, and looking like he's going to do just that here in Moto number 1. He's fired up about it. I want to see what Suter and Glabaki have to say after this checker flag as well. I'm thinking it's going to be a thumbs up and a good job.
You're not going to be asking what's for dinner tonight.
Looks like those riders going to just head back to the pits.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. A couple of them skying it. They're trying to jump all the way down the flat here on this finish line. I like it.
Bend a couple wheels.
Fork seals, who needs them?
So that is a wrap. Put a bow on it. 450C Division 1. Finished up here. The Utica Rome Speedway top 10. Caleb Lyken takes the Moto win. Jacob Suter able to hold off Glabaki. We saw that battle. Jensen comes across 4th. Carter Campos 5th. Josh Medic 6th. The 7th place ride, Caden McCaffrey. 8th was Triton Hoflich. 9th was Craig Lindeker. And Carter Erickson from Bloomfield, Connecticut rounds out your top 10. If Division 1 was that good, Zach, let's see what Division 2 has served up for us. The gate is down. There's the 828. That is not me, but it is my number. I see the 19 of Lindeker dive into the inside there. And that is Bianchi on the 30 around the outside.
So some familiar faces and numbers in this one from our 250C races just a bit earlier.
Now, what year was that bike?
One. I think
Yes, it was the very first productive KTM. As we see the 36 rider on the Cowie, he made some quick moves there. And now here's the 277 of Castiglia Jr. We saw him earlier making some quick moves.
Yeah, Bianchi didn't really have anything for him in that second running of that race, so we'll see what Castiglia is able to do. He did a good job of kind of hanging low in that first lap or so, let him settle in.
The one thing I'm interested with Bianchi, I know he just moved up to the big bike class. I'm not sure if he's on a 450 here, possibly riding a 250 in the 450 class, so that might play a little bit of a factor. I'm not sure Castiglia might be on a 250 as well, though.
Most of these riders in the 450C, or it's actually called Open C in a lot of races as well, will actually line up in the 250 class. You see that a lot even out at Loretta Lynn's as well. So, but when you do have one of those riders maybe a little bigger in stature, myself being one of them, I had to jump up to a 450 rather early, and so it's a track like this is one where I could see the power of the 450 actually paying off if you're able to control it.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be able to keep it at bay.
Yep.
And ride it the full power band, because you definitely can wind that a 450 out here. You can wind that thing out for sure. One of the few places you can do that is you see the 37 trying to find a way around Schrader there on the 422 and Bianchi, and Castiglia still tangling over that first place spot.
Yeah, good fight right now for Bianchi. He's out front and not wanting to hand it over. Let's see what Castiglia is able to do. Goes wide, stays on the pegs, and for the moment it looks like he's got it. He's going to set himself up on the inside in the sand pit.
That's a bigger pass than we think, I think, because of the way divisions are set up. Yep. So a second's really not a second when you combine it with the other divisions. So taking the first in a division is a big deal here if you're going to try and fight for that championship.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not 100% sure as far as this weekend goes, but the way the gate picks are decided, it's often by the overall time of the winner. So whoever is the fastest race, if you will, from start to checkered flag for the winner decides who that first group is that gets to pick. So the winner from Division 1, then Division 2. But yeah, like you said, a second place finish could ultimately get you a fourth place, and a fourth place finish could have you almost in the backside of the top 10 for gate picks. So definitely a lot worth fighting for, and every position counts, maybe even more so than usual in these divisions.
So Bianchi was able to clear him, or pardon me, Castiglia was able to clear Bianchi. Now Bianchi is falling into the clutches of Schrader and Durkot. You see Bianchi, 92 prospect points, 7 podiums. Like I said, he was one of our super mini riders, I believe, even up to last year. So he's relatively new to the big bike. But he's making it work here in 450C, trying to hold off Schroeder on the 422 and Durkot on the 37. Bad news for him, though. We're only halfway through this one, Zach. And these boys are here.
No doubt about it. Time continuing to wind down here on this one. As Bianchi got more company here. As side by side still into the sandpit, way up the inside.
Moved him right out of the way. Schrader up to the number 2 ride. Now we'll see if Durkot can latch onto him and go with him. Bianchi needs to hit the regroup button here as Durkot is already pulled up alongside of him and he's made the pass. So Bianchi falls to 4th. You can see how small he is in stature. The bike's kind of dancing around on him. He's not totally grown into that thing yet. Might be what's slowing him down a little bit. As Schrader and Durkot now move up a position each to 2nd and 3rd.
Oh, and the problems continue. Man, we talk about kind of that metaphorical quicksand, if you will. One thing happens, and then another, and then another, and then it just seems like once the thing starts steamrolling that direction, it just goes that way in a big way. And so Bianchi going to lose a lot of spots in this one. Needs to get back up and get going as quick as he can, though. This is a division race. He could find himself in a last chance qualifier if he's not careful.
Unfortunately, these new bikes, you're at the mercy of the electric start. There's no speed to kick it over anymore. You just got to hope you hit the button and it's there. And unfortunately, when they start getting hot like that, it didn't look like it was there for Bianchi. So we'll keep an eye on the live timing and see how far. I mean, you're looking at a division now. He's possibly looking at an LCQ. Going from a 4th to an LCQ is a bad blow to him.
So Bianchi no longer in the picture here. That's Stoke Battle Cam actually showing Schrader going to Durkot, I believe. Yep, so Durkot been on the charge now as well. So Carson Durkot on the gas ride. And I think he's got a little bit more pace, honestly,
we
as
got
well.
A yellow flag coming out here. Is this going to be Castiglia down? It is.
Wow.
Oh, last lap. Heartbreak. I saw her walking out with the yellow, and I just had to believe it was Castiglia. Is that Castiglia, or was it a lapper?
I think that is Castiglia. He's got the neon boots and everything. I think you're right. So Schrader now inherits the lead, and Durkot says, well, wait a second. Second sounded good, but taking this win sounds even better. Around the outside, sets himself to the inside in this next corner. Could this be the pass? Durkot going for it.
Ooh, mistake from Schrader. You saw a little swap in the bars.
Man, that corner is so rough on the entrance now as well. Great job there from Durkot, thinking ahead, and puts himself now not just in the number 2 spot, take it and take a spot away. It's the number 1 ride now. Castiglia, we'll see whether he's able to pick back up and at least hang on to a podium position. But how about it? The gas picking up more than a couple of spots here on the last lap or so. Castiglia, as you can see on the lap times, was the fastest rider on track by far, but those mistakes cost you big time. What a ride there for Schrader. Oh, my goodness.
He is not letting this thing go.
He about threw it away, not just let it go.
They
Wow.
almost took it from him.
I promise a second in the first moto is a lot better than a DNF, because that would have been a big one.
We're talking C-Class, Steve. Not believing that. What do they say in NASCAR, checkers and records?
Yeah, if you ain't first, you're last.
That's
he almost stood for Case right there.
Ricky Bobby.
Hang on to it. Durkot, couple of corners to go.
Oh, pump. He's already pumped.
Look forward.
He's snapping the throttle on that thing. Yep.
How about it? Takes it to the house. A solid recovery there from Schrader. Going to finish up in that number 2 spot.
Now we just got to look at live timing and see where Castiglia and Bianchi come through. Castiglia, I don't think, was in much danger of going to the LCQ, but Bianchi,
possibly.
for sure.
So it is Carson Durkot, Callum Schrader, and Louis Castiglia Jr., 1, 2, and 3. Brunner, Wadowicz, Lindecker, Reese. Bianchi checks into the 8th place spot. Bianco, and Kavanaugh, 9 and 10.
Bianchi able to salvage an ace. I mean, that's not bad.
In 8th, not terrible by any means. And so put in a couple more good motos That's the other beauty of that 3-moto format. If you can stack a couple more, if he goes 8-2-2 or something like that, he's got a legitimate shot at a top 5, potentially even a podium.
And now we turn our attention to plus 25A, one of those classes.
I don't think so here. I think we're running a D
class. What are we doing? Oh, we're running 450 beginner. Do we not have an entry list for this? Oh, okay. That's what we split it up. Okay. Good catch there, Zach. So we split this thing off. 450 beginner. We got the 119 of Connor Slight, the 333 of Joshua Esposito, 360 Thomas Vanishloot, the 410 Jake Rizzo, 625 Curtis Helm, 793 Danny Ting. Oh, 2 riders down, 1 over the bars. The 360 of Vanishloot, and couldn't tell what the other rider was. Looked like a Husky rider. The 625 of Curtis Helm.
I believe that's Helm picking the bike up.
A white gas. I've never seen one of those. Very interesting. But out front, we'll get a number on this lead rider. It's definitely a KTM. I believe I'm seeing 918. 365 on the back of the jersey. I got 2 numbers I don't have on an entry list.
So Mr. Mysterious out front right now.
Right. It's Rey Mysterio. And he is not out front anymore because we got a Yamaha rider that wants to change all of that.
Said my numbers match. I'm on the list.
The best part is we don't have a Yamaha rider on the entry list either. Maybe we can match up a number. 316, I think. Is that Steve Austin?
I believe so. Whoever they are, they're going to work right now.
The good news is live timing and scoring will tell us here in a little bit.
As they are
it's currently
to slice and dice.
Rey Mysterio and Steve Austin, 316. Going to battle here. Moto number 11 on my sheet. Not totally sure if that's accurate. I feel like we're later in the day.
Yeah, I think we're 13, or so, yeah, out of 100 classes.
We got some paperwork errors here. There.
Green flag flies. So I'm showing Cameron Love leading the way and Ryan Simpf in the number 2 spot. Neither name on my list here, so they are keeping us on our toes.
Clerical errors.
All the way through that first lap. Yep, and this is a great thing about that Verb Moto Prospect app. When we don't know, it does.
We got all the answers.
Yep, Devlin Bailey and Joshua Esposito 3 and 4 with Jake Rizzo in the number 5 spot.
So Love gonna roll the tabletop. Neither rider able to get over it. Surprising, they just groomed that back there. This is one of the ones I've never understand. 450 beginner, 2 words never go together. A scary combination.
So how about it?
Verb Prospect app showing us what we need to see.
So finishing the top 10 in the Open Mini class in 2021, right here at High Voltage Hills MX.
While that was up, Ryan Simpf was able to pass Love for the lead. So a long ways from Open Mini in 2021. Cameron Love now all the way up to a 450. Oh, wow. The rebound on that fork. I want to slow that down. And right back at him. Spit him right up, punch him right in the jaw. Oh, there he goes. Now he's getting into the power band. Oh, swapping the back.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. A ride the last 2.5 laps, or pardon me, 2.5 straights. He needs to go get that suspension work done. The numbers don't match. So
Ryan Simp's going to get some trouble here. If he finished 3rd in the 450C class, he should not be in the 450 beginner class.
And that was 3 years ago.
We're going to be getting an AMA ref here on the walkies.
Mike Doherty, do you have a walkie?
A copy.
Someone just screenshot that on the phone,
Yeah,
sent it in. Simp's mom and dad are saying the moto wins ours. He's getting DQ'd.
Yeah.
Semp might just want to take it on his own, though. Neither rider with a suspension setup that looks very comfortable to ride, but he's going to swap on by.
2 laps complete, but Semp's front tire has only done a lap and a half as it has been in the air for majority of this race.
So Ted's Body Shop live drone, the Stoke battle cam. Semp now takes the lead back from Cameron Love. We'll see what Love wants to do about it. Right now, starting to fall back a little bit.
Guys, if we have the beginner class on the track right now, finishing their moto, I'm down here on the line with plus 25 A riders. Looks like we got a pretty stacked gate here, a lot of competition coming up here. I'm standing next to the number 296, Nick Kreger, local boy right from around the corner here. Nick's a favorite one to watch here. Nick, how do you feel and what is your game plan for this moto?
Just try to execute this start the best I can and protect the hometown. I live right down the road, so yeah, I'm just trying to get off to a good start, and hopefully if I get a clear track, I can run away.
Yeah, he's definitely going to run away, boys. So watch this rider, number 296 on the Honda. He's going to give it all he's got. He's probably going to be up there in the front.
All right, so there you have it. Meanwhile, up front, Semp looking back, looking for Love. Back in the number 2 spot, Bailey hanging on to the number 3 ride. As they get ready to make their way back to the top side of the track. Once again, for those of you watching on Racer TV, make sure you guys scan that QR code to download the Verb Moto Prospect app. Free to download. I want to make sure you guys understand that. Free. It's my favorite price. And you guys, it just seems like every time I think I know what all you can get from the app, they've added something else. So many great things coming into play, so many great updates. Like I said, Christine and everybody involved there do such a great job as the checker flag flies, and it will be Semp
taking the
win.
win. Yep, Semp takes the win.
Why did it just switch on me here? That says Love.
Did we have a pass while we were talking about the Verb app?
I didn't see one. All right. Well, I am.
What is live timing saying?
I'm still showing
Cameron
Love. I am confusion. Somebody took the win. We know that. That did happen.
It was
Cameron
definitely
Love
a guy on a bike.
and Ryan Semp. It had to be one of the two of them. They
It was
were
a guy on a bike.
It nailed it. All right, official scoring shows Cameron Love grabbing the win. Ryan Semp, Devlin Bailey, Jake Rizzo, and Connor Slate, your top 5. Esposito, Helm, Van Vlieshout, and Ting, your top 9 here in 450 beginner moto number 1.
So now we're going to turn our attention to plus 25A. One of the more exciting classes here is a lot of these age riders, if you want to call them vet riders, I won't even call them vet riders, a lot of them still ride the A class. We got 24 entries here. I see the 499 of Kevin Nash all the way on the inside. Frank Hempstead down there on the 199. We'll see who gets the start. It's probably going to come over by the doghouse, as it looks like the 296 of Craig are going to lead Del Nicky on the 248 into the first turn. We got another rider up there, hard to see the name or the number on it. We got the 155 of Langdon in this one. He's usually up front. It looks like we got this staggered started with plus 45A. The gate is down. It's the 55 of Sean Nutt going to lead the 233 of Jeremy Tiffany and the 420 of Scott Phelps. Wild story about Phelps. This is just a rumor. I cannot confirm. He was down at Loretta's. He went 14.5 DNF, and I was told he broke his collarbone in the last moto. So just 2 short weeks later, Phelps coming back to ride here, going to try and take some New York State championships home with him, as we got plus 25 on the screen. It's the 296 of Krager leading the 248 of Del Nicky. I see the 471 of Nettie up there in the mix. I believe that's the 814 of Sorensen there in third. The 499 of Nash is 5th. And then, whoa, one rider jumping over the inside berm into the outside line. Couple of them tangled up. Neither rider goes down. Good heads up riding from that rider on the outside. As we go back to it, that is Nettie, Nash, Sorensen, third, fourth, fifth. Oh, wow. A little swap over the top there for Krager. Now you see Delnicki, Sorensen, Nettie, and Nash all in shot. So Krager, like DC said, he literally lives around the corner. He's about 2 minutes from this property. So
I heard he rode his bike here.
Very possible.
Rumor, I'm not sure, but
very possibly he might have tied a wagon in the back, put the kids in it.
he's going back to the house afterwards.
He might just ride it right back to the house. He registered it. He's able to take the UTV
He's
trails.
watching on Racer TV.
That's right.
He knows about 2-3 motors ahead. Head back
on
towards
down to the
property.
house.
Yep.
Oh, rider down. That's the 499 of Nash. So a tough break for Kevin Nash. He was in 5th place.
That's a fast
Looks
spot,
like
too.
he probably lost the front end and hit that hay bale. That hay bale's definitely moved over a foot or two. So take Nash out of the equation. That'll move Sevar up into 5th. And now we see the 22 of Canary in this moto. Another bad start for Canary. So let's keep an eye on him and see what he can do. We saw the first moto earlier in 250A. He was able to move up through. As we see Nick Krager on the Verb Prospect Act. 12 overall wins probably all came here. I don't think he leaves the house if he can't ride the bike to the track. But he's got company. It's Delnicki on the 248. A name that we're familiar with down in the ranks when he was riding pro, and now he does a lot of the big amateur races down at Loretta's and stuff like that.
Yep,
and he also has company with Sorensen now. So Sorensen on the 814. Both riders in the air at the same time. So Delnicki in a bad spot right here. He needs to go after Krager, but he's got to protect against Sorensen. I think Sorensen just got him. No.
Little FXR contact there between
right.
the two of them, and it's still not done yet. Side by side, keep it going. Delnicki, if you want it, you got to take it from me.
That Honda's got a little blue paint on it now. So Sorensen going to have to go back to the drawing board. Oh, Krager with left foot off for some reason, heading to a right-hand turn. Might have been one of those braking bumps caught him off guard. Now Delnicki going to go back after Krager. Good racing here. Only 2 laps in, 2 laps to go.
Delnicki literally flipping the switch from defense straight back to offense. Secures the number 2 spot back and says, I'm tired of this. I need the lead, and he is going to work. Krager doing a good job of riding that wide bike, though.
This is what Krager's known for. He's one of the hardest riders we've ever seen to pass. He's not afraid to make a little bit of contact, ride the wide bike. Obviously, riding that plus 25, he's a veteran. He's been around long enough. He's done the pro stuff, the A stuff. He's not going to make it easy. This is where you get into that little bit of a gray area. They're all fast enough to ride the A class, but they're all smart enough because they've been around long enough. It usually converts into some good racing here, and we're seeing it as both riders funnel to the inside. Delnicki finding the inside of the inside. He didn't see much of a cushion down there. So Delnicki searching. As we look at the Stoke battle cam, that is not Sean Nutt on the 55. That is the 248 of Delnicki. Sean Nutt, one of our plus 45 riders. He's currently leading Scott Phelps. You got to wonder Phelps with that broken collarbone. Like I said, not confirmed, but that's the rumor I'm hearing, is he broke the collarbone at Loretta's. So maybe not having everything in the tank that he needs, but Delnicki's got everything in the tank. And he's bringing Sorensen with him here, so this thing's shaping up to be a good finish.
Yeah, he's got everything in the tank, but he still doesn't have the lead as Krager continues to fight tooth and nail. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
We're going to need a replay on that one. Oh, wow.
Woo.
What a, wow. That's all I can say.
Scotch City.
Man.
That'll get your heart rates jumping.
Well, Delnicki's got it now.
Wow.
That was
Krager needs to go back to the house and change his pants.
Yep. Suddenly, Delnicki doesn't even realize how close he came to a really bad day. We almost had an 05.
Oh, we got a rider
cross flag.
down. Red flag. It looks like the old finish line. So a tough break there. It looked like he was off to the side of the track. All these riders doing a good job of slowing down. Not jumping the jump, be respectful to the other riders.
Yeah, that was a red cross. Don't believe the red is coming out, so race continues on.
And now Krager's regrouped. The pucker is gone, and he is back to the front.
Well, once you get that close, you got to be comfortable with just about anything else because it's hard to get much closer. And look at this.
Here we go.
Side by side. And again, they were headed towards each other in the air.
And he made the pass.
What a move. How about it, Krager?
So now Delnicki going to go back to work.
Scrubs off that triple, and I was curious to see if we started to see that throughout the day. Getting a bit better drive as now Delnicki powers back into the number 1 spot. Krager says, I don't think so. What a battle we've got going on at the top of the field here in plus 25A.
What a pass. Well, we thought it was a pass. Technically not a pass.
Yeah,
he was able to hold it down. We got slow it down, they're saying, as we, red flag.
Oh, we do have a red
out.
flag.
So I believe that's going to be Moto over.
All right, it sounds like that should have been a checkered flag either way, so I think the red flag is indicating the end of the race.
It should have been Moto over. We were late enough to that Moto. What the heck was that
Coming
about?
together, he was trying to give props to another rider. Didn't see the other.
That was the 491, and Nettie just ran into the back of him.
Hate when that happens.
Wow.
He will never high-five another rider again.
Yeah, just trying to give you a thumbs up, man. You didn't even run me over.
That was probably the closest race of the day right there. Krager and Delnicki going at it. What a battle.
And then Nettie with the starfish after the Moto.
So it is Krager grabbing the win here in plus 25A.
So they got the results a little mixed up.
Up there.
Sean Nutt won plus 45, Delnicki second, and then Phelps second and plus 25.
Sorensen and Wilcox third in
back
class.
and forth
Nettie
there,
and Meyer. Yep, multiple races going on there at once. And so that's just the raw data coming from live timing and scoring as they came across the board. Hopefully that down rider going to be okay, and we will be able to keep things rolling. Was that a 50 class on the line, a half track?
65.
65. So they will be on that full track. So we will wait for that rider to get taken care of as they go to work on the track just a little bit more.
They're sitting on the line looking at that saying, give me the whole shot because I don't want to get hit in the face with that wet sand.
Dad suddenly pulls a few more tear-offs off.
Looking for the 100% rep right now. We need more. We might need roll-offs.
Yep. All right, guys. Well, it sounds like, once again, safety the top priority here on site. So we're going to sign off here for just a few moments while our rider is being tended to. And as soon as that track is clear, we'll pick things back up with 65 10-11 here from the 2026 New York State Amateur Motocross Championship at High Voltage Hills. All right, well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 2026 New York Amateur Motocross State Championship here at High Voltage Hills MX. Greg, New York, the location for the past several years and hopefully the location for many years to come as we welcome you back. Just wrapping up a tough situation there. Had to bring out the red flag. It was already the ending of the race, but ultimately had to bring that red flag out. Safety, of course, the top priority, and the track crew taking advantage of that opportunity to touch up just a couple of spots, as well as we're about midway through these first set of motos, 3-moto format out here this weekend. And we've got, I believe, our 65 10-11 class sitting on the line. And this is always a fun one to watch as well. That 65 class, one of the more unique, I guess, growing points in the sport. There's a lot of learning that has to go into it. Obviously, this is when you learn to use the clutch. You learn to shift the bike yourself as well. But the power that these 65 machines have as well, suddenly doing these double jumps, doing these tabletops, it's a bit more expected, right? And the style that has gone along with it, we call it the Stasic generation, the racecraft, and the way these kids are able to maneuver these bikes around is really just been incredible to see that change over the last now 5 to 10 years or so. I feel like we were saying, 2 to 5 years for a long time, but the Stasic generation starting to grow up pretty quick on us. And so these kids very comfortable, and oftentimes on those Strider balance bikes, and then the Stasic stability cycles as well. With, as young as 2 years old, we've got all kinds of races going on at the various different events, GNCCs and whatnot, where it's just Stasic focused, and those are some of the most intense races of the entire weekend. But as you can see, our 65s are locked and loaded on the gate. Always cool to see, not just the moms and the dads and the brothers and sisters, but the buddies as well. You can see some friends hanging out, talking to their buddy on the start, maybe giving them some lines, some pointers. And as you can see, a huge turnout as always as we jump on board that Ted's Body Shop live drone. We want to thank each and every one of you for deciding to spend your weekend out here with us. Like we said, this has been one of the staple events for us throughout these last couple of years. So excited to bring the action of the New York State Championship live here at Racer TV. Once again, big shout out to our friends over at Verb Moto, Wes Williams and the whole Verb crew doing a great job. And man, big shout out to Chris and everybody there at Verb that helped develop that Verb Moto Prospect app. We've been pumping it up, and we're going to keep pumping it up because it is worth it, guys. I'm not blowing smoke at you. I'm being serious. Scan that QR code and download the Verb Moto Prospect app. It is completely free to download. No harm, no foul. If you don't like it, you will. But if you don't, you can uninstall it. It's that simple, guys. But so cool to see the way you are now able to be ranked up. You're now able to compare and contrast various riders and yourself to other riders from all over the country, all over the world. And a lot of great things to come from that as well. Going to be integrating some off-road stats into that as well. And now, if you go on there, let's say your name's Bob Smith, right? And Bob, you've been a racer for some time. You download that Verb Moto Prospect app. You look up Bob Smith, and you can claim your profile. But then you start racking off some wins. You get some podium finishes. Well, Bob, the Verb Moto Prospect app is going to build you your very own racer profile and very own racer resume, where companies like FMF, like Yamaha, like Oakley, the list goes on and on. These major companies that sponsor some of the biggest names in the sport are now going to be able to scroll through and say, hey, Bob Smith's been doing really good out of that New York area. Maybe we ought to reach out to him and offer him a discount. Maybe hook him up with a sponsorship as well. And best believe they're going to be paying attention to those New York State Championship results as well. And you don't even have to do anything, all right? You know how much of a pain it used to be trying to put together a rider resume. I'm trying to pick the right font size, all kinds of decisions. You don't even need to worry about it anymore. Verb Moto does it for you. Well, I tell you what. We've got our man DC from D3 down by the start. I saw him looking around, looking for the scoop, and he sounds like he's got it. What's up, DC?
Hey, what's up, guys? Up at the booth here. Yes, scoop is the ticket here. They've all got scoop tires on their rear tire. This track is so sandy and deep with these lines, you need to have that kind of tire on the rear of these bikes and in the front, too. As see behind me here, you got these are like the germinated seeds of motocross. The guys who are already off of the 50cc bike, they're on the 65s now. They love motocross. They're getting it rooted inside their veins. Their blood is flowing. And not better than that, we've got the fathers, the mothers here. Sir, hang on one second. What's your name, bud?
Scott.
Scott, where are you from?
Seneca Falls.
What's your kid's name?
Luca Briggs.
And what's his number?
What's that?
What's his number?
281.
Watch number 281, local guy here on the line, 65cc bike here. It's going to be fun. Back to you guys.
Luca Briggs is fired up. Pops has got the shirt off. He is ready to rock. And he's way up on that inside as well. So great stuff down there, getting those last little bit of words of encouragement. Hey, I just saw DC from D3. He knows your name. Everybody's watching. You better rip this whole shot, son. No pressure. No pressure.
None at all.
Always a good time down there on the start, and it's intense. There's no doubt about it. The dads, the mechanics, they step away, and now it's time to let the little ones go to work. 65, 10 to 11 race. Number 13, number 15-ish in our whatever race it is. It's 65, 10 to 11. It's
we
getting ready to come
got
at
some
you.
clerical issues up here.
A lot of numbers moving around here, but no doubt about it. They're getting ready to go to work. Most of the class lined up to the inside.
3 race orders, and none of them jumble together. That looks like a Cobra rider going to snag the whole shot.
Whoa, one rider sliding out there.
X marks the spot. Oh, boy, we got 2 of them. We're going to go with process of elimination. A couple riders down, 3 riders down. 503 of Atigliato, the 129 of Rogi. One other rider, everybody able to get up and get going again. So we got 2 number X's in this class. X was a hot number to take here. It was Samuel Morris on the Cobra X. He had the whole shot. Looks like he got passed by a familiar face. That's Lappin. We saw Lappin smooth sailing in the sand earlier, and he got to the lead a little bit quicker this time than he did earlier in the race that we saw probably 5 or 6 motos ago.
Josh, I'll be honest with you, I didn't do good in algebra. You start throwing X's where numbers should be, and I get really confused real quick. But how about it? The Cobra machine now sitting in that number 2 spot, but Lappin making the math easy. He grabbed a number 1 earlier today in Moto 1. He's trying to do it again here in 65, 10 to 11. Already starting to open things up just a little bit, but the battle's on for that number 3 spot.
Now they're going to work their way around. You can start seeing those dozer lines. What they're doing is they're taking advantage of the red flag situations when we got riders down. They're going to work on things as the day goes along. So these riders will come out, and they know they're working on the track. They can see where the dozer's going during those red flags. So not a total surprise, but it is nice to see when you come around and the track's not rough anymore. A little bit of sigh of relief as we see the 816 of Caleb Charleboys and the 821 of Luca Briggs. Pardon me, the 281 of Luca Briggs. They are tussling here. I believe that's the 4th spot as we look at the Ted's Body Shop live drone.
Headed back down, you can see throwing a little bit of water down as well, trying to stay ahead of the weather. Beautiful day here in Gregg, New York, and the sun is shining, the sand is flying, and the announcers are smiling as 65, 10 to 11 heads to the top side of the track here in lap number 1.
I believe we found the other X, the KTM X of Deegan Bartholomew. He was back there in like 5th or 6th. So we'll let him cross the finish line here, let the live timing and scoring update as we see a little bit of dust starting to come up. Even though they just watered up top, some spots still got a little bit of dust up on top of the hill. They really get the wind up there.
When you can see some of those light, shiny spots as well where the hard pack is really starting to come to light as well. That top side of the track, notorious for that. And then you go just a couple corners away into the sand pit, and it's like a completely different planet altogether. It's just like a bottomless pit. So a lot of personality and a lot of variance in this high voltage hills track, but that's what makes it such a good location to have the state championship. You got to be able to get it done in all kinds of conditions.
Absolutely. It's almost 2 tracks in one if you think about it that way. You got a choice. Do you want to set it up for the sand or do you want to set it up for the hard pack? Because you're going to get both out here. As we see the X of Samuel Morris, your 2nd place rider. I was just going to say, if we can tap into the Verb Prospect app, I believe Morris has been to Loretta's, definitely some regionals in the bag, as we see him 13 podiums this year. Working his way around here in the 2 spot. What is he wearing? AOT?
Believe
is
so.
That the always on top here? He is 2022 Micro 2 class, 19th at Loretta's.
So continuing to build over the last couple of years.
Up and over the tabletop in the middle. We've completely lost sight of Lappin, and so is Morris. Lappin really opened it up here. Almost 10 seconds there on the first lap. So Lappin smooth sailing here. As he works his way around the top part of the track, you can see all those slick spots starting to come to light. Very easy on the throttle.
And that was another one right there where it's not that slick, but the hard pack makes it just a little bit tougher. A good save there, kept the throttle on.
Lapping.
Whoa, picks that front end up as well. I tell you what, I've seen a couple of kids manhandle these bikes and just jerk the front end up out of nowhere. Just wheelie on the spot. It's really impressive.
It's really impressive. Lapping. Works his way through the sand trap. Up to the top of the hill in the far back section by the pit area. He'll drop down, come up and over the tabletop. You see some of those big boulders starting to come out of the sand there. As they groom this track, the boulders seem to just continue to come up. It looks like he's coming up on some lap riders. Probably one of those kids that was down early in the moto. We saw a couple riders down in the first turn.
And Lappin doesn't even look like he's pushing the pace right now. This is just settle into your groove, hit your marks, and honestly probably a good opportunity to look at the track, see how things are developing as well. He's already built up a huge gap as we're just now seeing second place come into frame. So Lappin is it always feels good to have a performance like this.
Absolutely. Like we said, we'll see. I'm sure we'll get the lap times at some point, but that live timing and scoring had him 10 seconds up first lap. So clearly you look at the gap, and that's not changing anytime soon. As we look at Earl Becker here, the 420 rider, the KTM.
The big EB in the number 3 spot. Briggs in 4 and Bartholomew in the 5 position. And once again, for those of you that are here on site, we want to make it absolutely clear, you guys need to back things down in the pits, whether you're coming off the track, going back to your truck, or if you're on a pit bike machine at all. Things are getting out of control, and Josh, I'm telling you what, there's punishments that come along with that. You can ruin a weekend by acting like a fool in the pits.
Absolutely, we're not afraid to disqualify someone. You'll get a warning first. No, I don't know if we're going to slap anybody around. We'll let the parents do that. But I tell you what, you don't want Kevin Zielinski showing up to your trailer, all 6'10", 400 pounds of him. He'll just drag you out. He'll drag your mom and your dad out. He might even drag your camper out.
It just pulls the whole truck out of place.
He's very nice at first.
Till he's not.
When you defy him, you don't want to be on his side, on his bad side. So, yeah, like Zach said, it's a privilege to be able to ride your pit bike around here. We know there's spots.
Hey, we got a pit bike race tonight.
Exactly.
All right? Save
if
it.
you really want to ride
no
it.
excuse.
We got sand pits around here that the kids ride in. We're okay with that. It looks like the checker flag has come out for Lappin. Lappin's already halfway back to the truck. He's got a juice pouch. Mom made him a grilled cheese sandwich. He's waiting to give Morris the thumbs up, and he's like, you here? Was I the only one in the race? So there is our top 10. Utica Rome Speedway presenting our top 10. First place was Jackson Lappin. Second place, Samuel Morris. Third place, Earl Becker. Fourth place, Luca Briggs. Fifth place, Sal Tigliato Jr. Sixth place, Deegan Bartholomew. Seventh place, Caleb Charleboys. Eighth place, Caden Wheaton. Ninth place, Nolan Randazzo. And rounding out the top 10 was Jagger Clark. That was Moto number 1. 65, 10 to 11. We turn our attention to one of the more popular classes here. Schoolboy 12 to 17. This is where you start to see a lot of the kids moving up to big bikes. Kids you saw run up front in the super mini classes, the 85 classes. A lot of talent here. You can find some kids that are in the C class just getting their feet wet, some B riders. We see there the 21 at Chadwick Nauer, one of the riders to watch on that green Kawasaki with that white and black O'Neill gear.
I got to give a shout out to the 85. That's some 2007-ish Thor gear right there, looking as good as ever in white. That's impressive.
Ryan Guattari Jr., he's a local, right down the road.
And then, trying to see, there's another guy I think I've heard of. Hudson Bagel, does that name ring a bell? I think he's in this one as well.
What, does he ride? KTM?
No, I think he's Blue Crew wearing some pink gear. Oh, there he is. Out front.
Oh,
a huge get off.
Oh, get off.
Headed into turn number 1. Wow.
That, I believe, I'm not going to say a name. That was a big crash. It looks like
they're all back to their feet, I think, though.
Well, that's the one good thing about the sand here. is it's very forgiving when you land in the sand. So fortunately, that was on the start line. It looked like everybody was getting up. It was on the start, so we'll be able to race through clean.
Man, that was a big get off. We'll see if we can maybe take a look at what happened as Hudson Vagel does secure that hole shot. Watch this on the outside coming into turn number 1. Bang, a big hit there.
I believe that was Cesar Pazmino on the 110. He just knifed the front in the deep sand and went for a ride.
Man, glad to see him jump back up.
Wow. Vagel out front, and this might be the first lap he's led here. I don't know. I'm not really familiar
Just
with the
adjusted
name.
the clutch there, like no big deal.
Just pulled over, gave the cameraman his phone. Is he doing an Instagram reel right now?
Oh, and
another rider
big
down.
get off just after the old finish line.
Yeah, that's a KTM rider. Oh, we got the 582 of Schneider down as well. That was someone we expected to be up front in this moto. Schneider, one of our Loretta's riders, he had a good showing in the schoolboy classes at Loretta's. This guy, I think he did okay at Loretta's, the 100 of Vagel.
I want to see what's going on here at the finish line. The rider was off the track, so we'll see. Hopefully, it is a green flag, and he just absolutely tossed that machine right there. So hopefully going to be able to get that bike off track and then tend to that rider. It did appear like he was a bit banged up, but Vagel on the charge. I mean, putting on a clinic. Sounds like we got DC down there. What's up, DC?
Guys, I'm down here on the starting line here. When the guys leave the lines are pretty good, pretty for the most part. But when they get down into that corner, you got 20 up to 40 riders going into a narrow right-hander, and it's pretty deep sand. Some of the riders are kind of colliding with each other, causing some problems, but some of the riders can take the outside, fan that clutch a little bit, and rail right all the way around. So the carnage is in the beginning in the front side, but on the outside, the guys have the line, taking it all the way and getting that whole shot.
Yeah. Thanks, DC. And a good point brought up by our producer, Don, as well. Headed in that right corner, you're not using a rear brake.
No rear brake. You saw it at Unadilla. If you watched the National last week, a lot of riders ran wide. You lose that rear brake. You're dependent on the front brake so hard. I don't know if you saw the clip Cooper Webb put up. He crashed on his own. There was nobody else even helping him.
Those tough blocks
just
get you.
Just a practice start, and he couldn't stop. I tell you who else won't stop is Hudson Vagel. He is long gone. Typical Vagel moto. Just launch everything, hold it wide open, whip everything. Now we're on the 21, a good ride in second. That was someone we saw on the start line. I said he was one of the riders to watch. The one rider I'm not sure. We saw Schneider go down there. He is in 13th on the live timing and scoring. So that's probably the most disappointing out here right now is, wow, I wish I could do that. Jesus Christ.
And there you see, prospect Verb Moto gives the stats a big #1 in the Schoolboy 1 class at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National, this year in 2026. He had that 2-stroke screaming all week long and kicked it up to the 4-stroke, and guess what? He's still able to get the job done. Man,
it's honestly, we're not just because he's a local rider. The way he rides, his style, it is a privilege to watch this kid ride.
Well, and I'm looking at the stats right now on my Prospect app as we look at this battle for second place. Vagel is running comparable lap times to Trevor Schmidt.
I do not doubt that one bit. As we drop back now, Nauer is starting to get some pressure from Venn. Two riders that are familiar with the big stage. They've both been to Loretta's in some classes. Nauer makes a bit of a mistake, almost like a false neutral as he came into that turn. He was able to get it back under fire as we look at the Stoke battle cam. The 21 an hour on the green Kawasaki, the 92 of Corbin Venn on that orange KTM. Both riders familiar with the high voltage track. So this is 1v1 here. A good time to check out that Verb Prospect head-to-head battle. It's got to be close.
Man, and Ben got held up so bad there by that lapped rider. He was trying to slingshot around the outside, had to cut all the way back to the right-hand side of the track, and that's going to give a couple of bike lanes right back to the Kawasaki.
Up and over the big tabletop along the back. Venn's going to hit the reset button and go back after him. Shout out to Likens on the 998. Isn't that a novice rider? Did we see that name in novice earlier? I believe. So. Up in the 4th place ride, the 310 at Colbert. He's a normal customer up here inside the top 10. Riding in top 5, Medic in 6th, Lindecker 7th, Sturry's 8th, Hoflich 9th, and Galligan rounding out the top 10 there. 2 laps down, 2 to go. We still watch.
White flag.
White flag was out. I missed it, Zach. Good eyes. I was looking at that leaderboard. So one more time around, Ven running out of time in a hurry here as they're going to come up and over the top of the big steep.
All right, sounds like we got DC. What's up?
Guys, I'm down here at the sand pit. Hudson Vagel is coming down this hill, hitting this jump. It's a jump to him. Everybody else, it's a bump. He's landing in the corner, standing up and railing the outside, picking up momentum, and that's probably why, and one of the reasons why, his lap times are just like Trevor Smith's.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Vagel's got some hot lines figured out, and I mean, I'll say it. I'm not scared. I think Vagel, he could bring the smoke to Trevor Smith. He could bring the fight to him. We've talked about it. Vagel solid off the start, and not only are you seeing him run these lap times, he's taking very different lines than what we saw Schmidt taking earlier on in that moto. Obviously, different times throughout the day. The tracks develop differently, but that's going to be a fun one to watch.
We got a big problem, man.
We got an issue. Problems for Vagel.
Did you see the sparks? I believe that was a broken chain. He landed out there in the flat, and I think the tension on the chain snapped it. Possibly.
Wow.
I don't know. The way the wheel's not moving, the wheel might have blew up. A brake issue. I saw the sparks. So that
literally
is
2 corners to go.
A hand-wrapped gift now. Now, did Ven get around Nauer?
Looks like it. Yeah, that's the KTM in the number 2 spot. So,
well, that's the number 1 spot now if he did.
Yeah.
We're waiting to see. The checker flag's going to come out. Oh, take it home. A little bit of a swap. Does he even know? I'm not sure if Ven even knows he won the moto, if that's what it's going to be. We're waiting for the live timing and scoring update here. So a freak thing for Vagel. We'll have to see if we can figure out what happened.
Well, and I was
He
just about to
OJ'd
say,
that
yeah,
jump.
that jump, they do it the other way as well. The backside almost never gets touched as the day wears on, and Vagel launched deep right into kind of the apex as they start to go back uphill, really stretch things out. You can see, we'll see if we can get a replay of it. So watch right as he lands off of this next jump, launches it, and then there it was. The sparks went flying.
I'm not sure they were sparks. I think they were parts. I think his wheel exploded. Possibly spokes coming off.
Maybe
it's hard to say.
Maybe if DC can hear me, he can try to see if he can get an idea as to what's
We'll
going on over that way. We'll watch it again
here.
in super slow-mo. Watch the rear end.
And then they start
and then,
flying.
Yeah, things
Those
start
are
flying
like
out.
parts. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think the chain guide getting snapped off. I think he might have been right off the initial rip. I think the chain might have broken. It took some parts along with it.
Wow. Horrible break.
Wow.
Literally.
Yeah, and that wasn't
Pun intended,
right
a
off.
horrible break.
Yeah, it wasn't right off the landing as well. So, yeah. And like we talked about, yeah, it's another good point. There's a lot of rocks hidden underneath the sole as well, and some of them are pretty darn big. And so, yeah, that could have been what did it. But how about it? Your Utica Rome Speedway top 10: Corbin Vinn, Chadwick Nauer, and Caleb Likens. 1, 2, and 3. Colbert, Medic, Hufflich, Tack, Sturries, Lineker, and Galligan round out your top 10 in Schoolboy Moto number 1.
And this is why you hang in
yeah,
it, Zach.
Crazy. Yeah, this is why you race the checker flag as well. It's been very easy for Vin to settle in for that number 2 spot. Said we'll go back to work in Moto number 2, and how about it? Gets the first Moto win. So now gates down. A couple more of the prospects headed into turn number 1. Man, he had the whole shot, and I think it went down. That might have been the 49.
That's Indigo Spina Colt. The 49 it was.
Oh, man, tough break.
Tough break for Colt.
Talk about, man, superhero to super zero right there. First to last, headed in.
That's tough. With the 29 entries, he's got his work cut out for him. One of the faster riders in the class. But
DC, what do you got? I hear you chiming in there.
Guys, I did talk to Hudson's father. I asked him what's wrong with his bike, and he did confirm that it was just his chain. Unfortunate for him, but hey, he's got 2 more motos to go. He'll probably get a 1 and a 1 and a DNF.
Yeah, and that's good to hear as well, because sometimes when that chain breaks, it'll go in and smack the motor and cause a whole lot more internal damage as well. So a tough break there for Vagel. I think it's pretty safe to say he was making a statement with that ride, and no doubt about it. We've got some great folks here on site. If he doesn't have a chain with him, he can get a new one and get lined up for the rest of his motos this weekend as well. So a great update there from DC.
I'm sure there's some people itching to help him out right now.
No doubt about it.
Looks like we got a KTM rider out front. I think that's a 1. I don't have a 1 on our entry list. We'll have to wait for the timing to update. Possibly someone switching bikes, maybe after practice had a bike problem or something like that. But we do have the 45 of Colton Tubbs behind him. Tubbs, well known around here. He spent some time down at the ranch over the last couple of years. I don't know if he got there this year, but he's been there before. There's something we can look at, the Verb Prospect app, they might show us. As there is that Colt? No, that's still Tubbs, the 45. I thought we had a 49 on the back of the jersey. As there is the QR code, almost like I summoned it from the heavens if you want to check out how Tubbs did do at the ranch. You can scan that QR code, check out the Verb Moto Prospect app. Like we've been saying, it's not just a national thing. You can get your local results on there as well. Check the leaderboard, talk some smack to your buddies in the pits tonight.
Hey, man, I'm ranked 460,000th better than you.
As we look at Tubbs trying to latch onto the number 1, still waiting for that live timing to update and find out who this number 1 rider is. I'm looking at the list. It's Maverick Manzer. Okay, that is a familiar name. Someone we would expect to be up here. So Manzer, Tubbs, and Wager, your top 3.
Both of these top runners recognized from the micro divisions, and
you hate to keep harping on the ranch, but it is the benchmark for amateur racing, and when you get there, it's got to be noticed.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And somebody like a Manzer, a Tubbs, a Spina Colt, these are they stick out. Yeah, after year, and they continue to do it. 10 overall wins and 25 podiums just this year for Maverick Manzer, and trying to add a few more to the collection as well before the year wraps up. As right now out front leading the way once again. Don't forget about, taking a look at that, 15th in the 65-7-9 class out at the 2026 Spring and Ding. Big shout out to the Moto Playground guys. That always a favorite event as well. And, hang on to it. That front end was trying to go away from him, that whole corner right there. He did a good job of countering.
Someone clipped that and sent it to Chase Sexton. Show him how to keep that thing up.
Hey, easy now. Chase has been taking a lot of heat. He's coming back firing.
I hope so. I want to see him get back up there. The 45 of Tubbs still there in second. You see him peek over his shoulder a little bit. Take a look and see where Wager is.
Skying out the double.
15 overall wins, 18 podiums on the year. Tubbs third in the Micro E 4-7 at Loretta's in 2024. I was there that year. Tubbs was actually leading one of the motos and went down late. He had a pretty big lead. I'm not sure he knew it. Tubbs is one of those young kids. It's just full send all day
time.
if he's on the bike. And he's sending it to the back wheel of the 44 of Manzer right now.
Yeah, he is on the charge. We'll see. The white flag is out, and it is 1 lap to go. And how about it? What a time. Look at this. Tubbs is 2-0. And when he's gone up against Maverick Manzer, and he's trying to make it 3-0 as he takes the Canary line up the inside. But Manzer's not done yet. He is trying to change the tide here. Down to the sand pits we go. Tubb got a tire length ahead. Manzer was going for it. I love it. The Stoke Battle Cam picks it up. Maverick Manzer and Colton Tubbs going for it. The right names, but now flip-flop the positions as it's Tubbs out front leading the way here on the final lap.
Manzer went down there, make or break. Even though he didn't go down, he made that mistake and lost a lot of time. He's still there, but he's going to have some work to do if he wants to catch back up to him. You're looking at about 5 or 6 bike lengths.
Well, I think Manzer knew he had to do everything he could to keep Tubbs behind him.
Yeah, he was willing to throw the race away right there.
Let's
to a certain
see.
extent.
Tubbs coming up on some lap traffic. Is this going to work in the favor of Manzer?
Here we go.
Take those gaps and make them disappear. Maverick Manzer puts the machine back in the number 1 ride. A true back and forth battle here at the top of 65-7-9. The kids going to work as now Tubbs says.
Got to be careful here. Yellow flags are out. The yellow flags are out. You got to ride smart. He didn't make the pass. That's legal.
Didn't make the pass.
Very
Checks
smart
up.
heads up rides. They're going to work around some more lap traffic.
Oh, it's getting down to the nitty gritty now.
We even got the flaggers cheering him on.
Tubbs getting close. Flagger should have been throwing the flag there rather than cheering him on.
That looked like one little guy having some bike problems. As now Manzer's opened it back up. I feel like this is where we were a lap ago.
Oh, look at the drive from Tubbs.
Full send.
Wow. What a move from Tubbs right there. Sends it.
Larry Enticer, I'm still going to send it all the way to the lead. And he's going to get the Moto win after all of this.
Hang on to it. One corner left to go. Manzer's not done yet, though. Wait a second.
To the inside.
Not quite enough. Tubbs is able to hang on. Round of applause. What a battle for Maverick Manzer and Colton Tubbs. But the 45 comes out on top.
Don't
grabs the
sleep
Moto
on him.
win. I'm telling you,
Don't sleep on these little guys.
That was a war right there.
And now we're waiting for Wager. A third place is always good.
This is a statement in its own right here as the clock continues to tick, tick, tick. Is right now Wager coming across the line.
Was that Wager
That
or was
looked
Colt?
like Colt?
Did Colt go from the ground to third? Let's check the live timing. We kind of forgot about him in that battle, but he was working his way up through. He was fourth on the last lap.
And we're going to take a look at the replay at the passes here on this final lap. Manzer had retaken it, and then watch this up the inside, full send, and it just never cracked the throttle there. Tubbs committed before he ever took off that jump and was not going to be denied. Great fight from both of those riders. But Tubbs comes out on top. We'll get ready to show you that top 10. And it is Tubbs, Manzer, and yes, Colt hangs on for the number 3 spot. Wager and McNair round out your top 5. Keika, Arline, Miles, Smith, and Miller round out your top 10 in 65, 7-9. Moto, number 1.
The Verb Prospect app here saying Spina and Kolb had the fastest lap by 2 seconds, so things could get interesting.
I'm saying 1, 2, and 3, that close of a battle, and they've still got 2 more motos to go to war. That's going to be one. Circle it. Go ahead and circle it on the schedule, all right? Be looking out for those 2nd and 3rd motos.
We're about to circle a moto I had on my calendar. The 2 o'clock witching hour is coming around, and that is 450A, the biggest purse of the weekend. We got $6 grand to divvy up here.
All right, well, we've got our first moto of 450A coming up. Let's get ready to set the stage.
The 2026 Amateur Motocross New York State Championships return to High Voltage Hills MX, where the top riders in the Northeast are ready to go to battle and show that they are the best here in the Empire State.
No doubt about it. The best of the best are ready to put it to the test. You like what I did there? Spitting rhymes here in the Stoke Studios. No kidding. How about it? As we will get ready. Going to wait here and see. I believe these riders going to get a sight lap. Oh, wait a second. DC with an update. Oh, and he's with the man. Look at this. All right, DC, what do you got?
Dude, I'm down here on the line right now with Trevor Schmidt, number 746. Put in a great charge in the first moto in this 50 class, took the overall. He's on the line right now at the 450 class. Trev, how do you feel, and what do you got for this next moto for us?
I feel good, and I'm going to plan to do the same as the first moto, get off to a good start and put down some laps.
Yeah, now he comes from a great pedigree of motocross. Behind him is his father, Donnie Schmidt. We grew up together back in the day. He was one of the fastest riders in New York State, and it shows right here with his kid, Trevor, pro rider, putting it to him. A lot of guys on the line want him. So let's see what we can do here in this moto with Trevor Schmidt.
Thank you, DC, down there. And, yeah, Trevor Schmidt, like you said, not just getting it done now, but coming from a great racing family as well. The kind of the story with a lot of these riders as well. And some big names in this one. I see Del Nicky way over to the inside.
Yeah, a lot more riders. A lot more riders on the 450s. So with that, those guys in plus 40, plus 30, plus 25. So you draw a little bit more of a crowd here. It makes it more exciting to see the young guys go up against the old guys, because you know the old guys can do it.
No doubt about it. Yeah, you say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and sometimes you don't need to. They know how to get it done. No doubt about it. As I believe they're going to get ready to roll out on a sight lap. So we will, riders get one more opportunity to kind of look at the track, see how things have developed.
It's funny, you see some guys, they're just going out here full send like it's a hot lap, and then the smart guys are checking out the lines. That's where you can't teach the old dog new trick.
Well, there's strategy to it as well. Like a lot of these riders really wanting to be aggressive off of the start so that they can get a good drive off, try to really cement that rut just after the gate as well. And then other riders, like you said, just kind of looking to cruise around. I think we had DC with another update.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I'm down here in the line, hanging out behind them on their sight lap, and I tell you, you gotta love motocross for this. As they took off on the line, we got roosted. It's kind of like the cologne of motocross, the sand. We love it down here. Looking forward to seeing these 450 guys take action here. And let's watch that Trevor Schmidt, but there's a lot of guys behind him that will be trailing him. So it's going to be a great race here at High Voltage Hills.
No doubt, DC. I can smell you from here, and I mean it in a good way. I promise.
I bet.
Great stuff going on down there. Dominic doing an awesome job getting us all kinds of great stories, and there's something to be said about getting down close to the track, right? You see the lines, the way they're developing, and this is what we talked about. You've got grade, then a little bit of concrete, and then you've got those ruts afterwards, and those things are not getting any more shallow as the day wears on, for sure. So we'll see how it pays off and who it pays off for. Like we've talked about, Trevor Schmidt, I think a big part, arguably one of the biggest parts of his game, is how strong he is off the start. One rider a little late to that sight lap. He's going to need to look quick.
It was just Ingersoll. He's raced his track 100 times. See, they should have just had him line up on the gate or ask him what lines to take.
So,
although this is where we haven't seen him since Moto 1. So now we're looking at, what are we, Moto 18 into the day? The track's changed a lot.
Very different.
So Ingersoll's going to go out there and find some lines that weren't there this morning. So this is the advantage of the sight lap. The only class that gets it is that 450A class, the premier stuff, and the 250A guys. So putting some water down on the start, so keep the dust down. Looks like everybody's starting to finish up that sight lap.
And that is, yeah, that's a fair amount of water being laid down in that front turn as well. And that was done after they left for the sight lap. So hopefully mechanic, dad, somebody paying attention, saying, hey, pay attention in that first corner, because that is definitely going to be a little greasy.
Yeah, I got to believe they're going to see the water truck backing down the start line. Oh, Willis is knowing to lay it down heavy, but he was letting that thing spray.
Letting her eat.
Yeah. He had the valve wide open. Everybody getting back to the line. We're going to set some hole shot devices. We're 1 minute away. Take a look at the slop now. It's amazing how fast the sand will soak that up, though. By the time they start the next moto after this one, that'll all be dried up. You're still going to get a face full of wet sand.
Unfortunately, not a lot of money on the line for that next one, so we'll see. Yeah, that's some sandcastle building sand right there. That is, and to your point, that one doesn't bounce off the goggle lens. That sticks to it. That is not going anywhere. Josh Clark, another sleeper in this one as well. We see him do some two-stroke riding, doing some jumping around on the 250 and the 450. He's definitely a sleeper in this one, potentially. There you see Caden West as well. There's the 111.
Clark's pretty
Fortin.
known in the area. He likes to sneak up here when Unadilla used to do the amateur days for the Nationals. Clark was always a staple in the A-class up there, so they know him around here. They know what he's bringing to the table, and they know he's a threat for sure.
Bartholomew in the mix is this one as well. Now, random gate pick, is this for Moto 1, right? Or is it based off of
computerized? Yeah, this is computerized gate pick here. So you see these guys down here probably didn't get the good pick. I don't see, usually we would see Schmidt down here a little farther towards the inside, so that leads me to believe maybe he had a little bit of a later gate pick. Couple riders setting the hole shot devices, just getting back to the line. The 369 of Narana, I don't even know if they did anything to his gate. Doesn't look like they swept it off at all. Just said line it up and run it, son. So I'm looking, I don't see the 111 of Fortin.
Yeah, he's just to the inside of the box.
Oh, he's on a different bike now, okay.
Which could be a threat as well.
It could be, yeah, absolutely.
We thought he was going to be the one to bring the fight to Trevor Schmidt. There you see the big 111 ride.
I see him on the KTM. I'm looking for the orange. He's got a different plastic kit. The revs are up here. Looks like the bikes are running. 2 cars probably up. Gate is about to go down.
All right, let's keep our eyes on turn 1.
Now, geez,
Neon
here we
boots.
go.
Recognize that.
God.
Sideways action,
Oh,
but still.
couple guys down on the outside. A lot of hole
Pile up.
You gotta believe that was from that extra water. Bartholomew down there, Lucio down there. Looks like Narana. Oh no, we got a hand in the. Oh no, this guy's hand is stuck in the wheel. They'll get him out of there. Out front though, we got the 746 of Schmidt, the 23 of Clark, the 111 of Fortin, the 20 of West.
Delnicki, I believe, there in the 5 spot as well. So some of the big names up front early.
So we'll check here. There is the 688, I believe. That's what do we got here? 688.
He's not feeling good. That's for sure.
Michael Grover out of Sherburne. Yeah, he was feeling it. I see Beckwith up here now. Delnicki. We're going to get back to that battle for the lead. Looked like everybody was getting up there in the first turn. Not part of the main track, so they'll be able to keep racing. Track crew will get down and help all them out. So we're going to turn to the back section of the track now. Obviously, the 746 of Schmidt starting to inch his way away from these guys and do what he does. There you see the 23 of Clark.
Yeah, it's so hard to do when he's got clean air from the moment the gate drops. I mean, Schmidt, and you can't take anything away from him. And honestly, I appreciate the neon boot glove combo because it makes it so easy to spot. You see that headed into turn 1, and you're like, yep, I know who that is.
That is trouble is what that is. And he's been doing it for a long time. Whenever the Nationals roll around in this area, they run those big money races, the Supercross races, and you can always count on him to get the start. As it looked like West was about to make a pass as he jumped back down off the top of the hill. See if he made the pass stick on Beckwith. No, Beckwith was able to fight back.
And Clark trying to hang tough for the moment.
It looked like we had a rider down. I just heard some communication with track control. They were getting him off the track, so it looks like everything is clear. So some wild action here. Oh, it was Bisham on the 729 off the side of the track. Looked like he might have had an issue. So all the chaos unfolds, but one thing stays the same. The 749 of Trevor Schmidt leading them around here early in an A Moto at the New York State Championships. He's going to need to put an addition on at the house for the trophies he's bringing in from this place.
Yeah, it's he's probably bought the house with money he won from this race.
He very well may have.
He is dominating. And we do actually have a replay as to what happened there in turn number 1. We talked about some water getting laid down just after the riders went out on the sight lap. We knew it was potentially going to be pretty slick and ended up actually costing pretty big. We'll see if we can get a look at this first turn here. Take a look at that Stoke replay.
So once the first guy goes down, it's just a domino effect at that point.
Oh, man. Just coming to a complete stop.
All the riders down there. Grover, Ingersoll, Narana, just to name a few. They came back around, though, and everybody seemed to be up and out of the turn, so hopefully everybody was able to at least get back to the truck okay. Anybody that wasn't going to continue the race. So there's Grover right there, so he got up and going at least. He's going to be a lap down, but after all that, I'd be okay with being a lap down.
Yeah, I'd be glad to just be back on 2 wheels. I don't know if I'd have gotten back on 2 wheels, honestly.
I'd just walk back to the truck
I'd
at
call
this
it
point.
a day, yep. So Schmidt
waiting for Clark to come around.
We can't take anything away from the lap times as well, because the start's great, but you got to be able to keep that pace as well, and he consistently opens things up. And so now it is Clark under fire from Fortin.
Yep, Larry working his way up here. He had made a couple passes early in the moto, and now obviously he's up to the back wheel of Clark. They're going to work their way around Grover, the lapper. He'll just go to the outside and get out of the way. And the only problem is, though, because once he gets around him, Schmidt's already so far gone. What are you going to do? You're almost going to have to settle in for second like he did in the earlier moto before he fell. As we look back down the leaderboard, it looks like Beckwith, West, Delnicki, Hazlitt, Sorensen, Holmes, and Ford rounding out the top 10. Bartholomew up in 13th. That's not a bad run. He was down in the first turn, so he's making some early moves here. Again, it's a long moto. We're looking at 15 plus a lap, so a lot of time to make things happen and at least get up into that top 10. As Clark, a veteran in the game, this isn't going to be easy. Fortin's going to have to work at this one. Looks like he might be taking the Canary line. Not enough. Clark shuts it down on him.
Talked about some of that past racing data. Josh Clark just outside the top 10 in 250C Junior out at Loretta's in 2019. So been steadily building since then. As you said earlier, has become kind of a well-known name as a potential dark horse. Larry Fortin has gotten one win this season, but has been on the podium 19 times. So Fortin has his fair share of experience at the front here in 2026.
A little bit of a mistake there from Fortin. Now, Beckwith, I think what's happening here is Clark is starting to hold Fortin up a little bit, and you see Beckwith starting to, he's kind of creeping in here. Is that Beckwith? We'll have to get a better look at it. Yeah, that's Beckwith. He's creeping into the screen here as they go around Jacob Stevens. He's going to be a lap rider. We saw him down in the first turn, so good to see him back up and going. And now we'll see. Fortin needs to start making something happen here because Beckwith's starting to close this gap.
Well, and this is something we talk about a lot. It's one thing to catch up to a rider, but to make the pass is a whole nother story. And so Fortin actually losing just a bit of time, like you said, kind of slipping out of that roost zone. He's got to try to regroup and pick a spot out where he wants to make this happen. And when he goes for it, he's got to make it stick.
It's a dangerous place to be for Fortin because you start to get lulled into the pace of the guy in front of you. And before you know it, everybody behind you is going at a different pace. As we look at the Stoke battle cam, the 23 Clark on the Yamaha, Fortin on that white plastic KTM, deceiving. It looks like a Husqvarna, but that is a KTM. As we look at the lap times, just smooth and steady. A second here, 2 seconds here, and before you know it, Schmidt's 20 seconds out in front. Then you look at Clark, Beckwith, Fortin, all running similar lap times, so if they can get together, it could be a good battle brewing here.
And guys, to add to Trevor Schmidt's smooth riding, the corner that I'm actually standing in is very whooped out. Earlier it was really fast, but what he's doing is he's going into that corner, exiting it high, and he's riding the lip of the berm and holding it all the way through, giving him so much momentum heading down into the sand bowl. It's amazing to watch this kid navigate through this really rough New York State Championship here at High Voltage Hills.
Good call, DC. Always nice to have someone down trackside. You can see the things that we can't see from the camera angle.
And those are the differences. The beauty's in the details, right? It's the little things, a couple inches to the left or to the right, and it can be, even when it doesn't look that much smoother, it helps you carry the momentum a bit better. So Schmidt, like we said, we oftentimes kind of focus on the start and just, you know, clean laps from there, but it's not just clean laps, it is clean, blazing fast laps as well. And big shout out to the 746, keeping things looking solid up towards the front as well.
It's hard to match the consistency that Schmidt brings, especially when he gets the clean air and he's just cruising out front.
And I do have to say, I saw Vagel, fastest lap time was a 140. Schmidt says, cool, 137.6, just in case you guys were wondering.
Speed.
Chain still looking good.
I believe we just saw the halfway sign come out from the finish line flagger. So we're 5 laps in. We're going to go 5 more plus a lap, it sounds like. Actually, I guess that would be 6 laps in now, 6 laps down, which makes sense if you do the math, about 15 plus 1. And now Fortin, this is the problem. He got to him, and Smith kind of lulled him into that no man's land, and now Smith ramps it back up, and Fortin's starting to fall off. So Fortin needs to hit the reset button here.
So Schmidt, Clark, and Fortin, 1, 2, and 3. Beckwith, and then Caden West quietly back there in the number 5th spot as well.
Looking at the lap times, you see Ingersoll, the top 5 lap time, but that start, he was down in the first turn, so kind of for none. He's going to be able to get himself hopefully back up into the top 10 or so, but it's going to be for none for the most part. He's not going to be in contention for much else. He's back at 17th, just passed for 16th. So a lot of work to do. He's got the pace to run up front, but you got to get the start and put it all together. As now Fortin looks like he's starting to mount another charge at Clark. Is that a lapper? I think that might have been a lap rider they just went by.
Bisham back there in the number 25 spot, significantly faster than the rest of the field around him as well. So look for him to keep making some passes forward. But like you said, per moto format payout as well. So every race counts, not just looking at the overall picture here.
We're going to drop back. It looks like we got Holmes and Sorensen on screen here. So you're looking at the 8 and 9 place riders. Holmes was in that B class last year. Vagel had some problems in that one moto, went down, and Holmes was able to snatch one of the titles away. Now he jumps up to the A class. He's going to throw his name in the hat with the big boys. See what he can do, put a little money in his pocket at the least. Holding his own up here in 8th. And we're trying to figure out, looks like that's Hazlitt in front of him. So the carrot is dangled in front of his face, as they say. So he's got Hazlitt to go after. We'll see what happens. And now look at this. Fortin's dropped all the way back to Beckwith. I'm not sure if it's Beckwith catching him. I think it's more if Fortin got lulled to sleep there behind Clark. And he started to fade back. And you see him make another mistake. And Beckwith, he's going to be by already, I believe.
So Beckwith now going to try to run up the
a little
inside.
fight to
Fortin,
him.
yep. Not rolling over by any means, but Beckwith is going to set up the inside, cuts back underneath. Lines come together, actually.
All right. He's still got a little fight in him.
Beckwith
there,
closes
the pass
the door.
is made, yep. You kind of saw it coming.
Yep.
Just the way the laps are unfolding, and Fortin had kind of lost the pace that he had earlier. And the benefit of it is Josh Clark. He did what he had to do. He held him off long enough to, like I said, kind of lull him asleep a little bit. And now Clark's all by himself up there in second. We got one rider off to the side. That's a lapper. Looks like we're checking in with Clark here. Is he from anywhere this time? He's still an alien. 35 years old on a Yamaha. He's from nowhere. Took the UFO here. Landed in the field out back.
Fortin not done. Trying to go back.
Yes, sir.
Beckwith.
A good line there. Squared him up. He's going to try and sweep the outside, but I think he's tucking back to the inside. Yeah, he tucks back to the inside. And now West. Be careful. He's starting to creep up on these boys.
Boy, this is what we see a lot of times, a mano-a-mano battle. It's either going to really pick the pace up or it's going to significantly slow him down. It's Fortin a pretty serious mistake right there. But it definitely looks like whether it's them slowing the pace down or West picking up on the opportunity to make some passes just ahead.
I think it's a little bit of both. Looking at the lap times, West running a 144, Fortin a 144, Beckwith 143.7. So I guess he's probably been there for a little bit. We just didn't see him. But this lap, he seems to have closed the gap a little bit more on Fortin. So we switch back to our leader. What does this guy just get bored? He just changed out of the white gear? Just for the heck of it? Keeping us on our toes?
He heard somebody say it was hot, so he wanted to dress head to toe in black, let him know he's unaffected by the heat.
He is a 110 back rider. Maybe he's just trying to put everything on display for him.
Got some of the new gear on display.
We're waiting to check in on him. Here he is in the all black now. Odd decision as the weather warms up. I think I'd want to be in the white, but what do I know? He's the one making all the money, and I'm the one talking.
And Schmidt, another thing is just the smoothness, how fast it is. I mean, like we've talked about, some of the other riders, you can tell they're hanging it out, as we like to say, when they're trying to run that pace. Even somebody like a Vagel, where he's just bulldogging through the track, whereas with Schmidt, doesn't seem like he's fighting the bike, doesn't seem like he's fighting the track. He's finding that flow that we often talk about, all while continuing to push a pace faster than the rest of the field.
He's very Jet Lawrence-like.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you wanted to compare him to a professional rider. Whenever he comes by, even if you catch him on a practice day, it doesn't look like he's the fastest guy, but he is by far the smoothest guy. And that's translated into what you're seeing here.
And like we said, we talked to Trevor a little bit earlier this weekend, and you know, there's certain things that you have to prioritize if you want to be this level of successful out here in New York, and we were able to talk to him about what it takes to get the job done out here in New York.
You definitely need to get a good start, and we got the longer motos. I think they're like 20 minutes, so just keeping that pace for the 20 minutes, and hopefully we'll extend those number ones into this year. So I like when there's pressure, and I like when people are coming for me. So.
All right, I'm going to say he didn't really give any breaking news there. I think he's keeping the secrets close to the chest. He wants to keep stacking these number ones.
Well, he said he likes when people are coming for him, but there's nobody coming for him. He's got to slow down if he wants that.
Yeah, I was about to say he's just kind of running away at this point. And got some creativity as well, a couple of different lines. All right, DC, what's up?
Guys, I'm up on top of the hill here, a lot farther than I've been so far. It's the finish line. The finish line used to be the uphill quad jump, 130 foot. Now it's a downhill finish line. Before here, we've got a couple of double jumps in an inside corner. It's a very fast section. It's not as rough as I would assume it to be. There is a lot of rocks up here, but it's not rough. It's really, really fast. So I was thinking it was going to be potholed and rough like it usually is, but I tell you, it is the polar opposite. This is probably the fastest part of the track that I've seen so far here today.
No doubt about it. Thanks, DC, as we see the white flag waving behind you, and things going to be turning into a checkers here pretty soon as Schmidt closing in on the final quarter of a lap or so. And one of the things that Dominic talked about that is clear even on the camera, you can see the white specks all over the track. The rocks really come into light here on the top side of the course, but rocking and rolling right now. Sitting on a pair of ones, Trevor Schmidt keeps it rolling here in 450A Moto number 1. Grabs the win. Looks like Clark going to try to hang on for that number 2 spot. A solid run for Clark as well, kind of quietly in that number 2 spot as the race wore on. There is the Yamaha rider crossing the finish line. And was that the battle for third all the way down to the line? I think it looked like Fortin got it, but I'm not 100% sure. Schmidt, Clark, Beckwith, and Fortin, as well as Caden West, your top 5. Hazlitt, Holmes, Delnicki, Forward, and Sorensen going to round out the top 10 in 450A Moto number 1, your Utica Rome Speedway top 10. So the 450A class. 2 moto format for the A motos, correct? So that one was or halfway there.
Halfway to a championship.
And just about halfway through these first motos.
And if someone doesn't find something out tonight, we're halfway to giving Trevor Schmidt 2 more number 1 plates.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He has got to be feeling good, quietly confident as well as we get ready to drop the gate on our next moto. Who's taking to the track?
We got plus 25 BC going out, and they're going to also be on a stagger start with plus 45 BC. As we got everybody through the first turn clean. Oh, he held on to her. Thought we were going to lose one, but he held on to her. The gate goes down on plus 45. That's the 417 of John INS Jr. He's followed by the 948 of Paul Burfriend. You also got the 13 of Matthew Bailey, the 54 of Mark Grasso, and the 143 of Robert Pello out here. As we check back in with plus 25 BC, I see the 519 of McKinney up there. We'll check the number on our leader. Who is it gonna be? It's a guy on a bike. We know that.
Yeah, I couldn't get a read on any of those numbers.
I can't get it. I know McKinney. McKinney keeps that bike clean. Whoa. He's an easy one to spot. We'll get him eventually. If not live time, he will. So McKinney's still there in second. We're horrible at our jobs. We still can't figure out who's leading the race.
He's going too fast.
Who's
He's just a
in
blur.
third. Is that guy on a beta?
Believe so.
Oh,
and I saw him grab a.
I haven't seen one of them out here in a long time.
That's
going to be
power.
Cody Ernest. So the 4 of Roy Augustine. We got him on screen. There's the beta, the 124 of Cody Ernest.
So Augustine out front leading the way.
So Augustine and McKinney 1-2. Then we got a Honda rider there in second. That's the 334 of Brody Odell, all the way from Vermont.
So how about it, Augustine on the red, white, and better than you machine. Got the graphics and got the speed to go along with it. Number 4 slowly starting to chip away, adds a couple bike lengths to the position. Oh, problems for, is that the Beta?
Yeah, that was Ernest on the 124. He was sitting up there in the top 5, running that Davey Millsap's neck roll. I haven't seen one of them in a long time. Oh, another, oh. He gets up, and just like that, the back end slides out on him. And here we go. McKinney on the 519. Gonna try and make a race out of it with the 4 of Roy Augustine.
So taking a look, I'm showing, timing and scoring is showing the 805 of Alex Harris out front, who is in plus 25 BC.
Yeah, I think we might have a transponder issue, because we've had it on Augustine pretty much the whole time.
Yeah.
And there's the 805 of Harris and the 40, so he's got the 40 in front of him.
That's
of Joey Brillo, and they're just hitting the finish. I think you might have some transponder issues here in this moto. But Brillo and Harris getting their TV time out of it. There is the 334 of Brillo. So it looks like Harris. So we got 2 Brillos out here. Is that? Oh, I'm sorry, Brody Odell. Okay, wow, get back with it. The 334 of Odell. He's up there in 3rd. Now the 812 looks like he was starting to move up. And there is the 40 of Brillo. The 805 of Harris got around him. Okay, so Brillo running 812 on the back. Here we go.
Brillo's got 812
Here we
on
go.
the jersey.
Welcome to the program. 6 hours in, I'm just waking up.
Well, they're throwing front number plates and side number plates and jersey numbers at us. None of them match. It's all right.
That is what it is.
Doing a little sight reading here.
Man
Yamaha.
on the move, though, is Harris. Maybe, were we in the future? The way he's going, he might be in first. So Harris on the 805 looks like he's going to make the pass on Odell.
All right, so continuing to watch the number 4. White flag is in the air. So the number 4 got some company here. Here on the final lap of racing, done all this work. I like that line right there. Actually, a pretty smooth approach to what was the finish line from last year. And coming down to the final half a lap or so. A couple of good lines here from the number 4 here, looking for some smoother real estate. I don't know how smooth he's going to find.
You're going to have to leave the property to find smooth real estate at this point. Up and over the Lowville Honda tabletop in the middle. Roy Augustine. He ain't even running the right number on the back of his jersey. What is with these guys? We're going to have to make this like the Nationals when you have to have your name and number on the back of the jersey to match the bike. It's going to be mandatory.
Yeah, I'm just glad that it's not black backgrounds on a black number, because that happens way more than...
Well, you can thank Twitch for that. Yeah. Everybody wants to be like Twitch.
Yeah, we'll start doing some backflips then. It'll be cool. All right, here we go. Red, white, and blue on the bike. All black on the gear. He takes one look back. One more corner to go. And the number 4 machine going to bring out the checkers. Grab the Moto win. Here for race 16 plus 25 BC.
Did he get McKinney at the end, or did we miss McKinney coming through? I think Harris might have got McKinney. There is Odell.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I am really not sure, because it shows Augustine on a Suzuki. This is...
It's possible.
Anything is possible.
He was riding the American flag.
Yeah, he did have that thing freedomed out.
In his defense, he did serve for our country. So props to you, Roy. We appreciate your service.
Absolutely.
If you go overseas and get shot at, you can run whatever bike you want.
Whenever you want, no doubt about it. All right, going to run just, once again, this is the data that is sent to us here. So top 10 showing Alex Harris, John
INS, I would think.
INS, okay, Brody Odell, Robert Pilo, Joey Brillo, Paul Burfine, Christopher Cook, Mark Grasso, John McKinney, and I believe that was Alex there in the 10th place spot. So some timing and scoring, some numbers, some chaos there, but all in all, checker flag is out. As looks like we're getting ready to go 50 racing coming up next. The Little Rippers. And once again, these riders are going to be on that adjusted track layout. Not quite going to have the power. They're running on all 1 horsepower. Maybe half a horse, honestly. There's little Ronnie.
There he is. Levi Bond. 925. Gonna ring that thing out, Dad.
That prey, and he lets off the throttle before
shoulder.
He launches into that gate.
Well, we got the guy next door. He's shaking it. I've never seen him shake it out. Maybe that's something new. 777. Crew Jones. So we're going to let, like we said earlier, we're going to let that Moto finish. They're going to turn on the transponder line at the bottom of the finish line hill for these little guys. So for those of you following on site, I got this as race 17. That does not match my list. My race order says it's race 19. But regardless, the gate is down. Ronnie Mack Jr. does not get the jump. It's going to come from the outside. Oh, he gets a little buck. It's going to come from the inside now.
So how about it? Day glow yellow head to toe.
101 of Blake Rogie. Going to take the lead here as they come out of the first turn.
You know, these little guys are out there battling on these little PWs, but I got to tell you something. The parents are the ones who are racing. They are running around this track, banging elbows with each other, pushing each other down, running to the corner, yelling at their kid. It is amazing to see these parents on these 50cc bikes watching their little young ones out there. This is great, great TV.
Getting the steps in.
Yeah, my dad said he was never in better shape than he was when I was on a 50. I was always very strategic. I'd crash on the far side of the track, would not get the bike started until right before he got to me, and then I would once again fall on the other side of the track. So you're welcome, Dad.
Got to keep him healthy, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep him around longer.
So we had the 46 of August Dykman was up there. I believe she was in second. Everybody chasing the 101 of Blake Rogie, though. Look at the bar risers on that thing. Where were those when I was on a 50?
Yeah, you've seen a lot of innovation in the P-Dub world as of late, trying to help these riders oftentimes outgrowing the machine before they have out-aged the machine, so still legally able to compete, but got to keep that thing physically competitive as well. So the bar risers come out.
So you got Dykeman, Bond, 2-3. Oh, Bond going to get past here. The little guy with the bar risers makes the pass. Oh, wow.
Wow, got a big hit right there.
Feet never came off the pegs, though.
Head went bobbling.
Wrestle it under control. Rogie is just gone at this point. And now we're going to check. We'll wait for live timing to give us a number. Did Rogie make a mistake? Is that Rogie in the all yellow there going back around Dykeman? I think Rogie might have made a mistake. We'll let live timing tell us.
So headed towards that cut through once again. Abbreviated track here for the small 50s as 50 Shaft takes the green flag.
So there is a 94 of Roxon Cornyn. That is not Ken Roxon, but I like the play on the name and the number. Trying to figure out, that might be our leader. I'm not sure what we got going on. If we lost Rogie or if Cornyn just moved up like he did.
And yeah, these machines, this is, I started on it. I know so many riders from all over the world starting on a PW50, but these machines, even compared to something like a Cobra 50 or some of the KTM 50, vastly different, very smaller and less technical suspension settings, everything like that. These riders, when we talk about getting beat up on a track like this, these machines, and especially the way these kids ride them, they're launching them, sending them to flat sometimes. It is beating the bike up just as much as the rider sometimes.
Now we
Look
got
at this, up the
another
inside
pass
there, yeah.
possible. Dykeman on the 46 rather. Live timing will not update. I can't figure out who's in front of Ronnie Mack Jr. here.
Now we're going to
We
flash
know
forward.
We know Roxon Cornyn had moved up into at least second. He may have the lead now. I'm not sure if we lost Rogie or if he's just that far ahead, but the battle is on for third, that's for sure. As we do have an update now. Roxon Cornyn is your leader. I don't know what happened to Rogie. We must have lost him there on the first lap. He's back in seventh. Arline second, Dykeman third, Bond fourth, Boniface in fifth, but they're all right here. You can throw a blanket over them. That's going to be Arline, Dykeman, and Bond. So a three-rider battle for the second place spot.
Bond's pulled right up alongside there, but ended up losing touch as they accelerated down the backside. You see the parents there cheering them on, giving them advice.
You gotta go.
Wide open, leave the throttle wide open.
Are we in Texas now?
Always.
That was a little bit of a southern accent.
Hey, man, let me tell you something, all right? They come from all over.
Leave that there throttle wide open,
Twist
son.
it.
So Cornyn, Dykeman, Arline now makes his way around Bond, so Bond drops back to fourth. Oh, Cornyn pedaling through the deep sand.
Looks like a whoop section
There,
for those
yeah,
bikes.
there's no smooth line anymore. But you can tell he's got a little bit of teaching done to him because he's standing up through it at least. And he's about 3/4 of a lap away from taking a Moto win.
Yeah, great technical skill there. Elbows up on the pegs, over the bars, just like you said. So Roxon Cornyn, man's been handling business this year. Prospect tells us 23 overall wins and 48 podiums this year.
Putting in the work. 48 podiums. Wow. Looking like he took first in 2 classes at the Burlington MX just a week, what is that, 2 weeks ago?
Yep.
August 9th, 51 shaft and E2 4 to 8. One rider getting stuck on the hill. Look at the ruts up this thing now. You got to believe some of these little guys dragging their pegs if they're in the wrong rut. Looks like Ryder Topi here going to go a lap down. Cornyn will work around him and come back to the checkered flag. Talked to Ryder Topi's dad yesterday. This is his first race ever.
I love it.
First race.
What a place to do it at. Cornyn dog paddling that thing up the face.
Looking for a line that doesn't have a rut in it. Almost hit the flagger. He's back on his feet, though. He's standing up again. Catching a little air time, just snapped the frame. Hopefully his dad's got some more gussets in the trailer. And the checkered flag comes out. Ryder Cornyn going to take the Moto win. Dykeman, we're looking for Dykeman to come across second. Arline third. Still battling with Bond back there. So we wait for the top 10 recap to pop up. We'll get some official results for you. They must be expecting some snow here at High Voltage. They got the groomer out. So Roxon Cornyn takes your Moto win. August Dykeman second. Arline third. Bond fourth. Boniface fifth. Blake Rogie sixth. Eli Carley seventh. Bryson Burkle eighth. Amos Walsman ninth. And Ryder Topi rounds out our top 10 on the Utica Rome Speedway top 10 breakdown for 50cc shaft 4 to 8. Well, looks like we're going to jump back into a bigger class here. Super Mini 12 to 16. One of those classes where you start to see some of the talent rise to the top. We got the 02 of Blake Jensen, the 5 of Quentin Mosier, the 9 of Aiden Held, the 12 of Grayson Butler, 24 of Bren Biter, 28 Zadok McGraw, 33 Julian Lebensky, 35 Bentley Burke, 38 Carson Green, 45 Logan Upberg, 46 Blake Cronizer, 49 Jackson Wright, 66 Addison Platt, 74 Billy Cassidy, 75 Grady Mansfield, 98 Cameron Gerlach, 99 Jackson Dunbar, 101 Bentley Corthus, 234 Angelo Ramos, 238 Hunter Jones, 281 Merrick Huffman, 321 Logan Utter, 325 Trayson Walters, 420 Eli Kent, 523 Wyatt Seltzer, and the 916 of Landon Miles rounds out your 27 entries. Looks like a small delay. Don't have bikes running yet. Everybody's getting the goggles on. Bikes are not fired up yet. Gonna keep an eye on Jackson Wright.
So the Super Mini 12 to 16 class, one of, if not the fastest of the small wheel classes that we have available. Most of these riders, if they decide to finish the year off in the Super Mini class, going to be jumping up to maybe the 125s, maybe straight up to the 250s next year. And always not only one of the faster, but one of the more entertaining races to watch as well.
If you're watching at home, you want to download the Verb Moto Prospect app, learn a little bit about some of these riders, find out who's up and coming, check out some results. You can scan that QR code on the screen. Free to download. Just like I need to. I don't know many of the names in this class anymore. I recognize Mansfield and I recognize Jackson Wright from earlier. But this Super Mini class usually has some surprises in it. As we're waiting here, looks like we got one little guy. They're letting him finish up his moto, get this track clear before we drop the gate on Super Mini 12 to 15.
Here Here we go, officially off track. They're going to get ready to fire him up and drop the gate on Super Mini. Here we go, all eyes locked in. Turn number 1.
Good jump from that Husky rider way out here. I'm not sure if he's going to be far enough to the inside, but he'll at least have a pretty good start. This whole shot going to come from the inside, though. A couple riders get tangled up there. It looks like they're all getting up. One rider shaking out the arm. He was able to get up, though.
Cale Widrick grabbing that whole shot on the 553.
Widrick, one of our local riders, followed by the 74.
Billy Cassidy.
Billy Cassidy, we saw him up front earlier, but he laid it down, so he's got a little bit of a chance at redemption here. I see the 101 up there of Corthus. So a couple locals and a couple guys throwing their hat in the ring here. Is that the 75 of Mansfield? I recognize that tall, lengthy frame. That is Mansfield. He gets himself a 2 for 1. He's up into third, and he's going after the 74 of Cassidy now. Mansfield going the long way around.
Saw the 74 with a little look over there. Mansfield laser focused ahead, long way around, still gets the pass made.
You can see the difference in stature between the two of them.
Well, that's the other thing.
Mansfield's so much taller, able to maneuver that bike around probably a little bit easier.
The Super Mini class, 12 to 16-year-old. Think about your average 12-year-old and your average 16-year-old. Vastly different looks, sizes, maturity levels. So a lot of variance as far as the types of riders and the way they're able to maneuver these machines around in the Super Mini class.
Looking at our entry list, Cassidy's 12 years old, Mansfield's 15. Your body changes so much in that age frame. That explains why he's able to do what he's able to do, and Cassidy's still growing up, waiting for another growth spurt.
Yeah, all kinds of changes that happen here in the Super Mini class during this time period. And I mean, sometimes even in the interviews, they start talking like this, and then all of a sudden they just, you know, they got a deep voice.
In the middle of the interview, girls don't have cooties anymore.
Yeah, so yeah, all of a sudden they're really interested. Mansfield, though.
Here is the 49 now of Jackson Wright.
94 on the jersey, we know it.
The 49 of Jackson Wright gets around Cassidy now. He should be up into the third position. Mansfield and Cassidy, they're going to try and run down Widrick.
And that'll be one to watch because Wright didn't really get moving forward until late in that earlier moto, and he was running pretty solid lap times comparable with the front of the field. So this could actually shape up pretty interesting, especially if he can latch onto the back of Cassidy and really if he can get around Mansfield, because I'd say Widrick, Mansfield, and Wright might be the fastest three on track.
Absolutely. The part to watch right now is going to be, can Wright get to Mansfield before Mansfield can get around Widrick? That's really what's going to dictate this race. You see Mansfield, wow, this outside line he's got over here in the back section. He's not even looking at Widrick. He's looking to see who's behind Widrick. He's ready to set sail now. So someone needs to go to work and let everybody know about that middle to outside line.
And again, you look at it and it doesn't appear like, no, there's no way going all the way out there could be faster, but it just goes to show you carry that much momentum around it, and it can. It not only saves you some time, might put a little more distance on the odometer, but at the same time, cuts down on the lap times.
It looks from our angle like it's a little bit smoother too.
Yep.
So you're not getting any of that chop in the middle of the rut that maybe Widrick was getting on the inside. And now Mansfield going to come around, 2 down, 2 to go. And he's got clear track in front of him. That is bad news for Cassidy, Wright, and Widrick and the rest of the field. He drops back down into view for the spectators. Widrick was still back there. We're going to wait and see how long it takes Jackson Wright to get up to him. So we got Widrick on screen. There is Jackson Wright. So a couple second gap between the top three. Cool shot to watch him come over the top of the hill here. Almost like a mini horsepower hill. There is the 9 of Held. The 325 of Walter starting to come up now.
So Mansfield.
Looking at the lap times, wow, a whole 4 seconds difference between Mansfield and the rest of the field.
And you got to wonder, like we said, right in the right spot, but it just seems like too little too late. He's not able to really do anything quite with it yet. Is now he's starting to close in on Cassidy just a little bit, but again, those top two have set sail.
He really needs to get a start up there to run with him and run the pace. That's been the biggest problem that he's had all weekend. The speed is there, but when you start back in 5th and 6th and Mansfield's out front and he's the guy to beat, you're already in trouble. As you see Mansfield on screen, white flag should be coming out here. Interesting line. He's not really rolling that roller. He's using it to jump over the acceleration bumps.
What most of those
That's
guys
a good
doing.
line up there. As he talks to the inside down behind the tower. A little bit of a hop. He's got a little bit of that A line where he jumps over the top of the hill. Mansfield very impressive today.
Yeah, Mansfield just hopping over that top and then almost downsiding it, whereas it seemed like Vagel and some of those other ones were really launching all the way down the hillside. So, like you said, very technically sound and clearly paying off for him as he continues to stretch things out now on the final lap of Super Mini 12 to 16. Believe this is race number 20, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm seeing 20 on my race order. It should be 20. But we've had some clerical errors already today, so if you're listening in the pits, make sure you check the race order that you have. We might be on a totally different race. This might be last year's race order. Wheeling back there. The old KTM's got a little more power, even though he's a bigger guy in this class. Still able to lift the front end up for him.
Well, and I tell you what, that section right there, you saw he got a little deep in that sand berm, and you saw it kind of lean in. The weight started to get a little bit to the inside. That's one of those things about the Super Mini class, especially those taller riders. They can get almost uncomfortably big for the machines as well, and it's a fine line between perfectly sized to be able to throw that thing around and then just a little too big, where sometimes simple mistakes where if you were a couple inches shorter it wouldn't affect you as much can cost you big time.
Absolutely. That's a lot of extra weight he's carrying around, and you got to get that weight moving once it gets slowed down. So he's going to come through here. Checkered flag's going to come out for Mansfield. I believe he's 2 for 2 now on the day. He's going to be happy. Dad's going to be happy. Nobody's going to be yelling. Looking back. Where is everybody else? They're out there somewhere, bud. Looking for, should have been Widrick. Did right get to him. We got a battle here between Corthus and I believe it was Jensen.
Coming right down to the wire.
Bentley.
101 to Corthus.
Yeah, Bentley Corthus able to hold him off. We'll wait for that. Oh, no, that was a pass.
Yeah,
Corthus had
sixth.
got him on the live timing update, so last lap path from Corthus. So we look through. I see Addison Platt down there in 12th. Always cool to see the girls coming out here and racing with the boys and showing them what they got. 12th place, super respectable. I mean, she beat 27 entries. She beat over half the boys. Nothing wrong with that.
Was it 12th or 10th?
I believe it was 12th. We're going to find out right now.
How about a check flag waving for Super Mini? And it is Grady Mansfield, Cale Widrick, and Jackson Wright, 1, 2, and 3. Held and Walters hold on to the final spot inside the top 5. Corthus, Jensen, McGraw, Green, and Cassidy going to be your Utica Rome Speedway top 10 from Super Mini 12 to 16. All right, folks, so we are going to sign off here for just a little bit. We're taking care of some things on the track, so we'll kind of hang out, leave you guys with some static shots, and we will pick back up with our next moto here from the 2026 AMA New York State Motocross Championships at High Voltage Hills MX. We'll be right back. All right, folks, welcome back. We just dropped the gate on 250B Moto number 1, headed in and out of turn number 1. And these are always one of the favorite classes, the heavy hitters going to work, and recognize that. Looks like new chain, no problems. Hudson Vegal out front early.
Yes, sir. That is the number 100 of Vegal out front. I saw the 92 of Ven up there in second. He was the one we saw earlier, the benefactor of the broken chain. He got the Moto win. We'll let things unfold here. Oh, big kick there from Vegal. Oh, my God. What are we doing, kid?
Insta-bangers.
All gas, no brakes. The 21 an hour up there with a good start. I see the 444 of Joseph Meyer. And a fan favorite out here, if it's who I think it is. Whoa. Oh, Meyer just send it in there. That should be the 120 of Dan Barry, the old no-footer legend. He loves doing it. Every jump he does a no-footer.
I love it. I can't throw a whip,
he could be win the race, 5th place, 10th place, 20th place. He's throwing a no-footer.
No feet, no problems.
That's right.
Going to war right now here in the B class. Everybody jockeying for position on this opening lap. All the while things pretty settled at the front of the field, at least. Launching the big triple. Almost seemed like that's started to develop into like a quad. There's kind of
you start getting those acceleration bumps on the backside, yeah.
Meanwhile, Hudson Vegal.
Oh, that's a surprise. You're going to find out up there when you hit that water on the off camber. It's not going to slow him down any. And there is Ven on the 92 now. Now it looks like he's starting to close in on him.
There's a footer.
He had at least 1 foot off. Oh, you gotta love it. Never a lack of fun when you're watching Dan Barry ride. The 444 of Meyer up there in 5th. Now who do we got here? Looks like one rider trying to tuck it up the inside, the 11 of Wyatt Tack. I think I'm going to say the P is silent. We're going to go attack, maybe Patak, a pack. Reed Murray, the 204, he's up there in the 6th place. We got one rider. Uh-oh. He's pulling a tear off in disgust. I don't know if that bike stalled or if it just puked on him. Down behind the start line. That was somebody up inside the top 10 too, so that's a tough break. As we watch now on the 21 and Ven on the 92.
Checking on that prospect app, Hudson Vegal opens it up to a 4.9 second lead on the opening lap. So blazing fast right now, but as you've seen, you got to take it to the finish as well.
A good battle back here. This looks like 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. I see Meyer, Murray, Tack, and Powers Jr., I believe, on the 81. I would expect Metot up here on the 226 to get up here, possibly the 310 at Colbert. He's got good speed at this track, too. As we look back to Ven. Ven spent some time down at the ranch a couple weeks ago, so he's in form. Nauer's going to have his work cut out for him.
Launching down the finish line. And the Kawasaki burying into that berm. And it's starting to close in on Ven. Chadwick Nauer, 26th in the 125 junior class at last year's Loretta Lynn's Amateur National.
Nauer, no stranger to the big stage here. As you're just kind of waiting, you feel like these two are going to tangle here any second now.
An hour later.
An hour later, you're good. Good spin on the words. I like it. I like it. This guy's good.
Here.
Must have been that pizza you got for lunch.
Cowie's dancing around underneath, but throttle never cracks. But and that's something that we talk about throughout the day. You've got like this bulldog, just beat the track up, beat yourself up with power through it style, and then you've got this methodical, doesn't look like I'm going that fast, but the lap times I'm continuing to pull away. I mean, Ven right now not doing anything out of control. KTM, don't get me wrong, he's pushing it, but it's not like he's having really a ton of sketchy moments. Meanwhile, Nauer, legs off, back ends pan swapping around, and maybe closing in a little bit, but it's a true give and take.
You can definitely see the difference in riding style. You got one that rides like a Trevor Schmidt and one that rides like a Vegal. And here you are, they're in the same position on the same part of the track. Probably on the same second, if I had to guess, when we get these lap times. Just looking at the gap, it hasn't changed very much.
Bogdan dropping a couple of positions now, finds himself outside of the top 20.
All the way to the bottom of the hill. I'm not sure he meant to do that. He almost preloaded that, a little bit of a pre-jump.
I think of Toby Cleveland, I believe it was last year, over-jumping the uphill. We did
the
that
other way,
vice versa, now downhill.
Landed in the acceleration bumps and just grenaded himself. So here is the 100 of Eagle. He's almost so fast he doesn't even get screen time anymore. Just bulldog through all those braking bumps. Almost uses like a whoop section around the turn.
He only touched 2 of them because he's going so fast over him. The bike doesn't even settle in between them. It's just so impressive. On the rear end, just twisting and a twisting.
This does not look like a fun track to ride right now. And we got another 3 hours, 4 hours of racing today. As you see on the Prospect app, first in Schoolboy 1. I was speaking with my brother and some people. That was the first time a true New Yorker had won a championship in Loretta since Mike Stryker was like 10 years ago. He won plus 25. And when I say true New Yorker, I mean someone that doesn't go south to train. He'll go south in the winter, but he lives up here all summer, rides up here all summer. Not a training facility kid, and he took it to all the training facility kids. So
yeah, I don't know what Vegel's schedule looks like throughout the full year, as he is definitely backing it down. Maybe going to. Yeah, oh, there was the checkers. Okay, I missed the white on that last lap. Yeah, so Vegel gets the job done here in 250B, but yeah, not sure what his schedule looks like throughout the year, but he is one of those kids that you see racing. He's at multiple races throughout the year, and that, especially that opening lap or two intensity, I think it shows that. He is, even if he doesn't get the whole shot, he's right there. He's making quick passes, and I think a lot of that comes from getting those gate drops regularly.
It's very hard to mimic race speed if you're not doing it on the regular, and those gate drops are hard to get. We see a couple people coming through that look like Barry, Reed Murray coming through the back end of our top 10. We'll get an official rundown here shortly. There it is, the Utica Rome Speedway top 10. Hudson Vagel takes the Moto win. Corbin Venn second. Chadwick Nauer, Wyatt Tack, Winston Widrick, Daniel Barry, Reed Murray, Wayne Powers Jr., Joseph Meyer, and Joey Metot round out your top 10 here in 250B. Back to the line. Looks like we're going to go plus 30A, I believe, is where we're going next.
So got some big bikes on the line here. Try to give you a look at who exactly it looks like the ones to watch are. As laser locked in on turn number 1, you'll see the heads drop. And then it's time to get to work. Here we go.
Gate is going to go down. I see Nettie, Sorensen, Delnicki down there on the inside. Delnicki with us. He slid out when he hit the concrete. Sorensen up there. Oh, I think that's Delnicki. I believe that's Delnicki down. No, he's up there. I see the yellow jersey. I thought that was him.
Barely missed it. The 501.
The 501 of Dennison goes down. The 12 of Dylan Rose looked like he had some problems. I see the 142 of Weekly towards the back. So we'll get a look at our top 3 here when we get him back on camera. Delnicki's going to have his work cut out for him. So Sorensen out front on the 814. I see Krager up there in the 3rd place ride.
And Krager charging to the front already.
Yeah, that's a 294 of McDonald looking to come with him. Up the inside. Oh, that's the 854, a Hatch, I believe. No, pardon me, 254 though. So that is McDonald. So the 254 McDonald not able to keep Krager at bay.
And that was an impressive corner there for Krager. He came in and just pivoted that bike so well. Was able to get the drive and launches all the way across that triple.
You're not going to find anybody more comfortable at this place than Krager, I don't think. He's spun enough laps here. He knows every inch of this track. As we take a look at Sorensen, he had to start. That's half the battle. And he's out front with some clean air. Now we're going to see if Krager can run him down. We'll have to check and see where Delnicki ended up after all that mess off the start. I see a lime yellow jersey back there. I'm not sure if it's him. It looks like him. Get that tall, lengthy body up there. So there is McDonald on the 294. Yeah, that is Delnicki. So we got what we needed here. All four contenders up front inside the top 5 early. Let's see how this thing shakes out.
Eddie back there in the 5th place spot, but your leader trying to make the most of that start. Probably wise to do so is Krager now starting to hunt.
It is definitely go time when you see these 3 behind you.
One, and similar to a couple motos ago, one needs to catch one before the one catches another. Delnicki trying to force the issue and try to catch up to Krager at least before Krager gets to Sorensen, because those two are liable to link up and get out of sight entirely. Sorensen 14 overall wins so far this season and been on the podium 27 times. So your leader certainly comfortable at the front of the field.
Yeah, there he is showing 7th and plus 30 at Mini O's last year. So he's been traveling around. He's been hitting the big races. He's got the pace. All 4 of these guys, even Nettie, Hatch still an active pro rider. So a lot of these older guys, just pro riders at the end of their careers, they know how to do this. So it's a huge advantage to get out in front of the other one, because you almost know what the other guy behind you is going to do. As Sorensen started to open up that lap. And now Delnicki's a little bit hung up behind McDonald.
Delnicki's doing a good job of not following, but he hasn't been able to find something that works for him. We got DC standing by. What's up, DC?
Guys, I'm at the section after the sand pit. They're coming off the sand pit, hitting this hill, going down and up. It is super rough. As they head up the hill here, these guys are probably 3rd, 4th gear, wide open, bouncing up that hill, going into the furthest northeast section of the track. It's an amazing view right here. These guys are on rails.
DC, you're stressing me out, man. Back up, all right? They're going way too fast over there.
He's over there after the announcer's tower. They drop down in the sand pit. It's almost like a mini Millville where they go up. It plateaus a little bit, and then they go up again. It's a long ways up to the top of the hill. It starts getting real chopped out with those acceleration bumps. Yeah, Dom testing these guys. I know they're pro riders, Dom, but I don't know if I'd put that much faith in them.
He's got the belief, no doubt about it.
One rider I haven't seen, and I'm starting to be a little worried about it, is Canary. We saw him in the earlier motos, and we haven't seen him out here in the last 2. So not sure if maybe he had a bike problem or what. We'll have to, I'll do some digging tonight and try and figure out what happened with him.
Might be saving that energy too. Realizes like, hey, I'm in the mix. I'm in the fight. I want some money.
Yeah, you're asking your body a lot to come off the couch and run 13 motos. So we'll see. We'll see if he comes back. I'll try and catch up with him a little bit later tonight and see what's going on.
He's
hopefully
still over there doing push-ups.
Yes, I would. He might have heard about that push-up bar challenge at the Gibson Tire, and he's over there doing that.
So Sorensen right now, though, can't take anything away from him.
5th last year.
This year.
Oh, this year, pardon me. Oh, that's Delnicki. Okay, we switched. The prospect app switched to Delnicki. Yeah, we did see Delnicki had some pretty strong results down there. Even in the 25 class with Osborne and Nicoletti showing up in the class, getting a little faster. He had some top 10 motos down there. But it's still Sorensen out front, Krager 2nd, and Delnicki 3rd. McDonald settles into 4th, and Nettie kind of been riding around there in 5th the whole time. Seaver, 6th place. He's gotten around Hatch. Hatch back to 7th. A good ride from the 419 of Yetto. He's ahead of Langdon. That is a good run from him. Langdon, someone we would expect to be a little bit farther up, and then the 518 of Lawler rounding out the top 10 here. I may have missed the white flag. I think we might be on the last lap. 3 complete in a 4-lap moto. My math isn't very good, but I think we're on the last lap here. Sorensen should have a few turns to go. He's still able to clear that, like you're saying, that little bit of an acceleration bump after the double part of the triple, turning it almost into a quad in a way.
It's, you know, it's big when you just launch it. Just as far as you can get the bike to go, just send it.
Oh,
Whoa, hang on to it
easy.
now.
You're almost there, buddy. Take a look back, make
Anybody
sure nobody's there. We saw it. Everybody at home saw it. And I'll tell you what Sorensen's about to see. He's about to see a checkered flag and a moto win here in plus 38. So we knew he would be up there in the mix. Not sure we expected him to take off the way he did. But hey, props to him. He got the work done.
And he didn't get anything handed to him either. The other heavy hitters were right up there. They just couldn't do anything with it. So it just goes to show, again, you get the clean air. You get to take those lines that you want as we pick this battle up for the backside of the podium. And, yeah, anything can happen, no doubt about it. Ted's Body Shop live drone standing by with our next race sitting on the line.
That should be plus 50 and plus 30C. As there is our Utica Speedway top 10. Sorensen, Delnicki, Krager, McDonald, Nettie, Seaver, Hatch, Yeto, Langdon, and Lawler round out your top 10. So yeah, the top 4 kind of finished the way we expected them to. We knew they'd all be up there. Thought it might be a little bit closer at the front, but once Krager got there, Sorensen really wicked it up and took off on him. But he's got to do it 2 more times, Zach.
Yeah, that is the thing. You got to be able to back it up, not just 1 more time, but 2 times. And we got our man DC standing by.
Guys, this is another phenomenal corner after the old finish line. They come up the hill right-hander. There's 4, maybe 5 lines, and it's dedication because it's all whooped out. You can't go cross. You have to stay in your lane, ride that rail, and just take off. This is one of the best parts of the track I've seen so far. Looking forward to seeing some action here. We'll get some more of that coverage here on TV just a little bit here. It's going to be a really cool track section right here.
Oh, and it already has been, DC. Absolutely great point. And we've seen so many developments in that corner as well, whether it be problems, riders going down. We saw Hudson Vagel just a little bit ago basically tap dancing across the top of those braking bumps as the gate is down, and we are off and rolling. Believe this is
plus 50.
Plus 50 going to be the first gate drop. All right.
The old time.
The Masters.
The 420 of Scott Phelps, the Ripper. The 745 of Pavia out there. He was second off the start. The gate's going to go down on plus 30C. We'll check in with them. It looks like the 32 of Usmail up there in 3rd in the plus 50 class as they all race up the hill. That's right where Dom was not that long ago, showing you how it kind of goes up, rolls over, plateaus, and then goes up again. And now Phelps starting to take off from him early. That's the 561 of John Meyer. Meyer not afraid to send it. He's trying to get up there before Phelps can get away. There's the 804 of Wilcox. He's trying to get up in here as well.
Wilcox sneaking around the outside. Going to get a little two-for action here. Can he make it 3?
Man, these old-timers are coming out like the 250 class.
That was a good move right there. Snuck around the outside and then cut right back across, slammed the door.
Little mistake from Pavia. I saw Wilcox jump to the inside of him. Was it enough? Yeah, sweep the outside. So Wilcox, man, on the move. And now it looks like John Meyer. Meyer's a familiar name here. We see Meyer going to the front regularly. He gets around Pavia as well. So let's see how long it takes him. If he can get around Wilcox on the 804, possibly make a run at Phelps. We know Phelps isn't 100% with that shoulder from the Loretta's crash.
So the 804 on the drive right now.
Riding that 2002 CR250.
I was going to ask if we knew exactly what year that was.
I need to find out, that's for sure. Every time I see him riding and he's riding this thing, I think it's the only bike he's ever owned.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh, that thing ain't broke.
It's rolling right now.
He
that's
beats
for sure.
it. We need to check the hour meter on that thing. He needs to check the rear view mirror because he's got a load full of the 561 of Meyer. And we see as they go out of view on the screen, Meyer makes the pass on screen, though. We got Scott Usmail on the 32. He's going to go around the 745 of Anthony Pavia. So Phelps, now Meyer, Wilcox, Pavia, or pardon me, Usmail, Pavia. Then Powers, McDonald, Bogut, Smith, and Carroll.
Wilcox going back to work here.
10.
Yeah, that uphill right after the sandpit, that's that low-end power of the four-stroke. That is a picture-perfect example of when that comes in handy, but plenty of speed and top-end speed available here at High Voltage Hills. Wilcox goes back to work. They both funnel to the outside through the split lane. Want to try to get as best of a drive as they can up and over this. Wilcox again going to try to swing out wide.
He's searching. I think he knows he's got to get back in front of him before they get back to that hill.
Yep.
Where the 450 power really just drags him up the hill.
That was a good run there from Meyer as well. Kind of picked up on that and stopped Wilcox from being able to cut underneath him. So back to the top of the hill we go.
There is Phelps on screen, the 420. Scott Phelps fresh off his trip down to Loretta's. Didn't end the way he wanted it to go, but he's starting out well here. As this one has been a dog walk. Not Cody Ernest on screen. Cody was in a different moto. But he's got 11 overall wins and 19 podiums, so shout out to Cody Ernest. As Phelps goes up that little mini horsepower hill.
Yeah, and I believe Cody in that second gate drop of plus 30C.
Okay, yeah, so we are getting some results from the plus 30C class. Good catch. As Phelps working his way around, he's going through that section where Dom just was. You can see that inside line's almost turning into a whoop section. As Mike Wilcox will not let John Meyer off the hook. He's got the pass made here. He's going to have the inside line.
2 strokes of barking as it goes on by.
The 2002 CR250 just put a fresh top end in and he is ready to go.
Gotta wonder how many more top ends they have for those.
I think he bought them all out. He's on eBay. He's going to the antique collectible shops, the vintage museums, calling up Kaplan Cycle. Meyer gets a little bit of a kick there, able to pull it back underneath himself. Now Wilcox starting to open it up here. As we're looking at the live timing screen, looks like Ernest leading plus 30. He's got Denk second and Krzyzowski third. Plus 50, you got Phelps, Meyer, pardon me, Phelps, Wilcox now, and Meyer. So once they cross the finish line, that live timing that you're seeing on screen, the High Voltage Hideaway live timing pillar will update, and Wilcox will bump up into that silver medal position as the white flag comes out.
Here we go, one more time around for the 420. As Phelps trying to handle business here at the top of the field. Wilcox not terribly far behind though. A little mistake, a little bobble from Phelps. And he could be right back in this.
If the collarbone rumor is true that he's got a broken collarbone from the ranch, this is probably the time in the moto where the pain's really starting to set in.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to ride this track not hurt.
Yeah, this would be
awful. Way to check up there. He's
Yep.
good heads up riding. He saw the lapper in front of him, checked up a little bit. Now Wilcox is starting to sneak into the screen.
Starting to creep.
Phelps maybe sees him out of the corner of his eye here in this switchback turn. And we'll see. Yeah, he take a little glance over. So now he knows he's there, I think. We'll see if he ramps it back up a little bit. They're going to come over the tabletop in the middle of the track. Barely, if you can get over it. Wow.
Yeah, he didn't get a good drive there
Not
either.
at all. That thing is getting rutted and rough. I would go over that jump one time and load it up. Oh, he's almost on the trail for the water truck looking for some clean real estate here. Searching everywhere. Working his way around a couple lappers from that plus 30 C class.
Man, and props to him.
Oh,
hanging on here. A couple more corners to go.
Got a little front wheel high. Did a little Ronnie Mac there. But he's going to bring it home. It wasn't smooth, but he made it happen. The 420 of Scott Phelps. Going to take Moto number 1 plus 50. He'll take the Moto win. Should see Cody Ernest come across plus 30C. He should take the Moto win as we see Wilcox and John Meyer second, third in plus 50.
So how about it? What a finish there at the top of plus 50 ABC and plus 30C. Watching the rest of the field make their way towards the checkered flag. And we'll get ready to send things right back down to the starting line. As we are breaking things down here in the Stoke studio, trying to get an idea. We've got some Conci races coming up as well. We got 65s sitting on the line. And I believe we've also got our, 65 7 to 11 and girls 12 to 16 in this one. So we're going to have a split class in this one. And sounds like we got our man DC standing by. What's up, DC? Sounds like DC maybe having some mic problems there. Might need to get him a fresh set of double A's. That one looked important too. We'll get back to him. I know DC's been killing it all weekend long, out and about. As we're gonna hang here in the at the line. And we're gonna hold here for just a moment. We're breaking things down with some of the track crew, breaking down the rest of the schedule for today's racing action. All right, hey folks, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the 250C last chance qualifier in the staging area. Your moto is coming up after this class. Once again, the 250C last chance qualifier. You need to be in the staging area. You are coming up after this 65 7 to 11 and girls 12 to 16 class currently on the line. And our 450C last chance qualifier will be after the 125 two-stroke moto. That is race number 30. So once again, 250C LCQ, you need to be in staging. You are getting put on the line next. 450C LCQ, you are coming up after the 125 two-stroke class, race number 30. And as soon as that 450 last chance qualifier is done, we are re-racking and running straight from the top into the second motos. No intermission whatsoever. So once again, race number 1, College Boy, you need to be prepared after that 450C last chance qualifier to get rocking and rolling for your second motos. All right, you see the scrambling going on. That means we must be getting ready to drop the gate. 65, 7 to 11, and our girls flab coming up. Once again, 250C last chance qualifier coming up immediately after this moto. You should be in staging, as it looks like that's Tubbs leading them into turn number 1. '65, 7 to 11, and girls 12 to 16 off and rolling. $250C LCQ. You need to be in staging. You are getting put on the line. As we are off and rolling, it was Colton Tubbs grabbing that early race lead. Trying to pick up on some of the rest of those numbers out there. Once again, we hope you guys are all enjoying the coverage here on Racer TV, whether you're watching on Stoke Media, Racer TV, Verb Moto, Kaplan America. We appreciate you guys tuning in. And to the front we go, and it's Tubbs and Spinacope going to work. Looks like there might have been a bike in front of them as well. Tubbs had the whole shot earlier on, but so this might be some of the heavy hitters that we saw early on, and I think it is.
I believe that's Lappin out front. 344, we saw him out front earlier. So Lappin, Spinacope.
And did just get another update from Race Control. This is only 65, 7 to 11. They made the decision to split that.
So that'll give you guys in that 250 Comte a little bit more time to get down here. As we see Lappin on screen, the 344 rider, starting to put his name on the map here at the state championships. Not a rider we've seen here, but he's starting to get it under control. That first moto, it took him a little bit to get going, but the last two, he's got it dialed. And then we look at the 49 at Spinacope as they charge up that long straightaway after the finish line. Spinacope starting to drop Tubbs a little bit as he goes after the 344 of Lappin. You see Dad hanging over the fence, cheering him on. Now you got, we just had a battle coming in the screen. Not sure if that was Tubbs and another rider, but we'll check on that here in a little bit as Lappin works his way around the top section of the track back by the pits. It was Tubbs followed by Manzer on live scoring. Manzer, someone we saw battling it out front earlier, so would not be surprised if Manzer and Tubbs get tangled up in a battle back there. As Spinacope coming through that section is just brutal. That inside line, at some point you got to think about going to the outside, as that's what Manzer does. That didn't look much better, Zach. That looks just as rough. This track has taken a beating today. As now Manzer going after Tubbs, the 44 and the 45.
Yeah, these are the biggest names, I would say, in the 65 class. We've seen Lappin, we've seen Spinacope, Tubbs, and Manzer all go to work in different classes. Now we get the whole shebang, all 1, 2, 3, and 4 right now up front. Absolutely, and they're all in the top 4, so we're really going to see who's got the top of the field right now. And right now, it's definitely Lappin. We'll keep an eye on those lap times as Spinacope is kind of riding around in no man's land. He can see Lappin, and he's far enough ahead of Tubbs that there's not really a ton of pressure. So we'll see what Spinacope's able to do. But right now, the battle on screen is going to be Manzer and Tubbs. As Manzer got to the back wheel, Tubbs answers here, though, Zach. Well, this is what we saw in their previous moto, a true back and forth pass and pass back, where Tubbs at the moment not even giving Manzer the opportunity, just trying to keep him at bay. And like you said, Spinacope just far enough up ahead, he's still able to take whatever lines he wants, not having to ride defensively. Tubbs just not seeming to be able to close that up at the moment as the yellow flag is out here on the finish line. Good heads up riding from these guys as they check up on the finish line. White flag was out there, so we got the yellow and the white out. Hopefully that little guy is just off to the side of the track, just
for safety concerns, there's no reason to be jumping blind jumps when someone's on the side of the track. And now we're able to wick it back up and go back racing. As they drop down behind the start line, there is Spinacope coming up the hill. Back all the way up in the top, back by the pits. He's going to work his way back around. Style, look at all the colors. I love this kit from Colt.
Yeah, he is certainly looking good, feeling good, and riding good as well. I saw him just narrowly avoid a massive rock right there approaching that jump. So some good heads-up adjustments made.
That will derail your moto in a hurry.
Especially on the 65.
Yes, absolutely. You'll be stuck in the position we saw Vagel in earlier. Yeah. And now, here we go. Manzer seems to catch him on this side of the track, but Tubbs has something for him on the other side where he starts to open it up. As there is Lappin, he's in and out of the split turn in the middle of the track. Now Spinacope still there. The gap stayed about the same.
Yep.
And then now we're going to wait for that battle with Tubbs and Manzer. So here about this part of the track is where Tubbs start to pull away from Manzer. And then Morse is kind of stuck back there in 5th. A good ride from Attigliato Jr. in 6th. Not a rider we've seen very often. He used to race a bunch. I haven't seen his name very much, so cool to see him back up here. As we look at the Verb Prospect app giving us some stats on Colton Tubbs: 483 points, 15 overall wins, 18 podiums this year alone. So he's been spending plenty of time at the track. You see him 3rd overall in the Micro E47 2024 Loretta's. That's what we were talking about earlier when he was leading that moto and just kind of threw it away. He don't believe he knew how far out in front he was, so that was a little bit of a heartbreak for him. Still able to salvage a 3rd overall, which is a huge result. And the checkered flag comes out, so it should have been Lappin, Spinacope. Tubbs was able to hold off Manzer, and we'll wait for Morse to come through in the 5th place spot. Then again, the 65-12, the girls 12-16 got broke off from the 65-7-11. It was going to be a staggered start. We're going to give the girls their own moto. And then after the girls 250C Consi, so if you were not top 16 in the first moto of your heat, whichever division you were in, you're going to need to be down on the start line here shortly for a Consi. We're going to take the top 4 out of that to go to Moto 2. And then if you didn't hear what Zach said earlier, the 450C Consi, that is going to be after moto number 30. So the last moto of the first set is going to be 450C Consi.
Utica Rome Speedway top 10, Jackson Lappin, Indigo Spinacope, and Colton Tubbs 1, 2, and 3. As now we get ready to turn our attention to the girls class. Sitting on the line, girls 12-16. Once again, 250C, your last chance qualifier is coming up after this moto. You should be on, well, in the staging area. You're getting ready to be on the starting line. Some of the fastest young ladies in the Northeast lining up to do battle. And 2 car goes to 1. And here we go. Girls 12-16 off and rolling. Drag race into turn number 1. Looks like maybe the 26 ride leading them in. Still side by side, the 26 and the 11 going at it. Morgan Caldwell and Victoria Dillon. And Kelsey Harris, who we talked about a little bit earlier today, going to be in the mix with this one as well. We'll see where she slots in off the start. Trying to see, is that maybe Kirby making the pass? I'm trying to see who we've got out front. That might still be Caldwell, actually. So 26 on the bike, 74, I think that is Harris. Dillon, Caldwell, and Harris, I believe, are 1, 2, and 3. Caldwell leads the way, Harris in 2, and Dillon in 3, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, that QR code on your screen. Download for the Verb Moto Prospect app. You can learn the stats and results from all of these riders, as well as many, many more, including even yourself. Oh man, Dylan got a face full of sandy water right there coming through that section. They obviously laid down a little bit of water. As Kelsey Harris now trying to apply some pressure to your leader. Going to carry just a bit more speed up. Sets her up on the inside, but not quite close enough. The 26 of Caldwell hangs on to it. The 110 Racing 100% and Pirelli tires backed machine. As the green flag. And we are off and rolling, girls 12 to 16. Harris trying to set things up, but not quite close enough to even be able to try to make a move yet. And then don't count out the number 11 of Victoria Dillon as well. As there is Harris trying to run it up the inside, late on the brakes. Is she able to do it? Yes. Harris takes over the number 1 spot. Caldwell and Dillon. And look at this now. Dillon trying to take the long way around and steal the number 2 spot away.
Good action here.
Yeah, these girls are going at it.
They're putting on a show here. As there it is. Dillon makes the pass on the inside. Caldwell's got the momentum, though, if she clears this jump. Nope. Dillon able to close the door. Now can Dillon go after Harris? Quickly to the back tire. So their drag race back towards the front side. They'll go up towards the finish line. Harris dips to the inside on her. Caldwell shuts the door. She definitely knows she's there now.
So Kelsey Harris out front. Dillon in the number 2 spot. Caldwell's dropped down back to the number 3 position. So a flip-flop just about with your top 3. Platt back there in the number 4 ride.
You got Trefanowski 5th. L. Turner, that is not Lachlan Turner, back in 6th. La Bombard 7th. Mercone 8th. Turner 9th. And Kirby 10th. As we follow along here on RacerTV.com, we got Kelsey Harris up on the Verb Prospect app. A great result at Loretta's, 4th overall in the girls 11 to 16 class. So this is a good ride from Dillon to run the pace with Harris. Harris, obviously one of the best in the country. As we're 2 laps in here, and we get some information about Victoria Dillon, 6 overall wins, 7 podiums. First, okay, so we're racing up in Canada. Victoria Dillon, first in the girls 9 to 16 class up at Walton earlier this year.
Yeah, the Ontario native of Dillon, one of those riders he talked about coming down from the north and showing what she's got.
And she's got a lot for Harris, that's for sure. She's running the pace with her. Morgan Caldwell, another one down at Loretta's this year, 26 overall, 11 to 16 girls class. So Caldwell, no slouch either. Awesome to see you get 3 of the fastest girls in the country here, all racing together up in the upstate New York area. Fun to see, not something we see up here very often. You need an event like this to really pull the talent together, as the white flag should be coming out. And this is just about as close as Dillon's been. Harris is gonna have her hands full. 1 lap rider gets out of the way. Oh, Harris.
How about
not
that?
able to shut the door. Dillon threads the needle between the lapper and Harris and makes the pass.
So it all comes down to this, the final lap. Girls 12 to 16, and it's Dylan now taking over the number 1 spot. Kelsey Harris has to go back to work.
And you saw the pace really picked up once Dylan got to second and she started pushing Harris. They kind of dropped Caldwell. So it's a 2-horse race here. And Dylan's honestly starting to open it up. Good decision not to follow from Harris, though. She takes a little bit of a smoother line, able to catch back up a bike length or two. And now she's really got up to the back wheel. Here we go.
Eating sand off the back of the Canadian of Dylan. Kelsey Harris once again tries to fly way wide this time.
I know it's not the preferred line, but I like it. I like her keeping the momentum up. It only takes one mistake from Dylan on the inside, and Harris will have a clean runner on the outside of her. She's starting to run out of time, though. There's a little mistake coming out of that turn. And that might have been enough.
Yeah, Harris running out of time now without a mistake from Dylan.
Up to the top of the hill, only one turn to go. They're going to go up over the little step over double. One lap rider in front of him. This is the only hope that Harris has left. And Dylan looks like she's going to be able to slide around the outside of that lap rider, and she's going to cruise to a Moto win here. So a good statement ride from Dylan on the 11. You would think coming off that 4th at Loretta's, Harris would be the one to beat here, and she just took it to her in the first moto. Still needs to do it 2 more times, though, so we'll see what happens in these next 2 motos as we see Addison Platt on the 66 working her way around towards the finish line. She should be our 4th place rider. Caldwell was there in 3rd. So a good first moto from Platt in 4th, something to build on as we go to Moto 2 and 3. You certainly can't win the overall in the first moto, but you can definitely lose it.
No doubt about it. For the rest of the field, making their way through the checkered flag as we get ready to set the stage for our 250C last chance qualifier. Victoria Dillon grabs the win. Kelsey Harris and Morgan Caldwell round out your podium. Platt, Turner, Lombard, Mercone, Turner, Kirby, and Dittmer round out your top 10 in girls 12 to 16 Moto 1.
So this is the last chance qualifier coming up. Never a good sign to be in a last chance qualifier. Looks like we got about 30 bikes on the line. Only the top 4 are going to get out of this thing.
For a lot of these riders, the race will be decided by the time they're exiting this first corner.
It looks like all the mechanics have departed from the start line, just waiting on the gate to drop. You never know with these C guys if you don't see the 2 card. Some of them get all up on the front.
Oh,
they
yeah.
got the bike revved up and the 2 card hasn't even gone up yet. So the 1 card is up. It goes sideways. The gate about to go down. One rider stalls out.
Might as well just go ahead and turn around.
Oh, big
wow.
crash. Oh, no. We saw that coming. He kind of tagged the back wheel. Oh, an unfortunate break. He was about to come out in second. He tagged the back wheel ever so slightly of the guy in first, and that just took his momentum way left. And that's going to open the door for a lot of people that had a bad start. So the 110 of Pazmino out front. Cesar Pazmino, we saw him have some trouble in the first moto. For whatever reason, he finished way down the order. He's going to take advantage of a good start here in the 250 LCQ.
Yep. Yeah, this was not how a lot of those riders wanted to start that one. And unfortunate, it's never good when somebody's turning left in a right-hand corner. We'll put it like that. But unfortunately, that is the way things roll sometimes in these C-class starts. As the rest of the field going to shuffle their way into position.
That was a tough break. I don't know if we have a replay of it. The guy in second just barely nicked the back tire, and it threw his weight off just enough to go left. And Unfortunately, that's how it's going to end. Oh, one rider there. Did he save that? Oof.
He's definitely bouncing around.
Yeah, he was able to ride it out.
So once again, top 4 are going to be moving on from this one.
Still Pasmino out front. This is one of those deals, you just let him by if he wants the Moto win that bad. Just get me to the Motos. As we see him cross jump him right there. We'll take both of us out. Neither one of us are going to Moto 2.
Well, there's something to be said about it as well. You know, even a win in the LCQ, what does that count as, a 20th?
I believe that would just count as, well, your first Moto score will count, and then you'll go. So for Pasmino, he'd be sitting on a 28th going into the first, after the first Moto, which not where you want to be.
Pasmino, Reese, Carmine, and Berger, as well as Scruggs, your top 5 early on. Christopher Canella, Joshua Sorensi, and Joe Altieri all out there as well. Chase Carmine sitting 3rd place in this Moto. Don't think this one's going to count to the podium count. He's got a yellow flag out.
Couple of them, so someone must be down up here a little bit farther up into the turn. See, I don't see anybody down now. Might have been off the side of the track. A big move there on the outside. That guy was able to clear the double. That'll get him a couple positions. Not sure where they were battling for in the actual running order there. They were a little bit farther back. We see Pasmino and Reese. I believe the white flag is coming out. These LCQs usually aren't a full-length moto. Yeah, white flag coming out. So just 3 laps here.
Pasmino and Reese going at it still for the LCQ win.
Reese makes the pass. As we watch on the Stoke battle cam, the Ted's Body Shop live drone. Reese goes to the front. Pasmino slides back to 2nd. Not sure you'll see much fight out of Pasmino. Sometimes you just take the 2nd and get to the motos. And then Carmine and Berger 3rd and 4th. So Scruggs and Canella, as we now see Scruggs starting to fall down the order as a live timing update. So now it's Canella and Altieri. The 2 looking on the outside, looking in. They need to make something happen here or their weekend is over. They're going to be able to have a couple extra drinks tonight and not have to worry about waking up tomorrow.
Comes down to this, a big look back there once again.
So it's still Pasmino, Reese, Carmine, and Berger.
Whew. Bike was dancing around underneath the 175.
Once we get back to the top of the race order, these guys that haven't seen this track in a few hours are going to be in for a rude surprise when they get back out here.
Well, basically just pretend it's a different track because it is. It's not even close to the same.
As we see a lot of those rocks start to form coming up at the top here, up by the finish line. As the checker flag going to come out for Reese and Pasmino. Little whip. Oh, did he ride that out? Oh, wow. I mean, it's always cool to celebrate a moto win, but I don't know if we want to do it like that. So Reese and Pasmino go through to the motos. We're going to wait here. Looks like the 425 on screen. Christopher Canella, not sure where he sits in the order. He needed to get 1 pass on the last lap to move up. So Canella comes through. We'll wait for the live timing. Let's take a look at the replay on that start. Absolute carnage. As you'll watch on the right side, one of the riders tagged a back wheel going into the turn, and unfortunately he went left. I believe is that rider right in the blue there. Yep, he tagged a wheel and he went left, and like Zach said, going left into a right-hand turn is not what you want to do, and we got a yard sale in the first turn. Everything 50% off. Hopefully everybody was able to get up and back riding there. That was nasty. As we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10, Canella, Berger, Carmen, and Altieri. Altieri was able to make a move there on the last lap. Those four are going to go to the motos. Galligan, Scruggs, Reese. I believe that's a bit of an error in scoring Reese and Pesmino. They were up front. You'd have to check the official scoring. As the gate is down now. Let's see what we got. I believe this is going to be our 250 beginner class. Looks like we got a Yamaha rider making a move early here. 2 laps in. Getting bucked all over the place. I think I'm seeing a 43. I'm seeing 43, not on the entry list though, so we're not sure who that is. I see the 438 of Bryce Monette up there. He's your second place rider. And possibly the 859 of Owen Groff. That is Groff. So Groff makes a couple passes. He's up into the second place position. Then I'm seeing a 264 of Chase Carmen. He's your third place rider right now after he makes a couple moves. We'll have to wait and see what the live timing says on that leader, the number 43. There he is on screen. Everybody else starting to funnel through here. A lot of passes being made early in this one. We got a Honda rider now starting to make a couple moves. As we're working back towards the finish line, we'll get some official scoring out of this. Like we said, we know Groff is up here. We saw Carmine up here as well. As the green flag is out. It is Austin Mumolo, the number 43 rider out of Edmonston, New York. He is leading the moto over the 859 of Groff, the 264 of Carmine. Your top 3 here with 1 lap down. Caleb Huey, Ryan Semp, Bryce Monette, Blake Southwick, Grant Thompson, Chase McClellan. Waiting for it to update here for our 10th place position, but that is the top 9. Looks like Esposito gonna come across in 10th. On screen, you got the 859 of Owen Groff, our second place rider. Looking for some clean real estate out here. There is none to be found. There is the 264 of Carmine. Probably going to see Huey on the 55 start to sneak into the frame. I would expect Semp. We saw him running up front in a moto earlier. He should be getting ready to sneak up into the screen as well. See what kind of battle this shapes up in. As Mumolo. I've never seen anybody get bumped up in the middle of a moto, but it might be time to go to the C class. He is long gone from the start here. I did see Jed Beaton get bumped up from the B practice to the A practice last week, so
I was going to say, do you guys
possible.
do that here? I've seen it happen mid-weekend multiple times. If you're jumping all the jumps, yeah.
Might need to happen.
Yep.
Well, Mumolo looking good out here early. 2 laps down, 2 laps to go. Halfway through this one. Keeping that white Fox gear clean. Got 12th in the 125 2-stroke race. here just a couple months ago, last race we had here at High Voltage. So a familiar face, Austin Mumbolo and Owen Groff here in second. Verb Prospect app shows him with 4 overall wins, 20 podiums on the year, 687 prospect points. Owen Groff got second in the Super Mini class. Paradox just last month. As now we see Hui got around Carmine that last lap there. So the 55X of Caleb Hui moves up into the third place ride. The 264 of Chase Carmine, he's going to drop back. I'm a little surprised that Semp hasn't found his way up to the back wheel of these guys yet. We saw him running, battling for the lead in the 450 beginner class, but not able to make anything happen yet in this one, as Hui starts to open it up over Carmine. Again, this is 250 beginner.
Yeah, and once again, was just over there talking with race control and everything like that. Our final last chance qualifier going to be after race number 30. So once again, 450C, you need to make sure you are in staging well in advance of that moto. Your last chance qualifier will be the final of the first motos, and then we are running directly into the second motos. Going to try to get through as many of those as we can before we conclude racing for today. But once again, 250 beginner out on track right now, looking not so beginnery to me. At the front is Mumbolo. I'm not mumbling when I say it. He's looking good. That's a compliment, brother. There's nothing wrong with getting bumped up. Now, we saw somebody trying to bump down earlier. That one maybe a little frowned upon, but
that one still needs to be discussed.
That's not my department. So
I stepped out for a second. One of our cameramen asked me, can you get bumped up by AMA rule? And I said, well, there's no beginner in AMA. Technically, the AMA can't do anything.
That is true.
So he may have found a loophole.
It's up to the track's discretion, but yeah, to your point, I have seen multiple times beginner riders be bumped up. Moto 1 in the beginner class, and Motos 2 and 3, they are in the C class. So that might be what you get.
Take it as a compliment.
It is.
That's all it is.
As there you see. Go ahead, DC.
In the corner I'm in, these beginner riders are handling this corner really good. This is a pretty rough section. A lot of braking bumps coming up into this corner here. It's after the finish line. It's that really big, huge wall berm. About 50 foot of a berm here going across this corner. But prior to that, these braking bumps are big, and these guys are dancing through here, handling their dirt bikes on these beginner bikes, and they are looking really good on this track.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The technical skills are certainly there, and the riders... And it's funny to sometimes see what they struggle on. Like often, a lot of times the focus is on the ability to jump, right? If you're doing certain jumps on the track that are determined to be difficult enough where if you can do them, you're not considered a beginner anymore. But it's oftentimes things like the big braking bumps, the berms, like Dominic was just talking about, where riders struggle with a bit more, where you start to see, okay, I somewhat understand where the beginner title is coming from. So even on your screen right now, even their Mumbolo, relatively smooth over most of the jumps, but we have seen him have a couple of close calls coming through some of these corners as well. So yeah, the overall term of beginner, and again, the C class itself doesn't mean you got it all figured out by any means. That is definitely the next step up, but no doubt about it. Riders looking for competition, looking to improve, and grabbing a first moto win. Mumbolo gets the job done.
We'll use the term beginner loosely here.
Yes.
Nonetheless, it's a moto win.
Hey,
and if he does it 2 more times, he's going to have 1 more #1 plate than I ever got in my career.
Drag racing to the line there. I wonder if that was for a pass or just around a lapped rider. That was a pretty close finish. As it is, Mumbolo grabbing the win. Groff and Carmine 2 and 3. Hui, Southwick, Synth, Monte, McClellan, Thompson, and Almakinder round out your top 10 for 250 beginner. And got to also wonder, I know that's the ESMX series as well, so for that rider, Mumbolo maybe been running that throughout the series. Started off maybe probably pretty genuinely beginner-ish and has improved. So
Definitely very possible that he could be
the season out.
He could be 15, 20 races in at this point and really got his feet wet, and he's comfortable on that bike now. As we drop the gate, let's see what we're going to have here. This should be women's. We got 18 entries here. We're going to want to look for the 61 of Ingersoll. She is the clear favorite, and she is out front early, which is bad news for the other girls. I see the 92 of Voorhees out here, the 285 of Joanna Fake. Both riders about mid-pack.
Here we go, going to work early, and that was a problem for Ingersoll, if I'm not mistaken, coming out of the sand pit. So potentially a new leader. Wasn't quite able to make out who that was there. That is Ingersoll. Out front, leading the way. And man, what a year it has been for the female representation here in motocross racing. We've had some history being made just a little bit ago out at Loretta Lynn's. We've obviously had the kind of rebirth and popularity of the WMX series. Oh, one rider going down hard there.
She almost saved it. She was hanging on for dear life, and unfortunately the last second she reached out and just wasn't tall enough to catch the ground. But yeah, like you're saying, Zach, I actually had that thought last weekend when I went to Unadilla and watched the WMX. They used to get like 15, 20 riders. It was a full gate last weekend, and the girls put on a show, women, if you will.
Absolutely.
You got to be, 18, I believe, to ride that class. So, yeah, the women, it's been a rebirth for sure. It's been awesome to see how everyone's kind of bought into the program and supported it. As we watch the 74 now of Kelsey Harris, starting to close up on the 61 of Ingersoll. Now, we just watched Harris not that long ago on track, and Ingersoll hasn't been out here for a long time, so we wonder if that's starting to play a little bit of a factor here.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we had our girls Moto winner, I believe, out there as well. Victoria Dillon now checks in the third place spot, so 1 and 2 out of your girls class, running 2 and 3 right now in the women's class as well. As there you see the number 11 of Dillon.
Shout out to them.
Touch. Yep.
Harris 14 and Dillon 15. So these are legitimately still young ladies, and they're going after Ingersoll, who's 21. She's in college now, so they're starting to run with the older women in the group. Awesome to see the progression of these girls. Not too long ago, you used to laugh when a girl was racing, and now it's like, hold on, because she might be able to beat you.
Well, I tell you what, I got my hair blown forward more than a few times by Jordan Jarvis growing up, and so you weren't laughing for long, that's for sure. But yeah, growing up, you had the Jessica Pattersons, the Ashley Fileks, the Tara Geigers, and man, this new generation, these ladies are absolute savages out on the track. There's no other way to put it. I mean, Mayla Herrick, Lachlan Turner, Jordan Jarvis still out there getting the job done. The list goes on, and the skill level, the competition. I know Lachlan doing a lot of training out there at Club MX, and all the boys, they're not scared to say it. She's out there, and she's putting the pressure on during the week, and it shows on the weekends as well. That intensity, really fun to watch, and that intensity right here as well in the women's class at the New York State Championship. Kelsey Harris trying to find a way around Ingersoll for that #1 spot.
Anissa got her hands full here with Harris. I'm not sure if she's going to find it here at the top of the hill. She's been searching. Harris is kind of finding some different lines, looking for a way to get around her. Oh, just missed, landed on that big rock. That would have been party over if she's able to run it up the inside. You can tell Harris has a lot of race savvy in her. She knows when Anissa is going to cut down on her. Yep. She'll lock the brakes up like she did in that last turn. And she's just kind of stalking her right now. Anissa's been around for a long time. She's done all the big races. She's not going to crack under the pressure. Harris is going to have to find a way around her, or maybe force the issue down here into the sand trap.
Harris looks like maybe just got a bit more pace in some of these sections.
There
it is. I was about to say, she's got to find a way to actually turn that into a pass.
So now let's see what Ingersoll can do. This is the first time we've seen Anissa challenged here in a long time. And it's just that new crop of women coming up. Anissa's kind of growing up. She's going to college. She's playing other sports. Whereas Harris probably still full-time riding. And it's starting to show here. So we'll see what Anissa can do. Maybe follow some lines and learn a couple things. Or she just kind of rides for fun now, so she just might not have the pace she used to have. It was just totally understandable. I know I talked to her mom last night. She's going back to college after this weekend. She's going back on Monday. So priority isn't really dirt bikes anymore, as much fun as it was when she was growing up. But she's still right here. She's in the fight. Keep the pressure on and see what she can do.
Yeah, she's certainly still in the mix, no doubt about it. And Harris doing a great job as well. She's been in several battles. That girls' moto was not that long ago either, so a quick turnaround for Harris. Once again, just showing how great a shape these ladies are in.
Yeah, we're looking at 3 motos ago was that girls' race. So, I mean, very possibly Dad could have been down in the staging area with the big bike. They swapped the Super Mini for the 125 or the 250, whatever she's running here. And that was that. You see those, you start seeing those rocks on the landing of that jump up there. You land on one of those wrong, and that could take you down in a hurry. As we work our way through, white flag coming out. So Harris just needs to put one clean lap together, and she'll have herself a moto win. But lurking right behind her is the 61 of Ingersoll. Looked like we had some lap traffic coming up. We'll see if that plays a factor. It might hurt Ingersoll worse than it hurt Harris.
You see Kelsey Harris a couple seconds faster on that last lap, so only getting under less pressure as the race wears on if she can continue to push the pace like this. And yeah, to your point, it does look like that might be a 125 that Harris is riding. A bit lighter of a machine, maybe a little bit easier to maneuver for the still very young Kelsey Harris.
Ingersoll's right here. She's keeping him honest. It's good to see a little bit of fight back from Anissa. She's not letting her off the hook.
Maybe she was saving it for this last lap. Here we go.
Here we go. Nice move from Harris to slot out. Oh, Ryder's down here.
Man, that's a bummer. That flagger was not out at the start of that corner, so there was no way for them to know a rider was down up ahead, and that's going to cost Ingersoll just a little bit of time.
Good heads up by them two to switch lines really quick. Oh, we got, okay, so they're just trying to get the attention of the medics out back. So looked like one of the riders was down. We got some red
cross flags there on that jump.
For that girl that was down the back, they need to get some medics back there, and they'll get her taken care of. Back out to the race lead, though. Harris only a few turns away. Tough break for Ingersoll to have the riders that were down on the last lap. It looked like she was just starting to build a little bit of momentum that lap. Yeah, if she gets out of this turn smoothly, I think that's going to be all she wrote for this moto. But something to build on for Ingersoll. She proved she could pick it back up and run the pace. As the checkered flag going to come out.
Great ride there for Kelsey Harris. Going to grab the moto win here for your women's class. Ingersoll crosses the line in the number 2 position. It looks like Victoria Dillon going to round out the top 3. As here it is, Kelsey Harris, Anissa Ingersoll, Victoria Dillon, 1, 2, and 3. Hunt and Platt going to round out the top 5. Turner, Fake, Lombard, Voorhees, and Erickson round out the top 10 here for the women's Moto number 1. We'll get ready to get things locked and loaded on the gate. Looks like some 50s coming up. All right, and sounds like maybe have a rider being tended to. We saw those red cross flags out, so gonna just hang here. We'll bring it back in when you're getting ready to drop the gate. And sounds like we've got our man DC from D3 standing by with an update. Dominic, what's up?
Guys, I'm standing at the bottom of the old finish line where the girls and the guys have to hit this jump and land down this hill. This hill, you probably can't see it from the camera view, but it is very, very rough. And they're making their way down the hill, and it's getting even more rough. up the hill, and it is just whooped out. And that's the section where there was 4 lines going into that right-hander, which is so whooped out. It's a great place to view it, and these guys on these bikes and these ladies are going through here, handling it, and I tell you something, it's a very, very rough part of the track, and I'm surprised more folks have not fallen here yet, but hey, great place to pass if you can make it through here.
All right, great stuff there, DC, hanging out and taking a little closer look at some of the sections on the track. And all right, so once again, taking care of a injured rider. Want to make sure they are taken care of and cleared off the track as safely as possible. And we'll pick back up coming up with our 50cc e-bike here in just a moment from the 2026 New York State Motocross Championship at High Voltage Hills.
Guys, I'm down here at the line with Bobby Canary, just talking to him about what's coming up in the future in the track and whatnot. Bob, how's the track been today?
Track's been awesome. I have never been here before, so I heard they changed directions, and man, I'm having a good time on it. It's getting rough in spots, but when it gets a little out of control, they go out and groom it, and man, I'm having a good time.
How's your bike feel being bone stock, with the suspension bone stock, the engine bone stock? How does that feel for you?
It's good. It's a good starting point, and man, I've only been riding 2 days prior to this, so I'm having a good time just being on a bike. I don't care how fast it's going. I'm just having a good time being here with you guys and seeing all the new up-and-coming kids, and there's some really fast kids coming up from New York, and it's fun to see, and just be back around the sport, man. I'm having a great time here.
Yeah, that's great, Bob. I've been watching you since you were a kid riding. You were the up-and-coming kid back in the day, and you hit the factory level. And now you're back on a bike, and you were saying something about going down south. What about going down south? What's happening down there, Bob?
I know it's a lot warmer in the winter, so we'll try and go down there, maybe do some racing, do some riding. We'll see what plays out here in the near future. But, yeah, looking forward to the winter, getting down south, getting some more laps in.
Well, guys, I got to tell you something right now. If he's going down south to ride this year, all you Southern boys better watch out, because Bobby Canary from the New York boys, he's coming at you.
Well, paint me pink and call me babe, son. Let me tell you what, I got to get to work. No, that's awesome. Fantastic stuff. And only been riding 2 days. I could be riding every day for 22 years and wouldn't be able to do that stuff. It's so impressive. On a stock bike as well. Once again, here at the New York State Championship 2026, had a downed rider that we were taking care of. Wanted to make sure that they were properly able to be transported off of the machine and properly taken care of. Safety, obviously, the top priority here on site. For those of you walking out and about in the pits, don't forget that 450C last chance qualifier are going to be coming up after race number 30. And we will continue to update you guys as far as what the rest of the afternoon is going to look like with the race program. For those of you here on site, make sure you're taking care of those that are taking care of us. First and foremost, pick up after yourself, guys. It takes so much to be able to put on one of these events. We've got trash receptacles all over the property. Make sure you're disposing of things properly. I'm seeing a lot of stuff on the ground right now in the staging area. Hopefully you guys are going to be picking that stuff up. And guess what? You can pick up a water bottle or a Gatorade bottle that's not yours and throw it away. It's not going to kill you. It's not even going to hurt you a little bit. Make sure you stop over and see our friends at the concessions. We've got multiple different options as far as food and beverages go. Going to be going into the evening as well with our evening festivities. We've got all kinds of great vendors set up, whether it's parts, apparel, anything that you may need to help get you looking and feeling right for the rest of the weekend. We appreciate them all being out there, and make sure you take advantage of what they're bringing to the racetrack as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We appreciate everybody that's coming out and supporting us. And the only way to keep them coming out and helping us out is if all the fans and riders and the families go and support them. So if you need any parts or anything, and you go over to Sanders, you go over to Valley Moto, MX Boot, Defiance, whoever it is, just even if it's one purchase, it helps. It goes a long ways. They got a lot into this. Come out here, and the food vendors as well, the pizza shop. You can go over to the Humble Palace. You can go over to the coffee shop. And just one drink would make a heck of a difference for them. They put a lot into it to help us, so it's only fair that we turn around and help them as well.
I always think it's cool when they do a little personalization too. You got the high voltage latte, the whole shot latte. Like, it's cool when they embrace the moto community and have some fun with it as well. So take care of those that take care of us. Still taking time to believe that rider is getting taken care of and moved off of the track, but want to make sure medics and everything are back in position. Track crew taking advantage of the opportunity to touch some spots up on the track as well. And like we said, just stay tuned. 103.5 on the FM dial as well.
103.5, racertv.com.
Yep, you guys can tune in.
Put your lawn chair underneath a PA speaker. Yep. Climb the pole if you need to get closer.
Carry that boom box around old school style. 103.5 high voltage radio all weekend long.
We do need to make an announcement that the pit bike race is not happening tonight. They're going to take that time to run a couple extra motos today and then start cleaning up the track for tomorrow. This track is getting beat down bad.
Whip contest?
Whip contest. Oh, there's no way we're canceling that. If they cancel that, we're going to have a riot in the pits. There's going to be an uproar. The DJ is going to be the least of Nick's concerns. They're going to be banging on the door, dragging him out of that dozer.
We want whips.
Yeah. They might just have a whip contest of their own. They'll just go out and start hitting the jump and tell them if you're going to stop us. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So we appreciate everybody bearing with us. We're going to take care of that down rider. They should have her out of here pretty soon, and we'll get back to racing. We're going to race until 6 o'clock tonight and then call it. We appreciate everybody bearing with us. We appreciate everybody at Racer TV hanging on with us. I know you're probably sitting at home waiting. Probably a lot of people waiting all day to watch their little friends race, or their, if it's a family member, grandma and grandpa sitting home.
Yeah, big shout out to all our camera operators, everyone involved here with the Stoke Media production and the Racer TV crew. I know, it's tough here in the announcers, the Stoke studio. All right, we've got it tough here, but they're out and about in the heat, getting sprayed with sand. Everybody that's involved with this entire program, head to toe, a big thank you. And like we said, going to run this thing till 6 o'clock tonight, then going to call it, give everybody an opportunity to get the bikes cleaned up, get kind of winded down, make some dinner, and get to bed at a reasonable time. And then we'll get things fired up bright and early tomorrow to close out the weekend and close out the 2026 New York State Championship. Correct me if I'm wrong, you guys said this was the final event for you of the year, right?
This last event of the year.
Nice.
We'll get geared up. You guys can keep a look on the Facebook page. I'm sure they'll have a snowcross race again this winter. Every winter, Nick is part of this snowcross cross-country. There's a series. I don't know. I'm not a big snowmobile guy. When it gets cold, I go inside. I'm probably not sure why I live up here. I mean, I don't know what. I should probably move somewhere warm.
I'd rather sweat than shiver, man. Yep.
He has a snowmobile race, snowcross race every winter. I'm sure he'll be putting that on. So if you guys just keep a look on the Facebook page, he'll have that up there. And like I said, the biggest thank you goes to Racer TV. These guys, we got food delivery in here. The air conditioning's going. We got some comfy chairs, and those guys are just out there. Just grinding.
Yeah, it's in the heat.
So
the bugs, they're getting sand sprayed. It's absolutely brutal.
Not a glorious job at all.
It's a thankless job as well. Big shout out to the whole production crew as well. Don, Adam, Nick in there, everybody involved. I know Jordan. We've got the Bark Boys in the house helping get everyone relieved, give them a little break when they can. So, man, it takes a village head to toe. Like we were just talking about off the microphone, so many people don't understand the amount of decisions, the amount of things that go into putting on just a standard weekend, let alone an event of this scale. Like you said, got to be approaching close to 1,000 different racers, and usually every racer bringing 1 to 2 to 3 people along with them. Kind of got the crew. You do the math, things add up really quick. So, man, it's a big undertaking, and to do it year after year. So I challenge each and every one of you, if you're here on site and you see a high voltage team member, you see anyone with Racer TV, tell them thank you, tell them you've enjoyed it. And hopefully those of you that are watching this free broadcast as well on Racer TV, you're watching on Verve Moto, Kaplan America, Stoke Media, you guys are enjoying yourself as well. And like we've been saying, go ahead and start making some plans for 2027, High Voltage Hills. That's where you want to be. You head usually from the ranch, right, just after Loretta's. You're coming off the high from seeing the best of the best, and then you get to see the best of the best up here in the Northeast as well at High Voltage. So
it's honestly like the trifecta. It's my favorite.
It is, man.
You get Loretta's. The next week you get Unadilla for the pro race, and then you come here.
That's a big week, big month for you guys.
I mean, if you want to be honest, it gets better because now next week you can go to Unadilla for J-Day.
Doubleheader weekend. Yeah, we're going to be doing that right here on Racer TV as well. The final 2 rounds of the 2026 J-Day Off-Road Racing Series as well. Tight points in this one. And so make sure you guys are tuned in for that. And hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We got a couple of riders that need to go back to registration.
We need the following riders from the beginner class: Austin Mumbolo and Owen Groff. Please report to the sign-up shed and see Mr. Mike Doherty, the referee. Mike just popped in, said he needs you guys to go down to the sign-up shed. So Austin Mumbolo and Owen Groff. You guys were in that 250 beginner, I believe it was 250 beginner, the last beginner class we raced. Mr. Doherty would like to speak to you down at the sign-up shed. God bless and good willing. He's on a mission. He was cracking the ruler when he just came in here. Yep. Someone is getting written up.
Ooh. It's like you get called to the principal's office. It might be good. You might be getting a standing star. What do they call that? Star student or
might
whatever.
Come with a promotion.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A promotion indeed. Well, I saw some dads yelling in the ears of some kids. Might even have a couple bikes fired up. So we may be getting close to racing here, as I'm seeing some elbows up, some laser locked in on turn number 1. We might just be ready to get things back off and rolling. Once again, shout out to our medical staff as well and the entire track crew for taking care of those down riders as here we go. Gates down. We are off and racing once again. And I tell you what, I'm actually very curious to see the way this track looks. The crew had a fair amount of time to touch several spots up, so these Little Rippers might be in store for a pretty good track.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have a real clean track to race here. I heard over the headset track control was bringing out all the equipment. They knew they had about 10 to 15 minutes to really touch this thing up. And hopefully this will bring us to the end of the day. Smoothing things out should help. We're always going to have accidents. We're always going to have to take some time to help some down riders, but it makes it a lot easier when the track's smoother. As you can see, they smoothed out this section. Looks brand new. Put some water down, and we got a battle for the lead right off the jump. It looks like Nick Kaika, running into the back of him.
Holy cow.
Moved him out of the way. Who do we got? Is that 58? 98? I think that's Wager, 98.
My mouth is just stuck wide open. They were going right there. I can't believe they didn't go down.
Mom's yelling at him, stand up, I'm taking the seat off if you don't. Your dad ever do that to you? Take the seat off?
Yeah, my dad knew I was going to be an announcer. My best days were my P-Dub days. That was about it.
That is Wager out front on the 98. So he made the move quick on Kaika. And that section they did not touch up. Wow. Good day to be an announcer.
No doubt about it. Beautiful conditions here in the Stoke studio.
Absolutely. Could we get the air conditioning turned down a couple degrees? As we got a pass for second now, we got a Cobra rider moving up there. We'll check the live timing as they come across the stripe all the way on the other side of the track.
So it is Mason Wager out front leading the way on the number 98.
I've been waiting for somebody to carry the flag here. Is it who I think it is?
Cohen Merritt and Nick Kaika.
It is the 718 of Cohen Merritt. He's going to set his sights on the number one rider. Runs him wide. No real estate. The 23 of Kaika.
Puts him in the banners.
Wow, that was a muscle move.
So the attitude class here in the 50 e-bike.
Kaika takes the spot back from Merritt.
And that's e-bike, so they can hear what mom and dad are yelling at him. I know you can hear me.
He might have been yelling at him on the way by. Get out of the way. So it's now Wager, Kaika, Merritt, Arline, Shorts Left, Shellick, Bond, and Boniface. And this is 50cc e-bike. This is moto number 27. Keep an ear to the speaker. Again, we're going to run until 6 o'clock tonight. Thank you to the guys working at Racer TV. You are really the ones that are making us able to stay the extra hour. If you see any of the members of the TV crew, give them a drink, water, beer if they're old enough, Gatorade. They're out there sweating, and they're going to be out there for another hour just to keep the stream going for you guys. So thank you. As now Merritt is under fire from Arline.
So how about that, man?
So Cameron Arline, I'm not sure where he came from. He looks like he's got the speed to run up front, but he's coming from the back.
I don't know where he came from, but I know where he's going.
He is
charging
going forward.
Up. Yeah.
He is going to the front. You see Dad telling him, take the line over here. And, of course, he does not listen at all. He goes to the complete other side of the track. So Wager, Kaika, 1 and 2, they've kind of settled in. Oh, wait a second. Kaika kind of looked up like something wasn't right with the bike, and he wasn't happy about it. He's still going, though, so we'll keep an eye on that. So it's Wager, Kaika. Now we're looking for Merritt and Arline. There they are. Arline's still there trying to find a way around him. About 3/4 of a lap to go. Dad is telling him to go faster. The grip will not turn any farther, Dad. I'm sorry.
You got to want it.
Here they are along the backside of the track.
And they do want it. This is great. They are going for it right now.
You see Merritt hanging off the back of that thing a little bit. So is Arline. Arline's going to try and go the long way around and carry the momentum. Oh, he kind of find a sneaky line
right there. Yeah, that was smooth. Didn't quite get the exit on the corner that he needed, but
that was like the outside of the inside. And he's going to try and go up the inside. Oh, Merritt looks over, shuts the door on him. Man, these little guys are, slides out. That'll do it. Arline slides out. He looks like he might have stalled the bike. And he gets it back going. A little upset with himself. Don't make it any worse. He's getting into the deep sand now. Pedaling his way. Come on, buddy. Get her back to the right. There we go.
And
there we go.
That's a perfect example of the momentum and how important it is.
Yeah.
We talked about it, especially with these 50s. When they get bogged down like that, it takes so much to get them to get going again.
You could see the sand almost holding him down as he was trying to get going. So Arline going to have to settle for fourth. He gave it everything he had. He made a little mistake there at the end. So it'll be Wager, Kaika, Merritt, and Arline as your top four. Dad's going to go change the tune in the bike. We need a little more power. That is 50cc e-bikes, race 27. On the line, race 28. Mini combined 9-13. Another fun one to watch here.
So it is Mason Wagers, Nick Kaika, and Cohen Merritt, 1, 2, and 3. Our-line, Shortslef, Shellick, Bond, and Boniface round out the field in 50cc e-bike, brought to you by that Utica Rome Speedway. Is now the Ted's Body Shop live drone locks in on the next moto. A couple kids smacking the lid, getting their game face on. One dad
last minute
you see that
farming.
That first turn, you're going to be first into that thing.
I want you to sweep the outside. I don't want you to let off till you get to the announcer.
See how he's sweeping that gate? That's how you're going to sweep the first turn. Just sweep it.
Oh, two.
Sweep the
He's
leg.
doing like a little yell and flex.
I like it.
Andre Williams. I see Chase Sexton do that all the time. He gets that yell and he flexes. Flex the core muscles.
Fired up.
Let him know I'm coming. The revs getting up. One dad running in. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm not sure what he's doing. He's like taming horses, these little kids.
I've done that one before. Gate falls and sticks on the front tire. It is not a good feeling. Only thing worse is when you get back to the trailer afterwards.
Oh, we got one maybe having an issue. Looks like he's struggling to get it in gear. I don't know what's going on here. Probably just letting maybe one of the 50 riders just finishing up their race. That's always the hardest part about the 50s. If you're working on the track, you got to make sure they're all off the track.
Yep.
They're so small, you can lose them out back. Here we go. We got a rider running in. Just a quick fist bump. I thought he was waiting for the bike. Yeah. He needed that last-minute fist bump.
So mini combined 9-13. Getting ready to take off from the line. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll get him going.
See the 74 ride. I believe that's Cassidy. Got a couple of familiar faces in this one.
Lapping out here again. This guy might as well just park at the staging area. This is what, Moto 4 I think he's done in this first set?
Yeah, I think you're right.
I might as well pit right next to the staging area and just keep riding bikes over to the line.
Yeah.
Number 214 down here. He's getting all fired up, ready to go.
Got those elbows out, ready for battle.
He's itching. One rider having trouble getting the bike going now. Get your 2 minutes.
Once again, 450C last chance qualifier coming up after race 30. This is race 28 on the gate.
We're going to go right into race number 1 after that concert. We're going to run a few of the motos out of the first 3 or 4 at least. We'll keep an ear to the speaker. We'll let you know how far into the set we're going to go today. And then tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, We're going to have quick warm-up laps, and then we're going to get right into racing. I expect to be racing by 8:30 at the latest tomorrow. We're going to start banging out some of these motos. As we're about to bang out moto number 28 mini combined 9-13, the gate is about to go down. The all-important hole shot as we watch from the Ted's Body Shop live drone. Husqvarna in the middle, purple gear. We know who that is at this point. That's going to be lapping on the 433.
Clean and clear start there for mini combined.
I see Bruckman up there, second, third as they go up the big hill.
Nasty way over the right-hand side of the track.
Trying to catch the number on that rider to the inside. He's definitely lapping out front, Bruckman and Cassidy.
See right up there as well.
That's the 14.
49.
We finally found somebody other than Hudson to fly the Vagel flag today. That's Harrison Vagel up in the second. He's got 4 other brothers, and we finally found one that wants to come out here and make a name for him. That Hudson guy just doesn't do it. So Jackson right now.
Everybody shuffling and jockeying for positions. So look at this, Vagel got some company here. That's the 49 of Wright.
So Lappin still out front. We got a battle on for second now. Is Wright. Zach, who do we got there in second? I see Wright in third.
Yeah, a lot of things were happening quick there for Vagel, so I think that's Aiden Held in the number 2 spot. First time we've really gotten a good glimpse at him.
Yeah, I see Vagel now back there in fourth. So Vagel drops back a little bit. Jackson Lappin there on the Verb Moto Prospect app. 25 overall wins, 35 podiums. And he's about to add to that list the way he's riding today. 22nd in the 65-7 and 729 at the 2025 National Championships down in Loretta's. So Jackson Wright trying to go the long way around Aiden Held.
Held's been up inside the top 10 in a couple of motos today, but hasn't really been in the mix where we've done a lot of talking about him, but not a name we're unfamiliar with. Like we said, showing that prospect app, he was up there at the RCSX as well. Jackson Wright in the mix this year as well, been on the podium over 60 times just this season.
That's a lot of racing.
I saw somebody earlier, over 100 podiums this year alone. I'm like, how many motos and classes are you racing?
Insane. He's running 7 classes a weekend, doubling up if he can do a Saturday and a Sunday. His dad remortgaged the house 3 times to pay for entry fees.
And interesting,
and they are
here,
pushing to the back of Wright as you look at the head-to-head.
Yeah, Lappin has been kind of dominant so far this weekend, but when it comes up to Jackson Lappin against Aiden Held, Held has actually beaten Lappin 8 out of 8 times in 2026. So this will be interesting to watch as he's not far up ahead as well. And the number 9's charging in, but like we've talked about before, he's in that tough spot. Little offense, little defense, can't quite take the aggressive lines that he's wanting to. He's still got to protect those insides in certain spots and make sure Wright doesn't find a way around.
It turns into one of those offense, defense, when you can kind of moments. He's going to try and get around. Obviously, he wants to get around Lappin, but he can't leave too much of a door open. Before you know it, Wright will be around. So definitely a tough place for Held to be. And then Lappin he's about to find himself in a tough spot too, because he's got two of these boys barking right down his neck. As you look at the lap times, everybody on that 154 lap.
And held about 7/10 faster than Lappin, but Wright actually a 10th faster than held.
And this is turning into one of the best motos of the day now. We got 2 laps to go here.
And it's such a tough spot to be in for your leader right now. There's nothing really you can do. You can't ride with the rear view mirrors thinking about what's going on behind you, but at the same time, you know anytime you leave an inside open or something like that, even if you don't get the drive out of the corner, somebody like Held, if he's close enough, can just take the line away from you.
Yep.
Forget making the next jump. I'm trying to make the pass happen right now.
Yeah, Held, I don't think Lappin knows it, but Held, he needs to get moving because he's got Wright right behind him.
DC, what do we got?
Get away from, I cannot get away from anything that is not rough on this track. Every section I go to, it's rough. This used to be the old split lane coming the opposite direction. Now, coming this direction, it is actually rougher. If you can see behind me, these bikes are bouncing around. There's an inside and an outside section on this corner, and this is making for some really good racing. Back in the day when it was backwards, there was no passing here. Now, they've got options, it's rough, and I see some passing going on here throughout the day. This is another great spot. If you're home watching this race here and you're not from around here, you got to make your way up to the New York State Championship for 2027 and follow us here. Amazing track. Come check it out. Guys, back to you.
No doubt about it. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, DC. Speaking of passes, we may have just had a pass for the lead as Aiden Held was going for it alongside Lappin, and it looks like he got the job done. It's now Aiden Held out front and Wright going along with him. Just like that, Lappin goes from first to third in one corner.
And now we see Wright taking that middle line, if you will, in the far back corner. As they go back up there. We've seen a lot of passes here today. Held got a good drive, though. Oh, he left the inside open a little bit.
Yes, a bold move, trying to swing from outside to in. You're going to still get a great drive out of the corner, but yeah, had Wright been another bike length or so closer, that could have been a problem.
As you see, I think it's a piece of the banner hanging off of Held's foot peg there. At first, I thought he had a bit of a bike problem, but that's just banner hanging off. He doesn't care. He's going to run this thing all the way to the finish line. They've kind of dropped Lappin. Now, they kind of zapped him. I'm not sure what happened there. He didn't really have the pace once they got by him. So now it's Held and Wright.
Might be the 12 motos he's done before this one.
It may be. He might be running out of gas. And Held looks like he's going to hold on to it. Checker flag comes out. Aiden Held a good ride to really hold Wright off for 3 laps and then go after Lappin at the end.
Yeah, that was a good race. All 3 of those riders should be proud of that one for sure.
Yeah, he earned that one. As you see, live timing updates. Unfortunately, Lappin on that last lap goes from first to third. So it's Held, Wright, Lappin. Vagel should come across in fourth. And now we wait for the rest of the order to come through. We'll get you a top 10 rundown before we jump into the next moto, which is Moto 29 plus 55 and 30 BC coming up. 125 two-stroke. You guys are about to go on the line as we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10 breakdown. The one of Aiden Held, we saw him make the passes at the end, takes the moto win. The 2 of Jackson Wright coming across second. Jackson Lappin third. He's followed by Vagel, Korthus, Walters, Cassidy, Sargent, Jensen, and Bruckman rounding out your top 10. Not sure what happened to Tanner Bruckman there. I saw him up front off the start. He was second or third, and he got shuffled back to 10th. So hopefully he can redeem himself a little later this weekend. As we got 55 plus and 30 BC on the line. Again, don't forget, if you're in that 450C Consi, you're going to be up in 2 motos. And if you are moto number 1, College Boy, moto 2 plus 40, you guys need to be getting ready. The gate is going to go down. Plus 55. One rider going up the inside, going to run everybody wide. Looks like everybody through clean. We'll check the numbers here. One rider made a couple quick moves. So we got plus 55, and I guess we're going to go plus 30 first, so this is my fault. This is plus 30 BC. And so out front, it looked like the 199 of Jevin Jane. And then I believe 276, I believe I'm seeing. $276. I'm not seeing him on the entry list. We'll check it when the live timing and scoring comes up. I believe possibly Kobler up there. That's a beta rider. That's probably Ernest. So Cody Ernest on the beta up there in the 4 spot. And we got one rider making some moves. This is wild out here. Now we're going to have a new race leader. I got 4 riders that have had the lead in the last, gosh, I don't know, 5 or 6 turns. And now another pass back. So we're going to let live timing do what live timing does. And then we got, wow. Now we got them 3 wide as they head back to, oh, he does a Superman. Cody Ernest, Superman. Rides it out over to the finish line. Wow. Put him in the whip contest. Just have him do a Superman.
Freestyle points being given out here.
And he rides it out, holds on to the 2nd place position. As we wait for the timing to update. It's Johnny Beach on the 786. They're showing him in the lead. I believe that's going to be our plus 55 division. Things get a little dicey when you start adding the 30 and the 55 together.
Yeah, a couple different classes here, so it mixes up the timing and scoring data that gets sent to us. Whoa, a big kick there off of that jump. Hang on to it now.
So they are saying Johnny Beach 783 on a Cowie, but that's a Yamaha. And I believe it says 913 on it. We'll get this situated here one way or the other. So I think that's Derek Miller on the Yamaha out front. And then Daryl Smith is leading the plus 55 division. So right now they're saying Beach, McNeil, and Cook. I don't believe that is accurate. I'm going to go Miller on the 913. And then the beta rider, Cody Ernest, he's your 2nd place rider. As they work up and around the top section and head towards the finish line. Going to be 2 down, 2 to go. For Derek Miller, the Yamaha rider. Repping the 2-stroke out there. We don't see that many of those. Once you get in these vet classes, I know when I kept riding, that 450 was too easy to ride. I didn't want to do the extra work no more.
Yeah, they say those things are like riding a couch, basically. And so, but maybe it keeps him young. I don't know.
We'll see. He's only 30, so we'll see. But I know what's going to keep him young now is adrenaline's going to be pumping because Ernest is banging on the back door. And then we see the 717 of Cook, so that is accurate. Cook is your 3rd place rider. I believe our top 2 are inaccurate on the live timing. As Ernest hanging off the back of that thing. He's already almost come off the back once. Gonna try and, I think he was trying to square him up there, but Miller wasn't letting that happen.
Yeah, that was actually some, whether he meant to or not, that was kind of perfectly positioned.
A little inadvertent defensive riding, and he'll shut the door here. So I don't think Miller's doing this on purpose, but he's taking the right lines to keep Ernest at bay for now. They're going to come up through the long straightaway in the middle of the track. See what Ernest can do again. We know he's not done. He's been to the back wheel 3 or 4 times. It looks like he's going to regroup and try it again.
Very different lines as well. You can tell that two-stroke prioritizing momentum, needing to swing out a bit wider and try to carry the speed, whereas the Beta machine able to get a good drive, let that 4-stroke power bark is got a little thick in that berm right there. That's going to cost him a couple of spots.
Yeah,
a couple of bike lengths, and the lap rider, I think, gave him a bit of hesitation as well.
Lap rider definitely held him up there. Smart on his part to not do that jump, just not sure where that rider was going to go. But that definitely cost him 3 or 4 seconds. We see on screen the 338. That's Dominic Aldi, one of our 55-plus riders. There's Keith Carroll, the 156. And now coming in a shot is Derek Miller and Ernest. The white flag should be coming out. So they're going to jump down the hill for one last time. And if Miller can get around these lappers and get some clear track, that might be enough to do it. We'll see how it unfolds here. As Ernest starting to close the gap again. He's been there a bunch of times, and then he always seems to make a mistake or get held up by somebody.
Yeah, once again, it's finishing the job that is the most difficult. It's one thing to catch up to him, but man, just so hard to make the passes stick.
Wow, we even got fans all the way up here in the sand up at the top of the hill.
Yeah, they've been lined up there all day long.
You got to put your hiking boots on to get up there. Get the walking stick out. Yeah, that's Scott Phelps up there. I recognize Scott Phelps from anywhere. Scott up there cheering on some of his fellow riders. He probably rides with these guys in plus 50. So he's cheering these guys on.
Yeah, you want to talk about some camaraderie in the sport. You get into these plus 45 and older classes, man. These guys are hooting, hollering, high-fiving, and back in my day, and bench racing on the line.
All they care about is being able to get on the bike and get off the bike.
Yeah, load up under your own power. That's a good day, exactly.
So about a quarter of a lap to go here. Now we got a problem for Ernest. That's the bike coming up behind him is Cook on the 717.
Yeah, Cook's got the pace too.
So Ernest can forget about the Moto win. It's good. We got a rider. Looks like he's got a bike problem. Everybody checks up for that jump. And we'll see here just behind these guys, that is a lap rider, and then you're going to see Ernest and Cook come into the screen.
Here we go, the Ted's Body Shop live drone watches the white change to checkers, and now we wait.
So Ernest still holding him at bay for now. He's just got to get over this double and either take the roller or go around it. Moto win goes to Derek Miller. Mini fist bump
Little
there.
mini one-hander there, yep.
Little half commitment. That's better. Yeah, wait till you're on the ground, then we'll start fist bumping. Yeah, he earned that one. Ernst's going to give him a high five. You see Daryl Smith cross the finish line for the plus 55 class. We'll wait for the official rundown. So again, if you're listening on site, 125 two-stroke, you guys are on the line. 450C Consi, you should be in the staging area.
Take a look at your Utica Rome Speedway top 10 for plus 30 BC, showing Derek Miller, Daryl Smith, Cody Ernest, 1, 2, and 3, Powers, Cook, Burfine, Macklos, Clark, Jane, and Small round out the top 10. Like we said, a couple of classes out there at once, so the data a little mixed up, but what a great race it was. As now we get ready to listen to some sweet sounds of two-strokes once again.
So we got a little bit of a special treat for this class this weekend. If remember this morning we did that memorial lap for Vinny Grasso.
Absolutely.
So Vinny was known to ride the two-stroke. He ride anything with 2 wheels, Harleys, street bikes, bicycles, woods bikes. He didn't care if it had 2 wheels, he was in. Our good friends over at L&D Auto Sales, Lance DeBardinis, he's donating. The original plan was to donate $500 for this class. On behalf of High Voltage, all the money from the sign-ups from this class is going to get donated to Vinny's girlfriend.
Wow.
So L&D's money is going to go straight to Mary Jane as well. So Mary Jane, we love you. MJ's, we got a bunch of riders down. And just a special thank you to Lance. If you're listening, we really appreciate you. So Lance, thank you for the donation to this class, and these guys are going to let it sing for you as we see the 21 an hour leading them around out here. And while we're on the topic of L&D, tomorrow Lance is throwing in $500 for the whole shot in the 450A class. So maybe if you're listening to the pits, change the gearing, just go for the whole shot and then pull off.
I was going to say, Trevor Schmidt licking his lips right now. He's got to be feeling like he could almost feel it in his pocket already. Somebody got to snatch it away from him.
So we check in here at the 25 of Widrick. He's following the 74 of Waite. I'm looking for the 582 of Schneider. One of the riders that had a good performance at Loretta's in this class. I think I just saw him popping the shot back there in like 4th or 5th. So Widrick's going to go around Waite. And I believe that was Schneider that crawled up the inside of him. Again, if you are Moto number 1, you should be coming down to the staging area. 450C, Conti, you should be on the start line. And Moto 2, this is a call to you guys as well. So the live timing that you're seeing is not quite updated. That's still from my last Moto. As we have Chadwick Nauer out front, followed by the 25 of Winston Widrick, the 74 of Preston Waite. And Travis Schneider, he is back there in the 4th place spot. We would expect Schneider to get up towards the front, but you never know with these kids. They get a little spicy on these 125s.
Did you see the spice right there coming into that corner?
He's out front. He ain't trying to let it go. So Nauer and Widrick. Honestly, Widrick, this is a good ride from Widrick. He's pulled right up to the back of Nauer, and now we got somebody else throwing their hat in the ring. That looks like Schneider will try and catch the number here. It's definitely Schneider in that yellow and red gear. Kind of starting to make the moves I expected him to make earlier in the Moto. So now he's made 2 quick passes. He is up into 3rd. He's got around Waite, and this other rider, I believe it's Dan Barry. We talked about him earlier, Mr. No Footer himself. He's been riding one of these 125s. He might ride one of these things till he's 50. So Barry now going to go after Waite on the 74.
Look at this side by side.
Waite trying to get back around Schneider. Schneider left him a little bit of room. He was a lot nicer than he needed to be, and it cost him. So now Preston Waite, who we're going to call him a C rider because that's what he raced at Loretta's, but he doesn't look like one right now.
C++.
Yeah, he was riding that 125 C class they got down there for the younger kids. And he just went around the guy that finished in the top 10 in Schoolboy 1 or 125 two-stroke, whichever class. I know Trevor spent a lot of time, or pardon me, Travis spent a lot of time up there around the top 10 down at the ranch. So props to Waite for going at it. If you want to find out where he finished, you can scan that QR code, download the Moto Prospect app, and you don't have to depend on me and my vague results. You can get the official results on the Moto Prospect app, and then you can check your own results out while you're there.
Yeah, it was the year of the 125s out at Loretta's this season, and it's showing why. As some of these kids, we talked about it in the Super Mini class, some of them not maybe a little too tall, maybe a little too big for the Super Mini and jumping straight up to the 125. And I think as a former 125 rider myself, I think this is a necessary bike. It's such a unique time. You've got the bigger wheel size, the bigger overall frame size of the machine, and a lot that can be learned here. And as we've seen, some of the best battles that we've seen all weekend long right here in these 125 classes, and we're seeing another one right now.
You watch them ride, it almost feels like a necessary stepping stone to get to that 250F level. And let's be honest, you can mod these things out to a 150, a 160. You can put about anything you want on these and get the more power. Yeah, well, legally. Yeah. Allegedly, yeah. We'll have to get Doherty to bore that, measure the bore. Mike Doherty, if you're available, we have a protest. And Moto number 25.
Don't scare him. Don't scare him.
As we wait for them to come back into view. So Schneider going to go after Wait, and now we jump back to the front, and Widrick still hanging on to the back of Chadwick Nauer, the 21 and the 25. I believe the white flag should be coming out here.
And this is a purist class right here. The sound, the smell, there's nothing quite like listening to a 125 scream. I was watching some old throwbacks of the, I think it was the 2000 motocross season, Pastrana just screaming on those 125s. There's just something about it. It's aggression personified in the sound of a 125.
It's the sound that unifies all of us as motocrossers. So one more time around, Widrick is starting to run out of time. He's been there for a while now.
Yeah, hasn't really been able to do anything with it. Like, he's not losing time, but he's just
stuck there, really. And now that we got him on screen, we'll see. Maybe he's just following. I don't know. I haven't seen him take lines that are necessarily bad. He is seeming to kind of funnel in behind him in the preferred line. If he wants to make a pass, he's going to have to venture out. Now he's starting to really close the gap, and you see him take a different line there.
Yeah, that
so
was a good
it's not
look
a
up
lack
the
of
inside.
effort.
Yeah,
no lack of effort here. Is he going to pull up
within a bike length now? Let's see. If there was ever time to do it, the last half a lap or so would be it. Goes way wide.
Going to try and carry that momentum if he can get over this jump clean. We got one lapper here. They're going to have to go around him.
That outside was working, but the square edge bumps and the acceleration coming out of the corner, I've seen it multiple times, completely rob the drive of that rider. And he was less than a bike length away and now gives it back to about 4 or 5.
And that might be what lets Nauer off the hook for the rest of this moto as they go up and over the big step up. They jump around the corner all the way to the back turn to the far top. A couple lap riders to work around. Nauer is through clean. And I think the time clock has run up on the 25 of Widrick. There's the checker flag. So Widrick got there, couldn't do anything with it. A good run from Nauer to hold him off. He withheld the pressure for 2 or 3 laps. Give him a little thumbs up. I don't know if Widrick wants to give anybody a thumbs up right now. That's got to be a little frustrating. As they come across the line, it looked like Schneider got weight back. So I believe, there you see the no-footer from Dan Barry. That's all he does.
Good way to make sure we know who to announce.
You don't need numbers if you're Dan Barry. Just start doing no-footers.
So get ready for that Youth Rome Speedway top 10 here from 125. 2-stroke.
So it was going to be Moto went to Nauer. He was followed by Widrick. Then we had Schneider, Waite, your top 4.
And once again, in the pits, 450C last chance qualifier. You should be on the line. You should be on the line already. We have been announcing it. 450C last chance qualifier.
Moto 1's College Boy. You guys should be down in the staging area. Moto 2 plus 40. You should be down in the staging area as well. Moto 3, 50cc 7 to 8. This is a first call for you guys. Like we've been saying, there is no intermission today. We are going to run the live stream till 6. Racing is going to go till 7. So we're going to try and get ahead of the storm tomorrow, get ahead of the motos we got to run tomorrow, and do the best we can for you guys to keep clicking these things off tonight.
Once again, we want to make that abundantly clear. Racing will continue until 7 o'clock. We will sign off here on Racer TV at 6 p.m., but racing will continue until 7. So please make sure you are still paying attention. If you're on 103.5 or watching on Racer TV, once again, racing will continue for an additional hour following the conclusion of the Racer TV broadcast. Just like we said, the track crew anticipating some weather coming up overnight, potentially into tomorrow as well, and wanting to get through as many of the second motos as they can here today. So once again, racing will conclude at 7 p.m. 450C last chance qualifier. You should be on the line. All right, so we're going to hang here while they load the gate and get ready for 450C last chance qualifier coming up here from 2026 New York State Championship.
about to go back racing here. 450C Concy. Looks like we got one rider getting the bike bump started. Checking this out from behind the two-card operator on the Ted's Body Shop live drone. Looks like he got it fired up. He's going to get it. No, maybe not. No, I don't believe that thing is going to fire. So a tough break for that rider. Not being able to line up for the LCQ. That is going to end his weekend, at least for the 450C division. Gate is down. Into the first turn. Everybody in and out of the turn clean. We'll let him get through here. Start checking some numbers. We got a KTM out front. This is not 450C. Okay, I did not get any confirmation from race control, but I'm assuming only 4 people showed up for the LCQ. So I guess we're going right into Moto 1, Zach. And out front early. I guess if you only need to take 4 people from the Concy and not 4 show up, you're golden.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
I saw the 621 Ozog, and I said he's been an A rider for about 5 years. I don't think he went back to C. So I see the 621 Ozog up there. And I also see the 413, I believe that is.
Oh, taking a look back, one of the KTM riders. Looked like he thought he had something caught up in the rear end. Still sends it though. So they must not be that worried about it.
One speed out here, you know that. So that's a 413. I don't have anybody on the entry list in a 413 in this class. So we will just run it the way it is. I know it's Ozog on the 621. That is Ingersoll out front, your first Moto winner. So Tijan's really made the step this year, and he's starting to put it all together. That is obviously, like we said, Ozog second. I see Jacob Stevens fourth. Narana back there in fifth. So they'll jump back down into view. 1 down, 3 to go.
So Tijan Ingersoll, Cade Ozog, Aaron Caballero, Jack Naranha, and Jacob Stevens. Your top 5 is the timing and scoring updates here for College Boy 18 to 24. And Ingersoll going to work.
He's really made the step up this weekend. Yeah. He was always a front runner in this class, but honestly right now he's walking away from him. So cool to see Tijan out here making the next step. It's been fun to watch him progress as his career, and he grows older and he moves up to the A class, and you know, you start running that pace every weekend and eventually it becomes your pace, as we see Narana get around Caballero. So Narana, one of our A riders, going to move up another position around the 215 at Aaron Caballero. I'm looking at the 413 on the back of the jersey the whole time. That's why I didn't have a number for him. So now Narana going to go after Ozog. And then Stevens on the 707. He's going to go after these guys soon as Narana already around Ozog. So we'll have to see what's going on with Narana. He's making moves pretty quick, so I'm guessing a bad start. And now he's up in a second. We'll see if he's got time.
Watching the 369 pull a little bit of clear vision.
So that overall, as they run on screen, the Moto scores are correct, but it should be Ingersoll on the 225 sitting on a 1-1. As Narana now drops into view. And we put up the Verb prospect stats for Tijan Ingersoll. 10 overall wins, 26 podiums this year, 346 prospect points. That is 346 more prospect points than I have. And he's got a 17th in College Boy at the 2025 Unadilla Northeast Amateur Regional. I should know that. I was there. That was the one they ran one moto and it got rained out on Sunday and everybody was very unhappy. I actually believe a tornado came through. They put everybody in a state of emergency and shut the whole event down.
Got to do what you got to do. Mother Nature doesn't play.
You're fourth in your first heat race at that regional. Thought you were sitting pretty. You were actually out. As we go back to racing now, it looks like Caballero and Ozog getting ready to tussle over the 3 spot. And Steven still lurking back there in 5th with Dan Barry in 6th. Oh, wow. Ooh. That thing stepped all the way out. That was like a whip on the ground for Caballero. He was able to pull it back underneath himself. As we check back in with Ingersoll on the 225. Long gone. Looking at our live timing and scoring, he's got about an 8-second gap over Narana.
And again, Ingersoll just hitting the marks right now. You can see not overriding, not taking any unnecessary risks, just trying to bring things home. And that's when you know you're comfortable too at the speed. You're not overriding, you're not having these sketchy moments. It's just consistent laps you're able to turn while continuing to pull away.
It's the advantage of getting the start. You got the clean air, no stress. We saw Narana making passes. He had to come from a little farther back. The whole time Ingersoll has been taking his time, hitting his marks, and it's allowed him to slowly pull away from these guys. As we see the white flag come out now, Caballero and Ozog. Ozog still not off the hook. One of our local riders that doesn't really race that often. He's probably dreaming for a checkered flag right now. Get this guy off my back. Checking back in with Ingersoll. Working his way back towards the center of the track one more time around.
And you remember, it wasn't long ago they had reshaped that entire section. It was perfectly smooth, and now it's right back to looking as rough as it has pretty much all day long.
They put a Band-Aid on it and quickly ripped that right off. The blood hadn't even stopped coming out, and they took the Band-Aid right off.
Right back to the shape it was in.
So Ingersoll about a half a lap to go. Narana starting to pull up. He's lurking into the picture. I gotta believe Tijan's peeked over his shoulder in these 180 turns and knows he's there. But we're starting to get a little uncomfortably close here as he's within a couple seconds now. But Tijan just needs to get up and around the top of this hill, and he'll be able to sleep happy tonight on a 1-1. One moto away from an AMA New York State Championship. Not something I believe he has in his trophy case yet.
Well, to do it in a class like this College Board class is certainly a statement, as there is checkered flag. Tijan Ingersoll gets the job done.
Moto win for Ingersoll. Narana comes across second.
Solid fight for Narana as well. Got to think if he could stay just a tick closer those opening lap or two, he'd definitely be in the fight at least. That'll be a fun one to watch heading into Moto 3.
Yeah, tomorrow I think that's going to be one as we watch it unfold. That'll be the first championship we crown tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see the fun of the 3 moto format. Sitting on a 1-1, you're happy, but the job's not done yet. As we see the Utica Rome Speedway top 10, Tijan Ingersoll moto win. Second place, Jack Narana. Aaron Caballero got Ozog on the last lap to move up into 3rd. Ozog drops to 4th, Stevens 5th, Walters, Barry, Canning, Soder, and Brennan Hoffman round out your top 5. That was moto number 1, race number 2. Pardon me, race number 1, moto number 2 of the College Boy division. We're going to jump right into the plus 40 class. Let's see what they got for us in store this time. The last moto was the 55 of Sean Nutt, the 22 of Canary. You see that 450 power. Canary on that stock 250 just getting dragged all the way to the first turn. It looked like Jeremy Tiffany on the 233 came out in 3rd. And now we'll drop the gate on the BC and plus 40 C class. The 575 into the first turn. That's Marty McDonald. There's that measly 74 Suzuki at Jerry Suits. He rides like a young kid. He's got a lot of body movement, revs the bike up. Kind of sends it a little bit for an older guy. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
You can only be young once, but you can send it forever, that's for sure.
Whoa, speaking of send it, Bobby K might have just sent it into the woods. I don't know if you go right too far there, that drops off. He saved it. He might have been the only guy on the facility with enough arm strength to pull that back up as he sets his sights on the 55 of Sean Nutt.
Sean going to go to work. Meanwhile, whoa, again, a little bit out of shape, Canary.
He's just got to work so much harder on that 250. Whereas Nutt is able to just cruise on through. Oh, still going for the big triple
Almost
in the
made
middle.
that little double there. That was...
I don't think it was on purpose, but he did a little bit of landing in the suspension. The rebound kind of made him double it.
And that's stock suspension as well. Shout out to the stock Honda suspension.
He may have set the sag. Whoa. But I doubt it. Looks like we put a little water down up top here, and now
that actually worked for Canary really well. He was just close enough to where probably didn't get a lot of that initial splash. If he'd have been another half of bike length back further, he could have gotten his entire goggles covered with that standing water.
Absolutely, that would have splashed out a little bit farther. He would have been in that splash zone. Now he's getting, to me it looks like he's getting a little impatient here. You see him go for a tear off, just hanging off the back of that thing, trying his heart out to get that thing to go.
Come on, baby, let's go.
Oh, he's almost touched the front again. Not sure stock suspension was the answer.
Well, you got to wonder as well, like we said, hadn't seen him in quite a couple of motos, how different this is compared to his last race on track. Yes, it's rough, but it's a different style of rough here late in the day as well. And another thing, not as big of a factor for some, more so than others, the sun. Starting to set, gets really bright in certain sections of the track as well. The shadows maybe even starting to play a bit of a role as well.
It does set on the finish line side of the track, so it will shine down out onto the middle of the track. Possibly something that he's dealing with. It's hard to say. We'll have to see how this unfolds as he's just struggling to get over these jumps, struggling to get the suspension to give him a smooth landing.
Well, that's don't want to say he's overriding the bike. Obviously, he's doing everything that he can to try to at least close the gap up on Sean Nutt, but at the same time, it almost seems like he's causing some of these mistakes by trying so hard that end up costing him even a little more time.
It looks like the amount of effort he has to put in just to keep up with the 450 power, where Sean can just roll it on. Bobby's got to kind of really work at that thing, probably shift one or two extra gears. And 2 down, 2 to go. Green flag still out as we watch this from above on the Ted's Body Shop live drone. Sean Nutt trying to keep that white gear clean. And Bobby Canary, oh, Canary goes down. That's that sweeper coming off of the start. Where he was facing, I'm guessing he just asked a little too much out of that front end. The suspension probably ran out of travel and pushed the front.
Yeah, it's a tough break there because he was definitely on the charge and had kind of reeled Sean back in just a little bit.
So he lets Sean off the hook here. Probably gonna be another turn or two, and Sean's really gonna believe that that 250 isn't screaming behind him in his ear anymore, and he's gonna have a sense of relief. Yep, he just took a look back, probably a big sigh. Let himself know that he is off the hook.
So Sean Nutt on approach here, getting closer and closer to a checkered flag and a second moto win.
A battle of 2 riders coming back. Sean's only been gone for maybe a year or so, maybe a little bit longer. Obviously, Canary's been gone for, God, feels like 10 years by now. But both riders coming back in this this plus 40 class. You see the lap times. Sean a little bit faster there, a little over a second faster than Bobby. And then a long ways back to Wilcox, Tiffany, and Suits Kavanaugh are some of our BNC riders. So the white flag should be coming out here. We're going to jump back. I think we're waiting for Canary to come through. Nope, there's Nutt. Easy peasy the rest of the way.
Yeah, at this point, it's just bring it home.
Yeah, he took that look back about a half a lap ago and didn't see that red fender barking down him anymore. blood pressure probably dropped about 50 points.
You could literally hear the sigh in the helmet. Yep.
He did not get a flat tire. That was just the air being released that he was holding in his body. As always, we've been saying all day, you can scan that QR code. Download the Moto Prospect app if you want to keep tabs on any racing all across the country, really. Go on there, claim your profile, start tacking smack to your buddies. I'm in 474,000th place, and you're in 479,000th place.
Might motivate you to get back behind a gate. You know, you haven't raced in a couple of years, and you're like, man, I could probably jump in front of a couple of my buddies if I just did another race, just one, you know?
Don't tell them you're going. You screenshot it after and put it on Facebook.
Exactly.
Tag them in it. You
Public.
guys suck.
Yes.
As the Ted's Body Shop live drone going to take us along the far side of the track with Sean Nutt, number 55. In that all-white FXR gear, looking like the snowman riding around out here. One more turn to go. He's going to take a second moto victory and grab firm control of the overall. You see those rocks kicking up off the back tire. Even this late in the day, as the rocks continue to come up and they're spitting up off the back tire. Oh, making things a little bit harder than they needed to be. Want to make sure that guy did not get an extra lap.
Like, dude, I'm trying to do you a favor. He's still going.
He's going anyways.
Forget it.
He said, I paid for force. He said, I paid for 4 laps. I'm getting 4 laps.
Absolutely. So Sean Nutt gets the job done. And Canary backs it down and takes it to a checkered flag. Second place going to do here in Moto number 2. And looks like it will be Tiffany crossing line in 3 spot, Wilcox and Lindholm in that 40+ A class. Jerry Suits, Derek Miller, Jesse Kavanaugh, 1, 2, and 3 out of plus 40 BC. And then Adam Mott and Edwin Reek, that plus 40C ESMX class, going to go 1 and 2 as well. All right, so we're going to get ready to turn our attention to the 50 senior 7 to 8 and e-bike class, race number 3. Out. Alden Smith going to be one to watch for sure in this one. Case and R-Line been fast here today as well. And here we go, gate is down. Ryder doing a good job cutting a couple front ends off, secures that early race lead. Everyone shuffling around, you can see it's brutal on the big bikes, but it is absolutely monstrous on the 50s. Shout out to the Little Rippers as the fans are all going wild. Let's see, not 100% sure. Looks like these guys do run that full track. I see the 77 of Smith up there. I'm trying to get a look at your leader, KTM. Ah, it's the 98. That's got to be Wager. It is Mason Wager. The BW Excavation and Construction, 100% Twin Air and Risk Racing backed KTM out front leading the way. A couple of Cobra kids going at it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Man, they're bouncing around. Is that Wager? I think it is. I think that's your early race leader. Down and down hard. Oh, no, a heartbreak. And you could tell by the way the bikes were jumping around on the 2 Cobras. It is absolutely brutal coming down the back end of that jump. And that is a heartbreak. Not only for today's moto, but Wager has been in several different classes up towards the front as well. A tough break there for the 98. Not sure what happened. Got to think got caught up in some of those massive braking bumps. And we talked about the square edgeness of some of these bumps as well. Man, when it hits, the suspension on these 50s is good. As you can see, perfect example right there. The 77 was on the gas, caught a square edge. It's like running into a wall, folks. And the ruts, yeah, on the faces of the jumps are literally deep enough at this point to grab the pegs of these 50 machines. The small wheelbases, you know, they're only up so high off of the ground. And so, man, you saw the feet come off and the body get shot towards the front as the 77 again finds himself looking back. Actually hangs on the back brake there. I saw what happened. He tried to put the pressure down thinking he was on the foot peg, and it was on the back brake. Meanwhile, second place coming for blood here on the opening lap. So Alden Smith takes over the #1 ride after some unfortunate luck there for Wager. Is he going to be able to hang on to it? That is the question. Cameron Arline in the 2 spot, Keika in 3, and Sykes in the 4 spot. So some huge shakeups here at the top of this 50 senior 7 to 8 class.
So a shakeup indeed. I had stepped out for a second. I didn't see the crash, but I heard it was spectacular. Not the kind of TV coverage you want. But we got Alden Smith out front and Cameron Arline up there in second. So out front now, it is Alden Smith. And as you see, oh, now Alden makes a mistake, and Alden goes down. So Smith now, nobody wants to win this moto. Now it's going to be Cameron Arline that inherits the lead. So it'll be Arline. I don't know if Smith got up soon enough, and Keika might have got around him. This overall has been shaken up and thrown on its head. As Arline, oh, now the back end steps out on Arline. He's able to hold on to it, but man, this track is taking these little guys and throwing them for a ride. So Cameron Arline out of Waterville, New York, just trying to bring this thing home in one piece. And the worst part is we're only 1 lap into this thing. As we're going to wait for live timing to catch back up with us. Obviously, it's Smith with the moto lead. Now we get eyes on that battle for second. It looks like Keika was able to get around the 77 of Alden Smith. Now you see on that live tower, the Ted's Body Shop live timing tower there, the gold medal goes to Arline, and he's leading the moto. And then now Keika, he's your 3rd place overall, and Alden Smith would be 2nd place overall if it ended as the way it is. But we got to finish this moto out, and then we got a whole nother moto tomorrow to settle this thing completely and hand out some hardware. As we keep our eyes on Arline, and now we jump back to Keika. Keika looks like he's shrugged off Smith for the time being, but the way this moto's going, it's not over until they cross the finish. A couple other riders loading up on the live timing. We see Shortslaff up to 4th, Years 5th, Rogie 6th, Sykes 7th, Pecor 8th, and awesome to see the 98 of Mason Wager coming up the leaderboard. After a big get off, Mason able to regroup. He's up into the 9th spot. And then Hall rounding out the top 10. Yellow flags out. We got a rider down here as they come up the straightaway. Looks like we had one down in the turn. I believe that was a lapper. Here we have our line. Oh, Lapper starts to come in his line, goes back the other way. So dramatics here early in the second set of motos for our 51cc 7 to 8 and e-bikes. So our line, a couple turns to go. Just bring it home the way this moto is unfolded. And now we see Kaika coming up to the top of the hill. He's not too far off the pace. Not close enough to make a pass, but if our line slips up here, our line gonna take a look back. Just bring it home. I can hear his dad and his mom saying, just bring it home, please. Our line, one more little roller to go, and the checker flag will come out. There it is, Moto win for Cameron Arline. And he should gain control of the overall as they head into the third moto. Gotta believe without something crazy happen, Wager's probably gonna be out of the overall. But he could shake things up if he takes a moto win or he ends up battling with these guys up front in the third moto. He could play spoiler, we'll find out tomorrow. Again, tomorrow we're going to run Moto 3s, crown all of our champions, hand out some hardware, do some podium interviews. It's going to be a great day. Tune back into Racer TV to catch all the coverage all the way to the finish. So we let some of these other little guys finish their run. So here it is, the Utica Rome Speedway top 10 rundown. Nick Kaika, that I do not believe is correct. Cameron Arline came across the line first. Kaika should have been second. Wager, obviously we had him down at 8th or 9th. Alden Smith was third, so it should have been Arline, Kaika, Smith, your top three. We had Shortsleff 4th and Years 5th. So again, I don't believe this live timing that we're seeing is correct. Obviously we know Wager was a little farther down. So check the official results if you're on site on the sign-up shed. It'll be posted outside. And we are going to go right into moto number 4. While I have everybody's attention, I have just got word. We are going to run through moto number 9, which is 51cc 4 to 6. Technically moto 10, but it is race 9 of the second set because we're not doing qualifiers in the 250C class. So the last moto of the day will be race number 9 of the second set. Race 10 if you have a race order that you picked up earlier. 51cc 4 to 6 will be the last moto of the day. Tomorrow morning, right around 8:15, 8:20, we're going to have race 11, 450C on the line, ready to go. So make sure you change that oil filter tonight, fill that gas, because you're going to want to be ready to go first thing tomorrow morning. It looks like we're just waiting for a couple little guys to finish up their moto before we unleash 40 riders of chaos 250C.
What will we see? That is the question.
We'll have to wait and see, my friend.
See.
See. We do know a little French.
That's Spanish, boss.
See, I don't know French.
Oui, and CC, yeah, close enough.
The blood pressure is going up. I would not be on the far left of this start line right now. Gate about to go down.
Yeah, 40 riders of any capacity, and you can see the exiting ruts as well. I mean, this track is chewed up. A lot of spots have been touched up, but the 4 or 5 feet just after the gate, I don't believe has been touched at all day long.
I think all the way to the right doesn't look so bad right now. Not where you want to be ideally, but if you're worried about your rut, there isn't one there.
In the pro ranks, position over condition, right? Do you want to be in the right spot on the gate, set yourself up into the first turn, even if that rut is a little bit worse, or do you want something that's got the better exit rut, but maybe you're going to have to do a little more work to carry the momentum into the first corner? Some are condition over position, some are position over condition people. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one to see, and there's often been times where certain riders, especially in something like a C-Class, if they're locked in and they're on their A game, they can just about pull a start from anywhere. So I think, honestly, the 5 to 10 gates inside or outside of the box, with the right jump, you could make something happen.
There it is, right near the doghouse.
Wow.
Huge jump.
Wow.
I might need to call a protest on him. A couple riders down. I think that's Bianchi on the 30.
That was a Heath Harrison timing of the gate or something right there. Let me
challenged his inner Mike Alessi.
Get a replay on that or something. That was, someone had a rubber band holding him there. Shot him out. Wow.
Whole shot engaged.
Yeah, you got a 3-second gap coming out of the first turn.
So the 30 of Bianchi, live timing, has him with a 2-second lead in the first turn.
That's crazy. So 250C, no more divisions, all wrapped up. We got it settled up, and this is the top 40 in the C-Class here for Moto number 2.
That'll be the 37 of Durkot up there in second. And he's quickly going to slide back to third, I believe. Oh, he runs him wide. That's going to leave the door open, as it sounds like we got a replay of that start.
So watch just about 3 to 5 gates from the outside of the doghouse. I mean, by this point, he's already 4 or 5 bike lengths ahead, headed into turn number 1, able to carry the momentum up. And then, as you can see, that's why you want to be up ahead. The chaos starts happening, and sometimes you don't even do anything wrong. You're just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
The Stoke rapid replay with a rapid start from Bianchi. As we check back in on what should be number 2 and number 3 on the track. They're up to the top of the hill for the first time on the Ted's Body Shop live drone shot. It's still Bianchi out front, but it looks like they're starting to push Durkot up to him.
Launching it down the hillside. Opening lap. The green flag was there. It wasn't waving, but it was there.
We see the 998 of Likens. He's up here in about 4th. And the 125 is your 3rd place rider. That's going to be Joseph Glabaki. So Bianchi, Glabaki, Durkot, Castiglia, a name that we kind of forgot about as these guys in the front were battling. Castiglia was able to get through that first turn clean enough to be in contention up here, as we'll look for that blue fender to start sneaking into frame, as that 2-second lead Bianchi had out of the gate is now evaporated, and Durkot is to the lead.
Man, Durkot has gotten stronger as the day has gone on. Every time we see him on track, he seems to be getting better and better. He's worked his way to the front, and this time was able to get the start and is showing what he's able to do with it. So props to him. Track certainly hasn't gotten any easier as the day's worn on, that's for sure.
He's definitely done his work as the days progressed, and I would assume taking a little bit from each moto, brought it back to the board, and he continues to work. As we see one rider go down, that is Castiglia.
Was going for it.
He it looked like he almost locked bars a little bit with the guy on the inside. Kind of lost his balance and got tossed. So unfortunately, that'll take Castiglia out of the equation. And now we got a 3-rider battle for the lead, which puts Glabaki back here. So now these guys are battling for second. We got Durkot. Durkot is starting to check out on these guys. He's just saying, get me away from all the chaos.
Yeah, Glabaki going to be the beneficiary of that one. I believe that's who was battling with the Yamaha rider. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was that Castiglia not our first moto winner in this class?
He was at least second.
And
he was first or second. Yes. Yeah, he was at least first or second. So that's going to kind of take him out of contention.
And we've got a replay as to what happened there with Castiglia. He was going up the inside, trying to make a pass happen. Watch the Yamaha. He dives in, and just buries it ever so slightly. The front end catches and he gets pitched off. I'm assuming more than likely caught a handlebar to the stomach, probably hearing a little bit of trying to get that breath back. It's a feeling. If you've raced long enough, you've just about all been there. It's not any fun.
The scariest feeling.
Yes.
You think you're literally dying.
I suddenly cannot breathe. This is not good.
They're asking you if you're okay and you can't even answer no.
We all been there, unfortunately.
As I like to see on the pit board, P, not good. Yeah. I am not good. So Durkot now up front. Likens, as you look at the live update for the gold medal, silver and bronze, Likens with nothing next to his name. I'm assuming Likens not with a good first moto finish, but he's coming out here to redeem himself. He's going to play spoiler in the championship. Up in the second. Now Glabaki, I guess he didn't really slip back anywhere. He's kind of been sitting there second, third the whole time. Now Schrader, we remember Schrader from earlier in the day. He was up front in these motos. So he's finally found his way towards the front.
Caleb Likens.
Slowly but surely, Durkot is just inching away, inching away. 125 chaos.
Gotta love it. Catch the fever.
Oh, we got it. We are fully hooked.
Here we go, launching through the insides.
White flag is out, so one more time around for Durkot. As it looks like Schrader got around Glabaki. I believe they both went around Bianchi that lap. We didn't see that. As our Stoke battle cam has us with a battle for third. Callum Schrader and Joseph Glabaki. Schrader made the pass. Bianchi dropped a couple spots that lap. So now it's Durkot, Likens, Schrader, Glabaki, Bianchi, your top five. So there you see Callum Schrader, third in the Open Junior up in Sandali. That's one of the rounds up in Canada. Sandali, one of the infamous Canadian sand tracks. So Schrader knows how to ride in the sand. So now we're just kind of waiting for Durkot to work his way around. We see one rider getting towed off there. Can't quite get a number. He is up under his own power, though, so that is good to see. I see Castiglia down at the bottom of the leaderboard, so he must have pulled off after that get off. And now they're up around the top of the tree line. Checkered flag is going to be out for Durkot. Carson Durkot, the number 37. Going to take a Moto win and control of the overall championship going into Moto number 3 tomorrow. Likens comes across in third, and I see Bianchi just dropping positions here. A tough break for Bianchi. I don't know if being out front, he kind of rode a little bit of tight or something, but he just dropped 3 or 4 spots in that turn at the top of the hill. So a tough break for Bianchi. What looked like a promising start. Unfortunately, going to fall back a little bit here in the order. As we look back at live timing, he drops all the way back to 10th place. So a tough break for Bianchi. A good start. Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish the moto the way he wanted to. Carson Durkot sure finished the moto the way he wanted to, though. So I'm just looking at the first moto results. This has gotten shaken all sorts of up. Similar to our 50cc class. As we look at the second moto, Utica Rome Speedway overall top 10 here. For moto number 2, 250C, Carson Durkot takes the win. Caleb Likens comes across in second. Callum Schrader comes across third. Glabaki fourth. Lindecker fifth. I don't know. I can't say it. I got nothing. He comes across in fifth. McCaffrey sixth. We know Bianchi was a little farther back. I'm going to go Wadowitz. Wadowitz. He's definitely Spanish. Wadowitz.
The New Yorker. Rounds out your top 5, McCaffrey, Bianchi, Lideker, Likens, and Lindsay.
So all sorts of shaking up here. Moto 2 goes to a second place finish in Moto 1. Moto 2 second place goes to a first Moto 14. So we got a 2-1, a 14-2, a 2-3, a 3-4.
I'm trying to see.
Moto 1 winner Preston Waite, he's on an 8th, and we know Castiglia, he didn't finish, so he's going to go 1 DNF.
Castiglia
Sturry's on a 4 DNF, so that 250C championship, as you would expect, gets all sorts of shaking up here. You ask these guys to go 3 consistent motos, probably not happening. Honestly, Durkop might be in the worst position, sitting on a 2-1.
Yeah,
that's
pressure's on at this
not
point.
a good place to be if you're a C rider.
Here we go, gates down. Next moto off and rolling, Mini Senior. Race number 6.
So again, just keeping an ear to the speaker, we're going to race through moto number 10. That is moto 9 of the second set. It's 50cc Junior 426. That will be the last moto of the day. We're going to touch the track up. The whip contest will happen a little bit later tonight. The pit bike race, we are going to nix that, just try and run some extra motos and beat the storm that is coming. So thank you to everybody that's sticking around to watch. A very special thank you to everybody at Racer TV, Stoke Media, everybody that volunteered to realistically just stay and work late. I don't believe we pay overtime here. At least I don't get overtime. I think I'm off the clock right now as we're watching race 6, moto number 2, Senior Mini 12 to 15. I see Widrick and Mansfield on screen, but they are not the race leaders. Do we know who has the race leads at?
I'm trying to see, but he's so far ahead we can't get him in the shot. Is that Lappin?
We know it's not Wright, so Jackson Wright's just catching up to Widrick and Mansfield. We might be going process of elimination.
Yeah.
I don't see Lappin out here. Is it Kelsey Harris possibly? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Whoever it is on the gas. I know that.
They're not slowing down at all. We'll put it like that.
Is it Held? Did we finally get it Held? The 9 of Aiden Held is in this class.
We finally got the
We've
black
been waiting for
backgrounds
him
and
to
the red
figure
numbers,
it out here.
Well, and Held had a good moto a little bit earlier in the last couple of first motos. You may be right. It might be Aiden Held.
So
we know he's capable
finally
of it.
riding the way that we would expect him to after a tough moto or two to start the day. As really quickly Jackson Wright and Mansfield pick up right where they left off in the last 3 motos they ran side by side over the finish line.
Such a cool view there with that Ted's Body Shop live drone, making you feel like you're a part of the action as it is. Aiden Held out front, Wright, Mansfield, and Widrick, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So Held didn't finish the first moto, so he's sitting on a DNF 1.
From last to first, making a statement on what could have been.
So the rest of our championship contenders, though, Jackson Wright, Grady Mansfield, Cale Widrick, all here second, third, and fourth. With Aiden Held just trying to say, hey, I might not have got the #1 plate, but I'm still the fastest guy here. So you see the 325 on screen. That's Trayson Walters. He's back in 6th place. As we take a little bit of a breather, we're going to let this thing shake out.
Yeah, everybody kind of settling in position here as you see the space now between your top 4. Aiden Held. And this is similar to what we saw in that earlier first moto. Once he got out front, he was consistently turning laps in over a second faster than anyone else, and he really didn't seem to be pushing too hard to do so. Mansfield, though.
Well, you check that Verb Prospect app, you look up Aiden Held, you're going to find out what that number 9 means. That's a national number 9. At some point, he was 9th in the country. I believe it was a few years ago when he started running that number after he did well in one of the smaller motor-sized classes. So we know he's got the speed, and he's putting it on display here. So Aiden Held, actually, I guess Live Time is going to update and tell me he got a 5th in Moto 1. So a 5-1 in
Yeah,
contention
I
here.
thought he was in the mix, but he just
Yeah.
wasn't in the conversation, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Got to wonder what those early laps look like. Potentially a really bad start as well. So, and this is what I do love about that 3-moto format. 5th place in Moto 1, not great, and a 5-1 usually maybe enough to get you on the podium, but a 5-1, potentially 5-1-1, you could be looking at almost a guaranteed podium and potentially a win, depending on how the rest of the field works out.
100%. That's what I was saying earlier, where it just breeds chaos. A 5-1, most days is okay, but in a 3-moto format, you still feel like you got a good shot at this thing, especially when you look at 1st, 2nd, and 3rd from the first moto. They're sitting 2nd, 3rd, 4th now. So those positions can start switching around pretty quickly. As we watch Mansfield and Jackson Wright on screen, they've kind of dropped Widrick. As there you see Aiden Held, he got a 15th this year in the 85 10-12 class at the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Supercross. 13 overall wins, 22 podiums this year. That information coming from the Prospect app. And there is Grady Mansfield starting to run him down. Your 28th place finisher at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur Championships this year in the Super Mini 13-16 class. And he has caught him in a hurry. So Mansfield's found another gear, and Held is in trouble. And this is where your 5-1 doesn't look so well anymore, because that 5-1 might be a 5-2, and the guy going by is sitting on a 1-1.
Yeah, Mansfield, there's been some times here. It looks like he's on the same bike in all of his classes, but he just is a little extra feisty here in this one, as he is definitely closed up to Held. But if I'm not mistaken, this is similar to what we saw in that other moto. He got close, but wasn't able to get it done. 1 lap to go. It's going to be close. It's going to take everything he's got. Look at this, Held on the back wheel.
There you see on the left-hand side of the screen the overall as they run. Mansfield on a 1-2, Jackson Wright on a 2-3, Held on a 5-1. Gotta believe that's probably not how it's gonna finish the way this thing's shaping up. Mansfield has his teeth sunk into the back of Aiden Held as they go up the big hill back towards the pit area.
Here we go, they crisscross back across. This time Mansfield gonna try to take the long way around. Held, gotta know he's there. He tries to move over and take the line away from him. Mansfield now gonna go back to work, this time on the left-hand side of the track.
Let's see if he tries to pinch him to the inside. A good decision by Held.
Held is absolutely holding him off, no doubt.
He actually made him go to the outside, and it worked for him because he got through that line cleaner anyways. As we keep an eye on this battle with the Stoke battle cam. Uh-oh. That's Mansfield's line.
There it was. That inside is so whooped out at this point of the day. It's not enough. But
Held not going to let it go, though.
Not over yet. How about it? How bad do you want it? And it looked like Mansfield might have hit a false neutral for just a second in that corner as well. You saw him tap the gear shifter once again. Doesn't get the drive up, and that could be the difference right there coming down to the final quarter of a lap.
Now he's got a little bit more work to do with very little time left. Held is being extremely stubborn with this.
Oh, you can see how deep those ruts are going up the face of that. Absolutely. Takes everything they've got as they head up to the top side of the track just one more time. What is Aiden Held going to be able to do? Can Mansfield figure out any way around them? They both funnel to the inside. 1 corner basically to go at this point. It's going to take a mistake from Held. And there it is. What a battle. Held gets the job done. Mansfield going to cross the line just behind in that number 2 spot. And looks like Jackson Wright might be able to hang on to that number 3 spot, I believe.
That was Widrick coming out of the turn with, I believe, Cassidy behind him.
4 and 5.
So that's 4th and 5th, yep.
What a finish here in Senior Mini. Another fun one to watch and another great scenario set up for that 3rd and final moto coming up tomorrow.
Looking down the results here, it looks like, so that was Walters had got around Cassidy to the finish. So a little bit of a late lap pass there, sitting on a 4-5 now. As we look at the Utica Rome Speedway, top 10 for Moto number 2, a Senior Mini 12-15. Aiden Held, we saw him hold on for the Moto win. Grady Mansfield 2nd, Jackson Wright 3rd, Widrick 4th, Walters 5th. Cassidy dropped back to 6th, Burke 7th. Good run from Kelsey Harris again, mixing it up with the boys here. She's in the top 10 again with an 8th place finish. Julian Lebensky comes across 9th, and Blake Jensen rounds out your top 10 here. As now we look at an updated overall, you see the Moto tally total on the right side, and things just got a whole lot tighter for Mansfield, Wright, and Held. And honestly, Widrick not out of this one either with sitting on a 7. He might need a little bit of help, but in the 3-moto format, we see help happen all the time.
No doubt. 3, 5, 6, and 7. The top 4 point-wise. Walters on 9 points rounds out your top 5. So still anything possible. And just like you said, those third motos always throw a curveball at us. So that's going to be a fun one to watch. As Mansfield, the 1-2, hanging on to it for now. As we turn our attention now to race number 6. 7? 6, 7?
7. 6, 7? Is that what the kids say? 6, 7?
I'm too old for that. I don't know.
Me too.
Yep.
Race 7, 50cc 4 to 8. Again, we're going to run race 7, race 8, race 9, and race 10. 50cc 4 to 6 will be the end of our day today. Again, I cannot stress this enough. Thank you to everybody at Racer TV, Stoke Media, that agreed to stay on and give you guys the live footage that we see here. I was about to have to leave the booth and just go run it solo in the tower with our speaker system that we have on site. So thank you to them. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, everybody involved. Thanks for hanging out with me, Zach.
Absolutely. We're chilling. This is what it's all about. Exactly. If I wasn't talking about dirt bikes on air, I'd be talking about dirt bikes off air. So might as well hang out. And with racing like this, why would you want to turn away? And like we talked about, we're in a pretty good spot. It's one thing when you're out there getting sandblasted in the sun all day long, but matter of fact, we'll let you guys get a little glimpse here inside the Stoke studio. Hello, ladies and gentlemen at home. We hope you guys have been enjoying the coverage all day long. We've got a full day of racing coming up tomorrow as well. Zach Herron and Josh down here covering all of the action. Make sure you guys are commenting, you're subscribing on Racer TV. I know a lot of you are watching on Verve, Moto, Kaplan America, and of course, Stoke Media bringing you all of the coverage as well. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us, hanging out a little later than expected, but with racing like this, why would you want to turn it away? So we're going to keep the action. Couple more motos today. We'll have some whip contests coming up later here on site, and then a full day of racing to close out the 2026 New York State Championship tomorrow. And I mean, I don't want to make any crazy predictions, Josh, but Mother Nature might stop by. She might have something to say about it. We could see a whole different scenario and potentially a whole new set of riders out front tomorrow as well.
We haven't seen much rain here in a couple months, so it's very possible Mother Nature's just been saving it for us.
Hey, who knows? It is certainly possible. She always likes to stop by. She must be subscribed to Racer TV or something. She always likes to pop in whenever we got a race going on. But here we go, the 2 turns to 1. It's time to have some fun. The gates dropping for race number 7.
Oh, you see that little Superman? He did like a tuck. I don't think it was on
a whole
purpose,
different
but
kind
it
of arrow
worked.
position. Yeah,
didn't do it on purpose, but I think it's going to work for him. I believe that was the 77 of Alden Smith. Kind of got his feet caught up in that loose sand in a rut, and it pulled him back. Doing them little aerodynamics, sitting on the seat, holding on for dear life.
Gotta see if I can do that on the bicycle.
Maybe make you more aerodynamic.
Yeah, it might help me out a little bit.
Just got to do it on the downhills.
Whew. A lot of core strength. I don't know.
I don't know if you got it.
Yeah,
you're starting to get old.
I'm feeling it. I promise. Yeah, nothing like planking at 20-plus miles an hour. As it's KTM out front leading the way. Your 50 open 4 to 8 e-bike class, as well as your 50cc oil injected out of that ESMX series. Going to work.
I believe that's Schufelt on the 20. Just recognize the colors that he's running.
And for those of you maybe wondering, the ESMX, that is the Empire State MX Series, another series run here in the New York area. And a cool thing, I think that's actually really unique. We got the state championship, but then you've also got a round of the series involved with this as well. So for some of these riders that have been competing in the series all year long, kind of double the things to race for out here.
Yeah, you're honestly racing for a lot of hardware here. You're racing not only for your Empire State or your District 3, whichever you're a part of. You're racing for your individual weekend awards, your state championship awards, and then you're racing for the dual district awards as well.
Wow.
And it's kind of a series within a series. It's something neat they've been doing just to try and draw more of a turnout for these races. It seems like it's worked pretty well. as we take a look at our line there on the 401, getting bucked all over the place.
Hey, I tell you what, I like to see Mason Wager back up. He had a hard get off just a couple of motos ago. Didn't see exactly what happened, so wasn't sure how bad the crash was, but he was walking off the track. And so, like I said, these moto kids, they're just built different, possibly even made out of a little bit of rubber. They bounce right back up, and right back on the track they go. Alden Smith and Jace Jackson 3 and 4 as time and scoring updates from that opening lap.
Yeah, Wager was able to actually, I saw him get up to 8th in that moto, so he actually rebounded and finished the moto. Good to see there as we see Wager up on the prospect at 8 overall wins this year, 18 podiums. And as we mentioned before, he had some good motos at Loretta's, running around the top 20. 8th in Micro 1, 4-6 at Loretta's in 2024 is the best moto finish that he has had at a national. Top 10, nothing to scoff at.
No doubt about it. Cameron Arline, plenty of prospect points this year as well, and trying to add a few more to the collection.
So Wager out front, Arline second, Smith third. Now this is when things get really fun. You're going to have a 2-2, a 3-1, and a 1-3. You're going to have a three-way tie going into Moto 3 if it ends the way it does here. And then the gloves are off. Anything can happen then.
Put the Dukes up. The kids are going at it, no doubt. The third moto going to decide it all here in several of these classes.
They're going to be in the bounce house later tonight, putting each other in headlocks, arm bars. I'm getting that title.
And here's your overall at the bottom of your pylon as you run up. Wager, Smith, Arline, Keika, and Roji. 47 just a little bit further back, 13 points, but 3, 4, and 5 points. That's pretty close if you ask me. 2-1, 1-3, and a 3-2.
About as close as you can get, really.
And back down this section right here was where Wager went down. You can see some of those braking bumps been there pretty much all day long, and it's not even how big they are, but the square edge, how aggressive the hit is for him. It literally almost just jerks the bike right out of their hands.
Yeah, once that travel on that compression on your shock, if you're not ready for it, it comes up, slaps you in the butt, takes you for a ride.
Well, and we saw it from one of our Cobra riders as well. He was kind of over the back end, was on the throttle, and the back end fully compressed and just about shot him over the front of the bike. So, yeah, it takes a ton. We talk about how impressive it is what these kids are able to do, but to be able to deal with the conditions when somebody like a Bobby Canary is saying, man, this track's brutal out there, and these kids have got a wheel size just about half as much diameter, it really goes to show how impressive and how careful they have to be as well. Line selection, just like up the face of that jump, they could be grabbing pegs, hooking tires, anything like that. So a lot of strategy goes into the line choices for these kids as well. Here we go.
And don't let the age fool you. These kids, even though their bodies are still developing, they have really good balance.
Yes.
And that's what you got to have here when you get these unexpected kicks in the butt or the front end knifes on you really quick. As you can see, this Arline on screen here, almost every couple of feet, he's getting some kind of kick in the rear end. You can see the compression on the shock.
Wager doing a great job still out front, leading the way. As you can see that gold, silver, and bronze on your screen signifying the overall picture. So even though Arline in the number 2 spot right now, he's currently sitting third in the overall picture, and that will continue to update throughout the rest of the weekend as well, even once we move into those third motos. Helps you and us keep track of exactly what those overall pictures are looking like for the top 3.
You see Wager on screen here working his way around a lapper. Arline, interesting choice to follow the lapper. Not usually the best idea. It's going to work out okay for him. Not sure he's going to get close enough to make anything happen. He's going to need a little bit of help from Wager here.
You know, it's funny you talk about the balance. You get a little bit older, and all of a sudden everything's got to be so serious. You're doing work at the gym. You're on the yoga or the Bosu balls. You're trying to do these kids are on bicycles. Some of them, I know I had a kid growing up that was a unicyclist. He did that to practice balance. These kids, they find a way to have fun, but the same kind of things that they're learning while they're having fun can be applied right to the motorcycle. As Wager now closing in, 1 corner to go, and he'll be looking for a checkered flag here in Moto number 2. 50 Open 4-8 e-bike, and there it is. Wager gets the job done. What a response from the 98, and he's fired up about it. Oh yeah, he's pumped. Beating the chest, beating the handlebars. Who do you think you are? I am.
That's got to feel good, though, just to come back after that big hit off just a couple motos ago.
No doubt, no doubt.
Not only to come back and finish a moto, but to take a moto win. That is going to do wonders for the psyche tonight. He's going to go back, probably eat a popsicle for dinner and a candy bar for dessert.
Take that, Dad. I am getting that extra sweet treat.
So that was race number 7. 50cc 428. On the line, race 8, 450B in the staging area, race 9, junior mini 9 to 11. And this is a first call for race 10, 50cc 4 to 6. Like we've been hounding you guys on, we just want to make sure nobody doesn't miss this message. Race 10 will be the last moto of the day. And the gate is down. Not sure what happened. I think we split up. I didn't get any communications with anybody at race control, but it looks like we split Moto 7, and the oil injected division is going to get their own moto. Not sure what happened there. But nonetheless, the track is yours, young men.
Have some fun.
That guy's not having fun. He is getting his steps in. So why not run another moto? We've already run like 6,700 today.
Yep.
What's 6,701? So you see the 941 of Turner Flint having a little bit of trouble getting going. Got help from one of the other riders' dads. We'll check in with our race leader here. I believe I see the 410 of our line. Case in our line. We've been seeing Cameron our line all day out there. Looks like he's got a younger brother that wants to put the R line name on the map as well. And I'd be expecting to look for the 102 of Roxon Cornyn, just a familiar name I see running up front in this class here at High Voltage, but we'll get a better look at the number. That is the 63 of Jamison Shellock. So Shellock leading him around here. And the 410 of our line. These kids are going to sleep good tonight. This is ugly.
You'd hope. It's just about their bedtime.
Yeah, the sun will be going down soon. The green flag is out. We follow around our line on the Ted's Body Shop live drone. Almost like you're riding with them. Woo. Give you a front row seat at home to see what these little guys are dealing with. GoPros are not legal in the AMA. Can you just run a drone above you, though?
They're legal, just not on the helmet.
There you go.
Yeah. Been a couple of riders today that didn't get that memo, but that's fine.
Well, I mean, Empire State, I don't believe is an AMA district, so I could be wrong. They probably shouldn't say that on air. I think I'm wrong. No, I can't take it back now. It's in the archives.
That was Josh Stout, if anyone was curious.
It's in the archives. So we see the head-to-head between Shellock and Arline. Shellock undefeated in this matchup, 3-0.
I always love the proportion of the helmets to the bodies here. All that helmet and such little neck, you know what I mean?
Looks like a bobblehead night at the baseball stadium. 1,540 prospect points this year for Jamison Shellock.
There is Roxon Cornyn checking in that number 3 spot.
Shellock with a 17th at Birch Creek this year in the regional for Micro 2. So not a bad result. Not what he wanted, but not a bad result. It looks like Arline was there as well with a 24th. So again, a respectable result. They want a little bit more to get to the ranch, but 6 years old, we got a lot of time.
Plenty of time, plenty of time.
That plus 50 class is a long ways away.
Exactly.
As now Arline starting to get an inch up on him.
Might not be 3-0 after this. Watch out now.
He's trying to get one back as the white flag comes out. One more time around for these little guys. Shellock, Arline, Roxon, Cornyn up to third. To Flint. Back there, Turner, Flint in fourth. And Amos Walsman is fifth. That is your top five here. 50cc oil injected Moto number 2.
Here we go. Lead duo still wheel to wheel. Wait a second, pulling up alongside of him.
Man, Arline does not like to stand up through those whoops.
He wants to feel every one of those bumps.
His mom's going to have to ice his tailbone.
That's why,
tonight.
though. He stood up and he almost went down. Got a little too heavy over the front end.
Well, keep doing what you're doing because you're about to make a pass for the lead if you can get a little closer.
Here we go. Case and Arline. Looks like Ryder maybe down just up ahead. Nope, just a lap rider. Going to dive back to the inside.
Arline starting to run out of time here.
Oh, you know, Dad is just screaming, go. You're right there. Oh, he gets a better drive, and there it is.
Right there.
How about it? The pass. It all comes down to the acceleration out of the corner. And Arline makes it happen and immediately puts bike lanes between himself and Shellick.
The worst spot to lose your momentum if you're on one of these little 50s is going up the face of that jump, and that's exactly what happened to Shellick.
3-0 might just be 3-1 here. Wait a second.
He led 99% of the race, and the 1% he needed is the one that he didn't have. So Shellick going to fall back to second. Arline, he's going to move up.
There it is. Checkered flag waves. Arline gets the job done. Shellick going to finish in the number 2 spot.
That's a big pass for Arline. He's going to go to a 1-1 now, so he's going to have a little bit of a buffer between him and Shellick. Shellick says, all right.
Yeah, that's fine. We're cool.
I'll give you a
pass.
fist bump. I don't want to, but I
messed
will.
up, but it's fine.
The TV cameras were here. He'd keep right
yeah,
on
exactly.
riding.
Imagine if he psyched them out and pulled it away at the last second. I don't think so.
Fake. Psych. They're going to have words tonight at the pit bike track for sure. The take is Stasek. Checker flag coming out for the rest of the field here in 50cc oil injected. This is one of our Empire State Motocross classes.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is we talk about how tired these kids are. They're probably literally going to go to the trailer and jump on a Stasek.
100%.
Get yelled at here in a little bit for going too fast in the pits.
Yep. There's going to be an announcement made tonight by Kevin. Put the pit bikes away or you're getting disqualified.
You better listen. You better listen. Be ashamed to throw it all away for that. All right. Looks like we've got, what was that, 450B?
450B. Got a couple little guys just finishing up. No, the guy on the four-wheeler is not in the race. He's just chauffeuring him back to the finish line. That is the man that everybody confuses me with. I've been insulted many times by people that think I'm my brother.
Yeah, but he's probably been complimented so many times because they think.
I doubt it. I doubt it. If anybody knows us, we're not that much different. His temper's just a little bit better than mine.
Yeah, who's faster?
Oh, 100%. You don't even need to pull up the Vert Prospect app. I was a mediocre B rider. My brother was a fairly well-known local A rider. As one little guy going down here, I think that's Turner again. Turner Flint, I think that was him. See? He's a good dad, though. Helping kids that aren't even his.
He said, okay, if you crash again, I'm going to ride this thing through the finish for you.
I'm not sure the shot could handle that. You're going to have a
yeah,
full rebuild.
fist in the air. He's pumped up. There it is.
Checker flag coming out.
Flagger had to switch shoulders there. Poor rotator cuff.
Poor Petey. We're going to see him at the Maddox tonight. Ice in the shoulder. Get ready for tomorrow. As we got, what do we got? We got a little battle on the line. A couple youngsters down there throwing fists.
What?
Down next to the doghouse.
I like it.
Yeah.
Get him fired up.
He says, you want to battle it? We don't even have to do it on the track.
There it is.
Gate going down. I see the 100 of Vagel in here, the 204 of Reed Murray. And no surprise there. Vagel going to take the lead. Murray was able to come across in second. The 444 of Joseph Meyer there in third.
Would they really fight?
I think they were just tussling. Just a friendly match.
Disagreement, yeah.
I didn't see any fists around. It's all right.
Open-handed.
We'll find out on the track if one of them gets taken out.
Vagel trying to make quick work of it here. He slowed down, though. He's only got a couple of seconds here.
Yeah, he's just toying with him. Yeah. Make him think they got a chance. Reed Murray probably feels lightning fast right now if he can still see him.
I'm still right on him.
There goes Ben. He was our second. Actually, this was the moto that Vagel had the bike malfunction, so Ben was our first moto winner.
Yep.
He's back there in fourth right now, I believe. So he's got to get around Murray and Meyer. And then put a little bit of work in. He'll catch up to Vagel. No big deal. The 92 rider, the KTM. Coming to us from Ellenburg, New York. Down the long straightaway, out back. Yeah, whoever is in that moto after they said tomorrow you're going to be first moto is thanking God. Right
yes.
Now. They're saying prayers. As Vagel comes splashing through where they just watered up top, just casually throws a nice whip.
If you ever see my bike that sideways in the air, it is not on purpose, and it's not coming back.
Don't reach for the yellow flag. Reach for the medic flag.
Reach for the red. Especially if I'm going that fast. I'm laying there for quite a minute. But please get a picture before I hit the ground at least.
Oh, 100%.
Like,
do you want a picture on the ground, too?
I'll post that. Sure, I can throw that one up a couple years later, but...
A good ride from Murray. I mean,
yeah, he's still there.
Murray is running a good pace here. Vernon third, Meyer fourth now, Powers fifth. Zach Canning, Dan Barry, Stephen Miner, Hawk, and Bogdan, your top 10. Vagel with 30,000 prospect points.
This year.
Yeah. Yeah, those moto wins at the Nationals are worth a lot.
Yeah, they definitely add up pretty quick. Like we said, grabbing the title in Schoolboy 1 this year. Meanwhile, Reed Murray, very solid year for him as well.
Well, you can just see the weight that those national championships hold. He had 44 wins. I believe Vagel only had 10, but he had 29,000 more prospect points, and that's where the point structure on the prospect app is pretty cool if you really look into it.
Yep, varies based off of the size and the level of not only the race, but the competition there as well. So depending on how many top-level riders there are somewhere like a New York State MX, the event itself already pretty big, but the level of big names and heavy competition that show up kind of help boost the number of points available as well. So again, really cool the amount of technology that's gone into that prospect app. Chris Tessine and the entire crew there at Verve do such a great job to help develop that, and always innovating. I mean, they literally came up in the tower 2 or 3 times throughout the week at Loretta Lynn's with a new feature, a new thing that helped the announcers or that was available to the public as well. And so cannot give them enough props. As another lap in the books. Here we go.
So 2 down, 2 to go. We're halfway through here. You see the flags whipping. It is clearly windy up on the hill. As Vagel floating over that old finish line, still running that like a whoop section along that inside.
I mean, he's just barely tapping those bumps.
One of those times you just watch him ride and you just wish you could do it.
I'm like, why can't I? It looks so easy. I don't understand. It's because my boots and gear never matched.
That's it. You don't have the Fox deal.
Yep, it's
That's
not enough
all
pink.
it is.
It's not enough pink.
That's all it is. We can work on that. There's a lot of vendors here. I bet we can get you a pink set of gear.
That's true.
So now Murray, gotta believe Ven's starting to close up on him. Maybe not.
Oh, it sounds like, okay, so this was not the moto where Vagel had the bike problems. So he did grab that first moto win.
Okay.
So I believe that was the 250B class. We're getting told from race control.
Oh,
so
well, thank you for the update on that. That had to have been either 250B or schoolboy.
Yep.
He had that problem.
It's hard to keep all 5, 7 classes that he's racing straight, especially when he's in the same spot, it seems like. White flag out, 1 to go.
Doing the same thing.
Yep.
Just whipping it around, skimming the rollers that everybody else is almost crashing off of.
And taking a look at the overalls as they run, Hudson Vagel keeping the math pretty simple. 2 points, 1 plus 1. Murray a 2-2 and Vin a 3-3. So very consistent across the board here in 450B.
One of those classes where the 3-moto format does not breed chaos.
Not always.
Nope. Still got random people back here cheering him on.
Yeah.
He's a fan favorite here for sure.
Oh, no doubt about it. And like I said, if you haven't already, go find this guy on Instagram, find him on TikTok. The bangers they're impressive. I'm not even, there's no hate comms here. It is fun to watch. Volume all the way up. Actually put the headphones on, then crank the volume up. Especially the 125 videos. It is just so much fun to watch.
You know you've made it when other people are making hate videos about your Instagram reels.
Exactly.
And he's reached that point.
Yeah, all kinds of attitude. It was the attitude era for the 125 class this year on the national level. There was some smack talk going on track, off track. Vagel, as we saw a little bit earlier, man, a few words, not big on talking smack. He says, you guys can just eat the roost off the back tire. I'll let that do enough talking.
Exactly what he said. Actually, I believe his words were, once I get out front, these guys can't hang. I think that's what he said down at the ranch on the podium.
Yep.
And he backed it up. I mean, if you're going to say that, you better go out and back it up.
And he did. Watch this one.
Yep.
Whoosh. Checkered flag.
That was weak. In my world, that would have been a photo. Put it on a poster. In Vagel's world, that was just a warm-up.
He went so fast, he blew the exit to the track, though. That's just how fast he's rolling there.
Well, Vagel sitting on a 1-1. He takes the Moto win. Reed Murray was able to hold on for second.
Yeah, solid run for Murray, all jokes aside.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Vin was right there, kept him honest, but really wasn't able to do anything with him. So great job there for race number 8. It's closing in on the final few motos of the day, race 9 and race 10. And we will close things down for the day. Get ready for our whip contest coming up later tonight.
You got to believe when you show up to a race here and you see his name on the entry list, you're just saying, son of a gun. Well, I guess we're racing for second.
Yeah, it's
until his chain breaks.
About to say, I don't know.
There you
Utica
go.
Rome Speedway, top 10. Hudson Vagel, Reed Murray, Corbin Vin, 1, 2, and 3. Joseph Byron, Wayne Powers, your top 5. Canning, Barry, Gagnon, Bogdan, and Minor round out the top 10 in Moto number 2. Overall picture, like I said, the math's pretty simple. 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, Vagel, Murray, Vin, 5-4, and 4-5 for Meyer and Power. So that'll be one to watch. Barry, Canning, Gagnon, Hawk with a 10-11, and then Harris with the 11-12 as well. Actually, I believe that was a 10-10 there for Hawk.
Yeah, we
did
did
the
see
last
it.
second. Yep.
The
And how
last
about it from
second
one
change.
Vagel to another? I believe that's Harrison Vagel was leading them into turn number 1, going to come out about in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, we got Lappin out front as usual here.
A little bit of pressure, you think maybe there, like Big Bro just went and laid it down. Like we said, getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Second to last moto on the track. Final moto of the day getting put on the launching pad. Unless they split it.
Nah, don't say that. We don't want to do that. It's been a long day. Let's make it not make it any longer.
Absolutely. Is this going to be the whip contest jump again?
I have not got official word yet. I would think it is.
Thought that was your call.
I'm just a guy.
Just a guy on a bike.
Yeah, I sit in the air conditioning. I don't make the executive decisions anymore.
That's the evil twin, right?
Yes. Yeah, he runs the show down there.
Out front leading the way. I still couldn't get a glimpse of the number on that.
Oh, that was Lappin.
That was Lappin. Okay,
Yeah,
I
Lappin,
couldn't quite tell if it was
Yep.
purple or just all black gear. So okay, so Lappin and Vagel.
Vagel, the closest he's been early in a moto here. So
I'm pretty sure he had a pretty bad start in Moto 1 of this one. Had to work his way forward.
as the motos have gone on, he's starting to build now. We didn't see him much earlier. The last moto he was out there, he started to make some noise.
And it wasn't long ago we were looking at Hudson Vagel in this class as well. You talked about it earlier, being able to watch these riders grow up and develop as not only racers but as individuals as well. Won't be long we'll be seeing Harrison in those B classes. But right now, got to deal with Lappin here at the top. And so I got to ask, the top side of the field there, the track, you can tell a little bit dusty, a little hazy, and then the sun glaring through there as well. I mean, do you guys hear a lot about that here late in the afternoon like that? Is it a pretty brutal spot regarding the sunlight?
It's not fun, I can tell you that. You come up, as you come over that little roller, and the sun just kind of blasts you in the face if the sun's setting at the right angle behind those trees. But I think it's helped a lot with the track being turned around.
Yep.
Now you're jumping away from the sun, whereas before we were jumping into it. I haven't had a ton of complaints about it, though. I don't think it's anything too crazy. There's a lot of tree coverage here, so I got to believe, for the most part, a lot of the trees cover that sun up. And also, we're not,
even right here you can see.
We're not usually racing at 6:30, 7 at night either. I didn't say that. As Lappin and Vagel still continue to run around this thing.
Lappin's really good at staying calm under pressure, too. We've seen him multiple times, this moto included, be under fire from sometimes multiple riders, and you don't see him doing a ton of switching up on the lines, of looking back, overriding or anything like that. He just stays true to what he's been doing. He knows what works, and at least 9 times out of 10, it seems like he's been able to stretch that thing back out just by continuing to hit the marks that he was before anything even started to close up on him.
This is the first time I've seen Lappin ride at an event, and it just feels like he trusts his riding.
Yep.
He doesn't let, like you're saying, he doesn't let the other guys affect what he's doing. He rides his own race, stays cool under pressure, and clearly he's been here before, not at high voltage, but in this position, and he's making it look pretty easy here, where we're at what, Moto? This has got to be the 5th moto of the day for him, with someone basically breathing down his neck. I know he started to open up over Vagel a little bit, but there's been somebody there all day, and he has yet to falter under the pressure.
25 overall wins for Lappin here in 2026. So certainly not new to the pressure of being at the front.
Vagel with just 1 overall win, 3 podiums, but that's 4,700 prospect points. That must have been a fairly big race that he did win.
Top 10 there at the RCSX as well, out in Daytona.
Connor Etches, quietly a good ride up here.
Yep.
Sargent was up front early in the first moto, so a good run from Etches. We kind of haven't touched on him in this moto. To be sitting up here in 3rd in front of Sargent. Grant Earl back there in 5th. Bruckman, someone we usually see up a little bit farther. Not sure what happened to him.
And look at that, anytime. Wow, so interesting. Lappin has been beat by Vagel 6 out of 6 times that they've raced each other this season. And right now, Lappin looking like he's in the position to change that here with his performance so far this weekend.
What did we have Vagel in first moto looking at live timing? A 9th? So in the overall, without something terrible happening, Lappin's going to have him covered there in the overall.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Carter Sargent looking at a 2, potentially 4 as well. So on your bottom of your screen, you can see Lappin a 1-1. Sargent a 2-4 would put him in 2nd place. A 5-3 for Etches, potentially rounding out the podium. And Vagel, if he hangs on where he's at, just going to hang on to the top 5.
Yeah, not sure what happened here. A lot of shakeups, I guess, if you want to call it that. Bruckman with a 3rd in the first moto back here in 6th. Somebody we expected to be a little farther up. Etches with a surprising ride, I guess you could say, based on his first moto with a 5th up into the top 3. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Obviously, Vega going from a 9th to a 1st is a huge improvement for him. You got to wonder what happened in that first moto. Maybe a bad start or he went down or something. And it just seems it's starting to look like Lappin's like a mini Schmidt.
Yeah, it's very.
Just
I don't
smooth,
want to say
consistent.
not unimpressive, but it doesn't jump out at you, right? There's not anything where you're like, oh wow, look at how aggressive or intense he is in this. It's just smooth sailing, and you kind of sit there. We were just looking at him and no other data. You're like, he's not going that fast. But then you look at the lap times, you look at the way he's pulling away, and it's like, yeah, he is, and he's making it look easy while he does it.
Yeah, he almost looks like he's got kind of trail riding, I guess you would say. He's kind of gassing it when he wants to, but he's very, very smooth, consistent. He just hits his lines.
I think he was running clear lenses as well. As we've talked about the sunlight, a lot of riders having differing opinions as far as the level of tint they want in their lens. I thought I saw a puff of smoke come out of the back of the 344. Looks to be okay.
Bring her home, Jackson. Not too much longer here. He is going to run the long way around here. Get around some lap traffic. Vagel not able to do anything with him. We're looking at the lap times. The one lap in the middle of the moto was probably the one that did it. Lappin was almost 2 seconds a lap faster that lap. That was his best lap of the moto. Yep. You start stacking those up over a 4-lap race, and this is how you end up with a 4 or 5 second lead. As he is coming through, checker flag should be coming out.
Jackson Lappin gets the job done here in Moto number 2. Keeps the math simple for us.
Putting this championship in a stranglehold.
Yeah, he is in a dominant position headed into that final Moto tomorrow.
I'll be interested to see what the tally is once we get the overall breakdown here in a minute. He's got to have a 6-7 point gap going into the third Moto at this point. We'll see. Technology will do that for us.
Exactly.
We don't need the calculators.
Break out the fingers and toes like
too
we
late
used
in the
to.
day.
Yep.
Nope, too late in the day for that.
Here it is. Lappin, Vagel, Etches, Earl, and Bruckman, your top 5. Bruckman actually stealing away that 4th place spot. Boggett, Sargent, Morse, Attigliato, and Briggs are going to round out your top 10 here in this second Moto. The overall picture, 1-1. It's a 3-4 for Bruckman. And he stole that 4th place spot away. That's actually going to put him in the number 2 position, 1 point in front of Etches, a 5-3, a 2-7 for Sargent, and a 9-2 for Vagel. Going to be your top 5. Vagel actually tied with Earl there at a 6-5 with 11 points in total. So still plenty to race for and plenty yet to be decided at the top of Junior Mini.
Didn't see what happened there, but Sargent definitely dropped some spots on that last lap. He was up there battling for 3rd. He was in 4th, so a mistake somewhere out there that we didn't catch on camera, and that's going to hurt in the overall positioning.
Well, here we go, folks. The race we've all been waiting for. The final Moto of the day. Dad is like,
hey.
Look ahead. Look ahead. Watch 30-second guy, okay? You wave at the drone later.
See, these kids have unlimited energy.
No, they are fired up, jacked up on Mountain Dew.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew, Chip.
Yeah, they're going to jump on this track like a spider monkey here in a second.
It's interesting how nobody's lined up next to each other. There's a gate in between everybody. Almost all the way down, except for those 3 Cobras up there.
That one guy in yellow. Maybe you are my grandkids.
He's got to see how they finish first.
Love the various. Yep, taps it on. Hey,
there's a race going on here.
Look forward, buddy. Open that thing up.
But, Dad, there's a drone over there.
So this is what the bumps are going to feel like. It's going to be real shaky like this, okay?
He's going to have to throw him off the front of the bike if he wants to do that.
Here we go. Look at go.
Down. Oh, no, he slid out.
Man.
He slid out. He might have made contact with Flint. He was lined up next to him.
Dad's headed to the beer tent.
Yep. It's all done. Fire up the DJ equipment. Get the strobe lights out.
Here we go. The final moto of the day. The 50s are off and rolling.
Oh, one rider down there coming out of the first turn. He'll get up and back going on his own. That was the 22.
Good for him. I love to see when the 50s pick themselves back up. Did you ever have to run crash drills in the backyard?
Oh, no, I would just crash on my own. There was no drills.
Oh, yeah.
Just let me ride for 20 minutes and I'd be on the ground eventually.
You get plenty of practice. Yep, Pops would lay the P-dub down, pick it up. Lay it down, pick it up.
That sounds like a military boot camp kind of drill.
Told you I was never in better shape than I was on a P-dub.
I thought that was your dad.
Him too. We were dialed.
Lead pack working their way around through the middle of the track.
Slideways off of that face there.
That is going to be shoe felt, I'm guessing.
Those got to be fresh boots.
Yep.
There's no way. He just got those.
I think he went over the MX boot trailer and said, I want those, Dad.
Yep, we had red boots at Loretta's and something about the pink here this weekend. Vagel's got it.
Watching Vagel.
Yeah, Schufelt's got it.
I believe that's the 975 of Jace Jackson. We'll wait for timing and scoring to catch up, but he was the rider. Remember the first moto, couldn't get the bike started.
Yep.
So you wonder what could have been if he wasn't able to make it out there for that moto.
Yeah, I always love to see that too. I call it the dark horse aspect, right? Somebody can play spoiler, can jump up and still show what they were capable of, make a good showing for themselves, but it also completely throws a wrench in the overall picture. As here we go. Green flag going to be waving, opening lap for the final moto of the day.
Green flag out, one down, 2 to go.
Ted's body shot live drone hugs the inside, going to try to pull up alongside the Cobra. Absolutely ripping through this section. Looks up, sees what Dad's saying, doesn't listen, but sees it.
He's saying, if you don't pass him, we're going home. And live timing does say Jace Jackson DNS the first moto, so must not have been able to get the bike going.
Whoa, hang on to it now.
Oh, he's got nothing to lose now.
Yeah, he's going for
Championship was out the window after
Checkers
the first
records,
moto.
Yep.
We see our line come across third, Levi Bond in fourth.
Yeah, Jackson is hanging it out right here.
Well, if you can't get the title, you got to get some moto wins. So you see Schufelt, 18,000 prospect points, 16 overall wins, 36 podiums. He has been busy this year.
Yeah, just fresh off top 15 in Micro 2 out at Loretta Lynn's. Definitely going to be a big points race there for him as well. Certainly nothing to shake your head at. Top 15 in any class out at Loretta Lynn's is incredible. Jace Jackson, 2 overall wins this season. And got 7th at his regional earlier this year out at Birch Creek. One of my favorite tracks. And he's closing in on him. Yeah, wait a second. Our line quietly back there in the number 3 spot has had a solid 2026 season as well. What a save! Oh my goodness! I don't know how that happened.
Jace Jackson full send.
Wow, that was impressive. White flags out. He's still ripping forward.
He is wide open. Larry Enticer, I'm still going to send it. He's got 1 lap to go to try and run him back down again. As he just, I don't even know what he just did there.
He's just been snaking the whole moto.
Well, I think it's because he's sitting down so much. The suspension's kind of walking him around the track, but it's working for him.
It's so hard for these Cobras to get a drive, especially in that thicker sections. Sand kind of bogs him down.
Oh,
He is
he
still
is
just
all over the place.
Snaking it.
There he goes. We finally got him up on the foot pegs.
Just took the biggest braking bumps on the entire track.
Got one dad out there.
That's cool. Yeah, that's fun.
It's fine.
Sure, Jackson's dad will love that.
Just running a pick.
Yep. Oh, now
running a pick play.
Yep. Now his kid's gonna chop the front end off.
Oh,
And
there it goes. We kind of felt like it was coming at some point.
Dads are fighting. That's it.
Let's see if he can get up and salvage the second at least.
What a ride there for Jace, though. That was going for it.
He was willing to put it on the ground. He did eventually.
Was literally pointing 90 degrees the wrong direction, and the throttle never cracked. He was wide open no matter what.
So Schufelt off the hook here. He'll be able to mosey on home for a moto win, go 1-1. He's looking around saying hi to the flaggers. You like these boots, lady?
What do you think about these?
New boot goofing.
Yeah, 3 payments.
Oh, what was that? What was that?
Flag check. Watch out.
Are you going to let this guy take his extra lap?
Double check.
I don't know what this move is.
He's looking left. He's looking right. Nobody's in sight. 1 corner to go, and here it is. The checker flag flies. Schufelt going to get the job done and bring the checkered flag out for the final time here today in the 50 Junior 4-6 Moto number 2. What a way to close it down.
Yeah, at least they gave us some action to end it out.
How about that?
Thank you to everybody that stuck around with us. If you are on site, I don't have an official time. I'm going to assume whip contest around 7:30. I'm sure everybody's probably over there anyways.
Yeah, Schufelt, I heard, going to be in that contest potentially.
He might just ride the bike right over here right now.
Just send it. Actually, Jay Jackson ought to be. If he could point sideways like that intentionally again, he might just win.
We just need to get him off the ground.
Yeah, Utica Rome Speedway top 10. Matthew Schufelt, Jace Jackson, and Case and R-Line 1, 2, and 3. Levi Bond and Blake Rogie. Your top 5, Shellick, Carly Jones, Flint, and Burkle. Round out your top 10 in this second moto. It's Schufelt with a 1-1. R-Line looking at a 2-3. Bond, who we did not talk about a ton in this moto, sitting on a 3-4, but holds on in that final podium spot, a 4-5 and a 5-6 for Rogie. And Shellick, scratch that, 5-5 for Shellick, 4-6 for Rogie. Going to round out your top 5 in the overall picture. For 50 Junior, 4-6, day 1 of the 2026 New York State Championship coming to a close here from High Voltage Hills, and what a day it has been. Full gates, crazy crashes, crazy passes, all kinds of action, and it's just day 1, folks. This is what we come to expect from here at High Voltage Hills, and it never disappoints. 2026 certainly looking to be no different as well, but still so much yet to be decided tomorrow. The Stoke Rapid Replay showing you some of the highlights here from today. So many, we could barely fit them all into one highlight. There's a low light there for Hudson Vagel, probably a highlight for all of his competition. But man, crazy passes. Bobby Canary shaking and baking his way up the inside. Trevor Schmidt doing Trevor Schmidt things in the A classes. It's been a ton of fun. And we're going to be right back here to do it all over again tomorrow. Don't forget, Racer TV, it's all racing all the time tomorrow. 8:30 a.m. we're kicking things off and closing things down for the New York State Championship. And then next weekend, right over at Unadilla, we've got the J-Day doubleheader, rounds 7 and 8, Saturday and Sunday, 8 to 5. Plan to be tuned in all day long. And then really excited to have the ANEC Rob Super Test, or Round 8 Super Test, excuse me, on September 12th. We'll give you guys more information on that as it comes to light here in the upcoming weeks. But as always, we got to give out a ton of thank yous. So many people involved with making this broadcast possible. I want to give a shout out to our executive producer, Kerry Russell, OPAG, our operations producer, Adam Gordon, our producer, Don Hampton, our director, Nick Vosberg, our audio technician, Brian Wall, our graphics operator, Josh Williams, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, as well as our second engineer, Adam Arndt, our drone pilot, the eyes in the sky, Gabe Scholl, all of our incredible camera operators, Adam Atkins, Chandler Kaler, Chris Pennington, Caden Feathers, Zach Kerwin, Peter Zalek, Kieran Motherway, Caleb Feathers, Cameron Lehman, Dakota Anderson. For DC from D3, Dominic Cittadino, Josh Stout, I'm Zach Karen. We'll see you guys bright and early right back here tomorrow for more racing action here from High Voltage Hills. We'll see you then.